20 seconds.
Oh, it's good to be back.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Welcome to another edition of the Sheppard Show live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio here on the Riptide Media Network. Let's get it going. Lots going on, lots to discuss. Stanley Cup playoff, NBA recap, tons of NFL news to tell you about. Signings, schedule leaks, so much more. Wow. MLB rundown. Lots going on in the sports world, going to tell you about, and in the entertainment world as well. Hope everybody's off to a great start today on this Tuesday, May 14th. Can you believe it already? 2 weeks into May. Welcome again, everybody. It's Pete here for until 10 a.m. of this morning right here live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio on the Riptide Media Network. You can text the show or call if you'd like, 727-858-6650. Watch the show on our incredible Riptide Media Network video platform on Twitter X at pshep326. My Facebook and Broad Street South Facebook and YouTube pages, Twitch, Spotify, Rumble, LinkedIn, and of course on Sports Radio 102.9. Well, in addition to all the sports stuff going on last night, an interesting Fox Up Front 24 had Tom Brady on with Michael Strahan and a special guest, and he talked about LFG. Some really fun stuff. More TNT shenanigans to show you last night from the NBA on TNT, and a ton of NFL signings and schedule leaks as well as we continue to piece together some of the NFL schedule that's been leaked. And I'm sure more leaks are going to come out today. And some really, really unbelievable signings in the NFL. Not totally unexpected, but man, oh man, when you see how the Buccaneers have re-signed Antoine Winfield, he now becomes the highest paid defensive back in the history of the NFL. Jared Goff is a happy man. He signs a huge deal with the Lions, $212 million to be exact. That's fun for the whole family. And lots more. Stanley Cup playoffs last night. The Rangers are, boy, you're getting that feeling in New York because the Knicks are going to be in trouble tonight, I think, again. They're just too banged up. I give them a lot of credit for hanging in there. The Knicks and the Rangers. If the Rangers lose tomorrow night in Carolina, they will have blown a 3-0 lead. That series would be tied at 3 with Game 7 back at Madison Square Garden in a few days. Can you imagine the Knicks and the Rangers being knocked out in back-to-back days? That could be something. My boys took care of business last night, despite no Donovan Mitchell. I know they only won by 7. I don't care. It's 3. They're up 3-1. So sometimes the worst thing that can happen to a team is when the other team's star player doesn't play. And now Donovan Mitchell, I told you this before the series, the Cavaliers without Donovan Mitchell back in, I think it was March 8th. And they came back from like 20 down and beat the Celtics in Cleveland that night. So the playoffs are different, obviously. I just think if you went back and looked at some of the highlights of that game, and when the Celtics, some of the lowlights with some of the turnovers, it's almost like they were trying out crap. They made some really stupid passes in that game last night. Not so much that they were forced by Cleveland. I think you don't want to get into the habit of playing down to the level of your opponent. Now, that being said, I give Cleveland a lot of credit because it looked like Miami game too. They're just hucking up threes all over the place. So that's what happens. You get into games like that. The star player for the other team, doesn't play, and they're hitting a whole bunch of threes. Offensively, the Celtics were fine. Defensively, they didn't play as well as they could have played. Drew Holiday, to me, despite Tatum and Brown being unbelievable last night with 33 and 27 respectively, Drew Holiday last night was the heart and soul of that win. He was amazing on both ends of the floor. Hit every clutch shot that they needed to. I think the biggest lead in the game was 13. It looked, 15. And they had the ball twice. Could have been up by 18. They turned the ball over both times. But look, you go on the road, you win 2 playoff games. That's good enough for me. 3 games to 1 lead, and they should be able to close this out in 5 tomorrow night at TD Garden. But sir, you also had a game last night too. For the first time in a long time, where Derek White it was almost invisible. It didn't even seem like he played. He didn't play that. I mean, he played 30 minutes. Pritchard played 25. White had 5.7 rebounds and 3 assists. So it was kind of one of those games where I'm sure deep down you want to give a full effort. You don't want to play down to the level of your team, the team that you're playing against, even though they're very shorthanded. But it happens. I mean, they're professionals too, and you get guys like Garland and others who they got nothing to lose. They know that Mitchell isn't there, so Garland comes in with 30 points. LeVert also puts in the starting lineup. He adds 19. Those guys they have nothing to lose, so they are going to chuck it up all night long because they're expected to lose, and they're expected to lose big. But a lot of those shots, especially in the first half, were going in for Cleveland. But eventually, Garland cooled off. He went 1 for 8 from 3-point range. Anyway, what a win. Bob says, "Oh, hey, Bob, happy birthday to Rob Gronkowski." Yes, happy birthday. Jerry says, "You're the man, Pete." Jerry, you're the man. Jerry Morse. Crush says, "Hey, Pete, great show. Chris, former backyard beer." Chris, what's up, buddy? Oh, man. We got to get we used to do our shows when I was at the ESPN Southwest Florida with Craig, and I think it was like over a year, we did our show almost every Thursday or Friday at Backyard Beer Garden, and then COVID hit, unfortunately. But Chris, great guy, great guy, and I miss him, and he's down, I think he's still in Cape Coral. We got to get together, play golf, have drinks, eat, whatever, do that too. They had a great staff there. We had so much fun there. Met so many really cool people at that place back in the day in Cape Coral. Anyway, the phone number 727-858-6650. With that being said, people are wondering, again, Angel Martinez, Woodpecker update, part 2. Is there any? Have you been awake from your slumber during the night at all from the pecking of the woodpecker?
No, thankfully, no woodpecking so far. So far, we've been fortunate for the last 2 days and absolutely no woodpecking, which is terrific news. And by the way, you said that Jared Goff signed for $212 million?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't want to say anything to anybody, but good morning, those out there at Riptide. Good morning, everyone. I signed a $2.12 deal yesterday, which is absolutely crazy when Jared did his $212 million.
Crazy was tough with negotiations. I mean, he was really pushing for $250.
I sure was.
But we got him down.
Yeah, $2.12.
Stevie B says, "You think the Bruins will win Game 5? I have no idea. I think they're going to play hard. We're going to play some. I'll tell you what. We'll get to that in a second because I did not like what I heard out of Don Sweeney yesterday. We're going to play that video, the GM of the Bruins. I didn't like it at all. I thought it was sort of wussified, and him not trying to be fined. Fuck that, being fined. He didn't want to criticize the officials for what happened with the Sam Bennett nonsense the night before. It was sort of it was an un-Bruins-like response to me. I couldn't stand it. I was listening to it, and I was yelling because I was watching it live on my laptop. I was yelling at my computer and yelling at him as it was being played. I was actually watching it on my phone, actually. So we'll get to that in a second. And then Pat Maroon also had. I like what Pat said. Pat's terrific. Pat is dying to beat the bejesus out of somebody on the Florida Panthers, but he does not want to do something stupid and foolish and end up costing his team a double minor or a 5-minute major or a misconduct or anything like that. Stevie B says Sweeney sounded like Biden. Well, no, not quite that bad. This man was coherent. I mean, Don was, I don't like the words that came out of his mouth, but at least he wasn't, fake reading off a teleprompter and saying things like period and pause and parentheses.
What?
He reads that stuff.
Yeah, I know.
Stuff.
I think it's the funniest thing, especially during his freaking goofy campaign. He was like, pause here. All right, next line. I'm like, come on, dude. Do you not know what the hell you're talking about?
I can't do it. Either one of them. I'm telling you, I'm going to vote for you, Angel. I'm going to vote for you. The Detroit Lions, again, signed Jared Goff to a 4-year, $212 million deal, $170 million guaranteed, Charles Barkley said.
Yeah.
He was tweeting something like Biden criticizing the media. Well, look, no, I don't think so. I just didn't like what he said. He said crystal clear what he was saying. I just didn't like it. In fact, you know what, Angel? Since we're talking about it, let's just play the cut. It's you must scroll down a bit, a wee bit. Past the Jared Goff, and you'll see Pat Maroon on Nesson from Michelangelo post from Nesson, and it's down a couple from that. From my buddy Dan Roach had this from WBZ in Boston, along with all the rest of the media that was there. It says GM Don Sweeney on Sam Bennett goal being allowed to stand. And while you're looking that up, I'll just, again, to recap what happened. Not only did Sam Bennett punch Brad Marchand, sucker punched him in the ear, which we finally saw a reverse angle 2 nights ago, finally. I don't know why that angle wasn't available during the game. In this day and age of television and everything else, I don't know how. Because, when we all thought, I said, okay, it seemed like an innocent enough hit. He just must have hit the boards wrong. Then you see Bennett sucker punches Brad Marchand in the ear and causes him to get some sort of upper body injury / concussion. It certainly seemed like it. So he misses. Marchand misses game 4. And I don't even know if he's going to play tonight. I have no idea. And then a ball player, Sam Bennett, then cross-checks Charlie Coyle back in the back the other night, falls into Jeremy Swayman. Bennett scores, ties the game at 2. The goal is upheld by some BS, ridiculous response from the league about how it wasn't interference. Everybody on the planet knew that it was, except for the idiots in Toronto reviewing the play. So not only was it not a cross-check given to Sam Bennett, not only was the goal disallowed, the Bruins get a 2-minute penalty for delay of game because they lost the challenge. All right, here was what Bruins GM Don Sweeney said yesterday about the Sam Bennett goal being allowed to stand.
We're not in a position to be criticizing, the officials and league-wide such. That's standard protocol. We'll get fined as a result of that. So there's no intention at my point to be critical. The overall premise that I have is, to be perfectly honest with you, we should not be asking the coach after a game what they feel about officiating and what happens. You guys should really be focused on, what we didn't do well enough in the course of the game and win a hockey game. Those questions should be directed at either director or supervisor officials, supervisor series, and or the officials. You want full access, and transparency, then put the officials on the in front of the microphone to answer the question, because they're the only ones. They're the only ones that have the experience to be able to handle, whatever interpretation they applied to Rule 69 in that case to answer your question. That's it. So the rest of us, we have, clearly we challenged it because of our interpretation, right?
Yeah.
So the only ones that can answer that, don't put out a statement. Just stand in front and answer the question.
Okay, all right, here's the problem, Don. The NHL doesn't have the 2-minute report like the NBA does. Their officiating is bad enough. There isn't anybody. The NHL doesn't do it that way, so you can't ask them. And that was I'm so disappointed in Don Sweeney right there, man, because he was such a good player, not flashy player at all, but just did his job, really good defenseman. I mean, that is a wussy, baloney, crapola answer right there. That is awful. That is absolutely awful to come out and be all wishy-washy like that.
Yeah. Right.
God almighty.
For the new folks that are tuning in today, like Stevie and Jerry and Chris, for those who don't know, I'm a Philly fan, number one, but I'm also fair. But to agree with, I would have to agree with what Stevie said earlier. That was very Biden-esque. It's like how do you say that you are afraid of getting fined for criticizing. That's what you do as a coach. Is what you do. It's as players. You criticize because you're wondering, like, all right, I didn't agree with what's said. So what? What's the worst they're going to fine you? What, $1,000? Whoop-de-doo. Who cares? It's
Even
towards the end of the season.
$10,000. I don't care if it's $10,000. What are you going to do? Bruins ownership going to come down and suspend you? It is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Thanks, Jerry. Said, miss you up here on WEI. Those days were the best. You, Glenn, and Freddie, you guys were the best. Thanks so much. Hey, Glenn's been on the show before, Jerry. He will be on again, no question about it. And I'm actually headed up that way next month because Glenn is being inducted into the Massachusetts Broadcasters Hall of Fame, and myself, well, mostly Jason Wolf organized a huge, our former PD, a huge reunion. It's going to be fantastic with like 20 of us going up there to cheer on Glenn and celebrate his induction into the Massachusetts Broadcasters Hall of Fame.
That was wow. That was such a lame, super lame friggin' answer. It makes no sense to me whatsoever.
All right, now let's scroll up if we can, and let's hear from Pat Maroon yesterday as well. If you scroll up, and he wants to kick the crap out of somebody, but there is no one. There's no one wants to fight him. He doesn't want to do anything stupid. So I applaud him for that.
By the way, Gas Pump Guy says, good morning, fellas.
Hey there, Gas Pump Guy. Good morning. Where do you see that?
I didn't have time to throw up there as we're flipping back and forth. Yeah,
that's
I'll
fine.
put it up there.
All right, that's fine. No, that's fine. Yeah, so Michelangelo has the cut from Nesson. Again, Pat Maroon spoke on the Bruins-Panthers Game 4 controversy. Here you go.
It's frustrating that you guys are trying to do a narrative right now for nothing, to be honest. Like, we got to win a game. That's what it comes down to. Unfortunately, what happened, we got to turn the page. We got to find a way. You can sit here and say I'm not doing my job. Maybe I'm not. But like I said before, I'm damned if I do, I'm damned if I don't. And I don't want to put my team in jeopardy. I don't want to take a suspension. I don't want to put my team on a power penalty kill. I'm doing everything I can. So we can sit here and say I'm not. Maybe I'm not. But I talked to my captain. I talked to the guys in that locker room. They know, and they know I care. And that's the most important thing. It's frustrating that you guys are
Yeah. I mean, and I totally respect him for that. Pat Maroon, someone said, well, he's not a goon. The guy is, I love him. He's a great fourth line guy. It's somebody that you want on your team all the time. You need somebody like that. And I applaud him for keeping his cool and not going out of his way because the refs are looking for it. The refs are. It's one thing when McAvoy flattened Reinhart 2 nights ago right out of the gate. That was a clean hit. Those are the kind of hits that Pat Maroon wants to do. You want to clobber somebody, but do it legally. Yep. You don't want Pat Maroon in the box for 4 minutes on a stupid double minor, or God forbid, a major at 5 minutes where you can score as many goals as you can on a power play, or a misconduct. You need him out there. The minutes that he plays are important minutes, and the fourth line is an important fourth line for this team. So they got to they just got to find a way to generate more shots on net. They had some good quality chances. Even the game before that, I know there weren't a lot of shots on net, but they had some good quality chances. They're up 2-0 the last game, and they couldn't hang on. Obviously, the controversial goal from Sam Bennett sucked, but it's in the past. So they got to put that behind them. I mean, Florida is a huge favorite tonight at minus 220. So if you're doing shekels tonight, I would take the Bruins at plus 180. There is no question. We have seen in the Stanley Cup playoffs, look at the New York. See, it's not just, and everybody tends to, whatever team you're rooting for. I know this is a national show, world show, and all that stuff. But I say it all the time, and Angel knows this, being a Northeast guy himself, even though he lives in Tampa now, that Bruins, Boston, Philly, and New York fans are very different when it comes to their pro sports teams. It's very passionate. You tend not to look at the big picture around what's going on in the rest of the league. Look at what's going on with the Rangers. They lost 2 in a row. Now here's the whole thing. Can they close them out? I mean, you don't hear a lot of talk like that with some of the other teams. Like even the Rangers. But if the Rangers and the Knicks lose on back-to-back days or twice in 3 days, oh my Lord, There's a game 7 in Raleigh after tomorrow night. I mean, after that, in Raleigh tomorrow night, it'll be game 6 with the Rangers up 3 games to 2. They lose that game. Wow, that's with the chance to go. Game 7, as we all know, anything can happen, and home ice means diddly squat.
Yep.
In the NHL on the whole. And we know home court advantage for the Celtics doesn't mean a whole hill of beans either lately. With that 15-15 in the last 30, and they dominated on the road. They've won 4 straight playoff games on the road. It's been unbelievable. 727-858-6650. That is the number. By the way, all the great sound that you are going to hear today. Thank you once again to Total Sports Prep for the best articles and audio. There's only one source that provides everything you need 365 days a year to satisfy your sports crave. It's Total Sports Prep. Staff combing through the best articles and audio so you don't have to. Sports and non-sports kicker stories leave you laughing all day long. To get your free trial of Total Sports Prep, contact them at info@sportsbroadcastingcoach.com. That's info@sportsbroadcastingcoach.com. Total Sports Prep, the name says it all. You see it right there on the screen. All right, we'll get back to hockey in a second. Want to do some NBA highlights here. Let's start with the Celtics last night. No Donovan Mitchell. That's okay. And Jaylen Brown got it going for the Boston Celtics last night. He and Jason Tatum were outstanding.
Well, they can be physical. So J.B. Bickerstaff already going 9 deep in his rotation. Across the 9-minute mark early in the second. Brown eyes lace up against Niang as he takes him to the cup.
I think they're going to go to the monitor. Jaylen wasn't happy with the foul. The watch.
God, that is a horrible. I hate to. TNT does such a great job. Greg Anthony is like the cure for fucking insomnia. I can't do it. Sriracha bottle again. That's my Powerade bottle. But you know what I say? It's one of those Sriracha bottle moments.
Yeah.
It's not his fault. He's just not entertaining. You know, the NBA on TNT is so good pre, halftime, post game, and you know you go from Kevin Harlan to that, and it just. God, it makes me yearn for Stan Van Gundy. What am I saying?
No, it is. Kevin Harlan keeps you entertaining from minute to end.
Reggie's there too, and they do a great job. This group, this backup group has there's no moxie. There's nothing. It just which is it's tougher to watch when you see the other crew on TNT. Or, you know, ESPN's top crew does a great job too, but their pre and post and halftime show stinks. It's full of commercials and nothing entertainment about it. Jason Tatum also, great night last night.
Taking flight. And Cleveland comes up empty. Okoro screaming for a foul. Tatum into the chest, goes right at Garland. With a quick timeout. For the Boston Celtics, don't need much time. As they start to flex.
Yeah, like I said, both of them were outstanding last night, Tatum and Brown. But Drew Holiday was the glue that held that team together last night. Yeah, he was awesome on all ends of the floor, made every clutch shot they needed to make, was incredible defensively. The Celtics played down to the competition last night through a lot of stupid passes, especially early on. They were forcing a lot of turnovers too, but I felt like they were just sort of toying with the Cleveland Cavaliers, which is a bad habit to get into with any team. And when you're not, this is why I hate playing teams when they're banged up, because the other guys coming in have nothing to lose. They're going to chuck up as many threes as they can. Hopefully most of them went in, and they sure as hell did last night for the Cavs, particularly in the first half. But in the end, you knew the Celtics were they weren't going to blow that game last night. They weren't. I know they fell behind by a point at one time, but that was short-lived. After the game, Jaylen Brown talked about how the Cavs play without Donovan Mitchell.
A little bit of both. Without Mitchell, but they played with a desperation, with an intensity, with that you're observant. The officiating was a little different tonight. It was a weird game. I got into foul trouble early. But going into halftime, what I said, just get composed. We haven't played well. We still up 5. Just take our time, get to our spacing. And I think we did that better in the second half. And that's what able us to settle down a little bit.
Yeah, well, when you talk about free throws last night, yeah, it was a little weird. It was a little weird, but the Celtics were playing good defense. Free throws last night, the overall Cavaliers, 5 of 7. 5 of 7. They went to the free throw line 7 times. The Celtics went 24. 21 out of 24. So these conspiracy theorists where the home team gets a lot of the calls and this, that, and the other thing. That's a testament to the Celtics defense last night. They only, and there weren't. I didn't think there weren't any horrible calls in that game.
No,
on either
there
side
really
that I
weren't.
saw, which is good. Finally, we get a game where we don't have to talk about the officials all that much in either basketball or hockey. Meanwhile, also after the game, JB Bickerstaff.
Yeah, I mean, they're a connected group, that has been resilient all year long. We've been through a ton with this group this season, and never once has our group folded. When guys have had opportunity or the team needs them to step up, they've always stepped up and given us a chance, and I thought they did a great job of that tonight.
Yeah, they were 15 to 40. They threw up 48 threes last night. The Celtics only took 32 for threes. They hit 12 out of 32. But 48 threes, and a lot of them went in early for the Cavs, but not so much late. LeVert had, I think he was 1 of 8, 19 points, 5 rebounds, 3 assists. Garland was very good on the whole with 30 points. But, without Mitchell and without Jared Allen, they got no chance. They got no chance. So the Celtics have won by more. Yeah, I guess technically. I don't get caught up anymore in the minutia. If they don't win by a sexy enough score, then I'm going to get all my panties in a bunch or my boxers in a bunch. Well, today, what do I have on? Oh, it's long day. Yeah, okay. You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying, Angel. It's comfortable sometimes.
Yeah,
we're here in Southwest Florida. It's 85 degrees already.
Yeah, exactly. I think even if you buy that new underwear, whatever they talk about is the pouch underwear, but even that stuff will make you melt down here. I think the only thing that we saw last night that was the longest from the officiating was when Jaylen Brown went to the floor and what's that guy's name? Rough Stuff, whatever it is from Cleveland, and not disrespecting his name, but it's something UFF. Anyways, but Jaylen Brown went on he was on the floor. And he tried to step over him, but his leg.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that was first of all, it was 4 minutes just on that alone to figure out whether it was a flagrant foul, if it was a foul.
It was a Strus, and he was lucky. That was a stupid thing by Jaylen because I didn't think it was intentional. Was it Max Strus? Was it Strus? I forget what happened there. But that was dumb for Jaylen to do that because he could have got a flagrant one. You could have got thrown out for that. That's exactly what Embiid did again for the 76ers, and he got lucky too in the Knicks series. Remember, Angel?
Yeah.
He pulled that too. That was early in the first quarter. This was a little bit later than that, but nevertheless, Jaylen Brown's going to be smarter than that. They're never going to, and it didn't look like it was done on purpose to me. For once, I can't say that it was done on purpose, but they never get the guy who does it. They get the retaliator, and in that case, Jaylen Brown was very lucky in that case. They didn't get chucked in that game. No doubt about it.
The funny part was, then after that was cleared up, then he said, okay, there's, it was a common foul. Then it was all right, let's go to the side. We're throwing the ball. That was another minute. They go back. I think between that and then they finally get it straight. But when does the ref now, or the refs, have security circling around them? Because there was 4 guys standing there. I thought, boy, if the officiating's getting that bad, did you guys need security? That's looking pretty tough there on TV. Because Debbie and I were looking at him like, when have we ever seen refs needing bodyguard?
Yeah, crazy. Oh, and there's one more cut from Jaylen Brown. It was Max Strus. Here's a Jaylen post game fan. I mean, of course, the Cavs fans are going to boo him.
I embrace it. I drove to the basket. Felt like there was some contact. Finished the play. Landed on the ground. And I feel like somebody kicking me in the back of the head, and I feel like I got the right to remove or at least try to protect that. I wasn't trying to do nothing there, trying to trip nobody up, but at the same time, you're not about to just kick me in the head. It is what it is. I think they made the right call, and we moved on.
All right, there it is, Jaylen Brown. right there. I did not think he got kicked in the head. I thought Max Strus was just simply trying to get up. I did not think there was any harmful intent there, and if it was, then he did it very cleverly. Cleverly, is that a word? He was very clever the way he went about it, but the refs, only saw the retaliation, and he ended up going to the free throw line, and that was it. He'd be lucky he didn't get thrown out of the game. Very, very lucky he didn't get thrown out of the game. When we come back, quick break and to recap the Thunder and the Mavericks. What a comeback for OKC again. It's all they do is come back. They're amazing on the road. Mavericks couldn't shoot free throws worth of shit last night, and that's why they lost. Unless you had it in a tease like myself, and then you won by a point, which was very good. So if you were going with the Hard Rock app down here in Southwest Florida, always go with the NBA, always do the teasers, especially in games coming up, especially in these playoff games, because Vegas is usually spot on with some of these stuff, including the totals. Coming up later on today, just one guest today at 9:05, Florida Gulf Coast University head softball coach David Darros will join us as well, as the Eagles are headed to the Gainesville Regional up at the swamp area to take on Florida coming up later on this week.
Eagles?
On this, no, I'm not talking about the stupid Eagles. No, you worry about your game in Brazil. But yeah. Angel is a huge Philadelphia fan, but rightly so, born and bred there. So he's got a lot of ties and and that's it. And that's what the beauty of this show is that I do here now. For those of you who haven't, we do a national show. Of course, right now I'm focusing on the Celtics and the Bruins because they're big games in the playoffs here. So we're talking about them a lot. I had Christopher Price on yesterday. We talked a lot about the Patriots and the NFL. And we'll continue to discuss. A lot of my friends that I have on this show are from the New England area, but they're also nationally known, many of them. It's not just all about New England sports. So we talk about all the headlines and everything else. You're going to see a lot of great videos on this show as well that you won't get anywhere else, and a lot of great sound. And I will, and Angel will contest that after working with me just for a few months here. I do not get caught up in the minutia. And by the minutia, I'll give you an example, which I brought up to Christopher Price yesterday. I don't care that Elliot Wolf doesn't have parentheses GM parentheses for a title. I don't care about that stuff. I don't care about titles in the NFL. I'm not going to sit here and do shows on, oh my God, what are the Patriots doing? Or what is this team doing? They didn't label somebody a defensive coordinator or an offensive coordinator or a general manager. And that stuff is so freaking boring to me to sit there, and I had to do it in the past of, shows, sit there call after call. What's wrong with this team? What's wrong with the Patriots? Why won't they put the GM? Why can't they just say DC? Does that really bother you? Who cares? It's about the performances that's going to happen on the field. Does it really matter who has what title next to their name? That they feel like they're that disrespected? I don't give a damn that Elliot Wolf doesn't have the GM title. He's got every other title a front office guy can have. What do I care if he's a GM or not? Obviously he is. But I don't sit here. I can't do shows about the woes and the trials and tribulations about this front office or that front office, because I feel I have to tell you that about being a defensive coordinator, an offensive coordinator, or a GM. And that's another thing that we goof around here, because these talk show hosts around the country, they go, I'll tell you why you should pick your nose after 9 o'clock in the morning while you're reviewing the Celtics and the Bruins or the Philadelphia Flyers not making the playoffs again. I'll tell you why you should do it and where you should do it and how you should do it. I don't do that. Except in a goofy. But when we come back, I will tell you what happened in the Stanley Cup last night and some other interesting news and not so good news for the Colorado Avalanche. Plus, we'll recap the NBA, and I'll have an MLB rundown as well, including some Red Sox highlights for you newbies, because after the first inning, it was all downhill after that. And this is Pete Sheppard Show live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio right here on the Riptide Media Network.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today, I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class, let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all of these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him at the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home.
Wow. Awesome. Where were you, Jill?
Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Sheppard Show, Tuesday, May 14th. How's everybody doing this morning? Get up! Pete Sheppard Show live from the Airport Rock Playing Studio on the Riptide Media Network. 727-858-6650 is the number to call. Also, check us out across the unbelievable plethora of ways to watch this fantastic program with myself and Angel Martinez, Riptide Media Network video platform. Follow me on Twitter X at pshep326, on my Facebook and Broad Street South Facebook and YouTube pages, Rumble, LinkedIn, Spotify, Twitch, And, of course, on Sports Radio 102.9. What a day and what a night it is going to be. It's so awesome when your team is in the Stanley Cup playoffs and also in the NBA. And we can say that about several cities around this great country of ours: Boston, Denver, Dallas, and New York. Those four. And we'll tell you what he's doing. And I know Knicks fans and Ranger fans, not so much Knicks fans, because I think they've done about all they can do with what they have. You just can't have four guys out like that and compete. And I think Indiana will close out the series tonight at MSG unless some sort of miracle happens with the Knicks. But if they ever blow that 3-0 lead to Carolina, and my team's done it back in 2010, up 3-0 on the Flyers. On your stupid Flyers, and up 3-0 in Game 7, and still lost. Now, the next year they came back and won the Stanley Cup, but nevertheless, the scars were there, Angel. The scars were there.
Yes.
I also have a poll question out there for you as well. Will the Bruins, simple one, at PShep326, will the Bruins win Game 5 tonight on Twitter X? Simple, yes or no. So far, the no's outdo the yeses, 72.1%, 155 votes, 72.1% to 27.9% as well. I don't think anybody is giving the Bruins any type of a chance tonight. And I think they'd be wrong to do that. The postseason can be completely unpredictable. Now, they're liable to go in and win Game 5 tonight, 4-1, and come back home in 2 more nights and lose by that same 4-1 score. So there's no absolutes. I don't speak in absolutes here. Very rare. I shouldn't say that. Very rarely, once in a while, I will give what I think is an absolute can't miss something. But if anybody tells you about Stanley Cup and NBA playoffs that they have the keys to the kingdom here and what's going to happen, you're mistaken, because it has been. You look at the Vancouver Edmonton series. One team could have swept already, both of them, if the puck had bounced this way or that way, or the overtimes went a different way as well. Same thing with the Rangers and Carolina. Carolina could have won a couple of those games early on. They just didn't. But it wasn't because they got blown out or anything else. So that's the kind of stuff that I don't speak in absolutes. I don't get crazy about sexiness of wins. I can't stand that. They didn't win by this much or that much, or they didn't outscore. The Bruins didn't outscore the Panthers. They didn't do it. I love this. They didn't do it the right way. Or, it's too easy. It's too easy for them for the Celtics. They got it's too easy. They should have to work for it. What?
No.
They have such short-term memories of great teams in the past. The 76ers, the Celtics, the Lakers, to a degree, the Chicago Bulls. What do you think? They never lost a playoff game in their heyday? Of course they did. I say to people all the time, how would the younger fans react? 1981, when the Celtics had to play the Houston Rockets in the championship, Larry Bird's first championship that he won. Second year on the team. And they had the Rockets were 3 or 4, 5 games under 500 in the regular season. Somehow they made it to the NBA Finals. And they also beat the Celtics twice. What would today's media be saying if, God almighty, the Celtics won the championship but somehow lost 2 games in the championship to a team that was under 500 in the regular season? Who cares? They won. I don't care how you got there.
Yippers. That indeed. By the way, I bring up the screen that you guys are seeing, unless you're watching on the app, because some people say, I only see you on Twitter. Not true, as we are all over the place. Also, on broadstsouth.com, there's actually 2 ways. Not only can you hear us, but you can see us. First of all, if you go down to broadstsouth.com, you go over to the live sports and sports radio, you can see there's Pete. And then you can click on the web player, and then you can listen to the show that way. Oh, and by the way, you guys and our friends over at Vid Orlando 96, you want to listen to some Spanish music as well. But right here, I make it super convenient for you guys. Go halfway down the page, and there you can click on Google Play if you have an Android phone, and the Apple Store in case you have an Apple phone. And you can also enable the Alexa skill, which of course now my Alexa is going to go bananas, and just say play Sports Radio 102.9, and you'll be able to hear the show that way. So you see right here, there's Pete and I, we're live. So there's multiple ways that you can watch and view the show and have just as much fun as we do. So no, we are not just on Twitter. Thank you very much.
Impressive. Most impressive.
You are the man. You are the man, Angel Martinez. Absolutely amazing. I wouldn't know how to do half the stuff you just did. I'm lucky I could turn the mic on. But no, I'm actually more technically. I'm a little more technically inclined than most. You'd have to say that.
See, you are. You are.
All right. Where was I before I was rudely interrupted by myself? Oklahoma City and Dallas. So here's I'll give you the highlights, but really it comes down. This is the one stat, Angel, that sometimes it doesn't come to fruition. But when you see 12 of 23 at the free throw line compared to 23 out of 24, I will tell you what team won that game, and that would be OKC. They were 23 out of 24. The Mavericks shot 52% from the free throw line. Jason Kidd not happy after the game.
Jason, 52% from the free throw line tonight. Just what do you attribute that to?
That's, one is probably unacceptable. We got to do better. We've talked about it as a group. We can't shoot 50% if we want to win. So we'll talk about tomorrow, and we'll get better, and we'll have an opportunity on Wednesday.
In the words of Apollo Creed, there is no tomorrow. There is no tomorrow. Well, there is in this series. Damn it, Rock. SGA was outstanding last night, as you can imagine. As usual, 34 points, 8 rebounds, and 5 assists. Talked about balancing and when to trust teammates and when to create for himself.
Down the stretch, the kickouts, the spray outs, all the decision making you had, like what level of trust does that take, and what's been your relationship with the concept of trust this year?
There's a balance that you have to find.
The force.
When to attack, when to pass, when to make the right play, when to not make the right play, and trust your skill. Something that I battle with a lot and try to be really good at. And a lot of great players battle with it and try to be really good at it. But ultimately, it just comes down to, for the most part, taking what the defense gives you, and trusting your teammates. You need them to win at a high level, and that's clear as day. And I want to win at a high level, so I have no option.
Can I give you the short version of that answer? It's a lot of alliteration trying to say I don't want to be selfish. That's all.
That's it.
That's all. When you say it's hard sometimes not to make the right play, which means take it to the hoop yourself or try to pad your stats, or you're going to kick it out to one of your teammates. So I get it. After the game, also, OKC head coach Chet Holmgren on winning game 4.
I watched you curse at yourself while missing shots pregame. Obviously, a few misses. What did it take to ice those free throws at the end of the game internally?
Obviously not the coach.
Just trusting all the work that I put in. I'm not perfect. I don't make every single shot, but I was able to put myself in a place where I needed to be to make those shots.
How much pressure was there to win this game tonight? So it wouldn't be 3-1, go back home.
I'm not going to try and downplay it at all. It's a lot of pressure to win that game. You never want to be in a 3-1 situation. It's obviously a lot better to be 2-2 going home, to play a 3-game series with home court advantage.
All right, now here's OKC head coach Mark Daniel. Wasn't surprised about the comeback.
Not with this team. Not with this team. These guys they've proven time and again that they can rise to competitive challenges, and they've proven time again that even when we don't rise to a win, they rise to it and compete together and throw their best punch even in losses. I've felt this way after losses before, and so. I'm at the point where I'm not surprised by, our team now. Our challenge is, we're in a series right now. It's a 3-game series. We go back home.
All right. Once again, final score. Mavericks, big comeback down by double digits. Or OKC, a big comeback again. I think they've done it 18 times this year when they've been down by double digits. They did it again in the postseason last night on the road, impressively beating Dallas 100-96. And it's that breaking news thing, Angel.
Oh, boy.
Yes, breaking news. We have a leak. We have a mole. We have a leak in the NFL after opening at home, Angel, for the versus the Ravens in week 1. The Chiefs will play the Cincinnati Bengals in week 2. So the Chiefs have back-to-back AFC North opponents to kick off the season. How about that?
Wow. So they get at least that's Sunday afternoon at 4:25. So that's not too bad. I thought they were getting like 2 major games or major time slots there, but all right, that's not bad.
No, that's a game of the week. That's going to be obviously the game of the week on CBS, their feature game, Sunday, September 15th at 4:25. So we'll keep you updated on all things leaks in the NFL. Chiefs and Bengals. That's Chiefs and Bengals will play in week 2.
By the way, yesterday, for those who missed Chris Price, hopefully he'll be back on the show. I'm quite sure he will. But you know, that was a pretty good analogy. He talked about between Caleb Williams and Patrick Mahomes. I started seeing it like as he was talking about, like, yeah, he does have a lot of kind of like the same things that Mahomes does.
Oh yeah, no question. So there's more. Yeah,
there's more.
There's more. Now there's a great site out there, and they're usually correct, but I'm not going to. NFL schedule update. They do a really good job on Twitter, and they follow me. But it's that's just it's just. I got to wait to see more confirmation there. Before we go to the break, I do want to play another video if we could. Speaking of the NFL here, right under the Schefter scroll, if you will, is last night on Fox, the first official, Tom Brady. We found out that he's going to be with the Dallas, he's going to be color commentating for the Cleveland Browns at Dallas Cowboys in week 1. But I want you to see the video last night of how this all went down, including a very special guest that came out. One of my favorites, who has nothing to do with sports, although he used to be a very good soccer player before he got hurt. So here's what happened last night. Michael Strahan and Tom Brady and a very special guest.
You have your catchphrase.
Yeah.
LFG.
Yeah.
Well, we know what the F means. You can't say that on TV.
What the fuck are you talking about, Michael? Come on, man. You can't do this. I've been using the F word for the last 2 decades. And if Tom Brady wants to use the F word, I think we should let him. Come on, man. Listen, if it's cool with Gordon Ramsay, then why the F not?
All right, well, if you're gonna go in, let's all go in together. Let's do it then. Fox 2024, let's get it going. 1, 2, 3. Let's fucking go! That's right. You have your catchphrase.
Yeah.
Wow.
LFG.
Yeah.
Apparently, they paid a good fine for that one, so they're able to do so.
No, I think it was only on. That was not on live. It was live. It just wasn't on live Fox. It was on their digital platform. But that's pretty cool. So Tom Brady doing his analysis, and I have another cut from him as well. Where is it? I have it. Him talking about being the one of the lead color commentators this year on Fox. Yeah, just gonna find it real quick. Where the hell is it? Where'd it go? Where is it? Damn it! Well, I'll find it. I will find it for you. Hang on. I know I have it here because it's actually a really good cut about him. The responsibility. Yeah, here it is. Here he reacts to his first broadcast game last night. This is just audio of being Cowboys versus Browns.
I know you've been waiting to call your first game. Yeah. And I got a little something for you, man. I got some big news. It's huge news because I have a little something that you don't even know. The NFL schedule isn't out yet, but I know a little something about your first game.
Are you going to tell me?
Maybe I will. You want to know?
I want to know.
You want to know?
Damn right I want to know.
All right, drum roll, please. For the first time in 5 years, the NFL on Fox opens with the Dallas Cowboys. Wow. Yeah, it's going to be your first game. And also another thing, week 1 is back to being an exclusive doubleheader window for Fox. So how do you like that news? You get to the Cowboys first week.
Amazing. Obviously, having the Cowboys on is a huge draw. As America's team, that's going to get a little hard for me to say that all the time. I understand they were the competition for a long time. But in this new role, I know the Cowboys, how important they are to this network. They got great storylines. Come on, Dak Prescott. Let's see if he can finally come through. One of the great defensive players. Did that just slip out? Micah Parsons, what a great player he is, and Coach McCarthy. So I love covering them. I've been obviously going against them for a long time, and now I get to tell everyone how great they are.
Oh, I already like what you're doing, man. I already like it.
All right, there it is. Tom Brady and Michael Strahan last night, and Chef Gordon Ramsay as well. The cut earlier. The other NFL news, how about this? The Buccaneers signed Antoine Winfield, 4 years, $84.1 million. So now they've signed that contract. Baker Mayfield, 3 years and $100 million. Mike Evans, 2 years and $41 million. And the linebacker Levante David, 1 year, $8.5 million. Now, next extension for All-Pro offensive tackle Tristan Wirfs, and they'll be back in business, and I'll tell you, they're going to be tough again. And we've seen 8 wins win that division, 9 wins win that division. I don't know what the Falcons are going to be, but the Tampa Bay Buccaneers should be favored to win that division again to start the NFL season, barring any major injuries during OTAs, training camps, or whatever. And of course, in OTAs, let's see if the OTA jinx follows Jim Harbaugh to the Chargers, because it seems every single year during OTAs, like on just basic running drills, somebody ruptures something for the Chargers, and the defensive backfield particularly has seen some bad days for the Chargers in the past. Hopefully that will not be the case. What else? Meanwhile, one last NFL thing before we go to break, and then when we come back on the other side, I'm going to recap the Stanley Cup playoffs and then play you a very funny TNT shenanigan that happened last night, as we usually do on this show. Try to give you a couple of the funny cuts that happened on Turner. So, this still thing, Austin Rivers, remember last week, Angel, or 2 weeks ago, I think it was now, he throws out the notion about NFL players playing in the NBA and NBA players could, play in the NFL. Well, Shannon Sharp on First Take does not think any current NBA players could play in the NFL. Shannon. Processing.
So I want to make sure I'm hearing you and Austin Rivers correct. So you could take 30 players currently right now and go play in the NFL. I ain't talking about that played before. I ain't saying we going to give them a year, 2 years to train. You can put their ass out there on the field right now.
Shannon, I never said 30, but Molly asked me put some in there. Yes, I just named you 5.
Your damn mind.
Can you name me 5? Can you name me 5 NFL?
I will concede this. Basketball players are more skilled. Shooting a basketball is a skill set, and basketball players are more skilled. I will concede that. But you see, the difference between football and basketball is a mentality. We go out there every Sunday and we try to move a man against his will. We ain't trying to run around people. We're trying to run through people. Your mindset ain't built like that, Perk. Y'all not built like that. And what Ryan Clark is, and that's what Ryan is saying. He said, if you bring me somebody that's 6'5" and that don't play football, I know Anthony Edwards played football. When was the last time Anthony Edwards played football? He's probably what, 9, 10? How old is he now?
So you don't think Anthony Edwards had a mentality? No, I'm just asking. I'm asking. Say LeBron James. You don't think LeBron James can go play football right now?
He was 15, Perk.
It don't matter. Do you think LeBron James could go play football right now?
Absolutely not.
Do you think Jalen Suggs could go play football right now?
Go on the field right now. Jalen Suggs has not played football since what? His junior year, senior year in high school, right? So how he's been in the league?
Ryan Clark said it started. The mentality started when he was 6 years old.
Yes. I mean, damn. Perk, you're talking about at the highest level. Do you understand what you're saying?
No,
this bothers me. And look, Perk, I'm not just mad. I'm not just upset at what Austin Rivers said. I get upset when football players talk about, I could go get 10 points in the NBA, or I could go make an Olympic team, or I can play baseball, because you're being disrespectful to other sports. Give those sports the credit that they deserve. But this notion that you could take 5, 10 current NBA players and put their ass on an NFL field, go try it. I tell you what you do. I put them in training camp.
That's fine.
Ask any one of them to go to training camp.
Silence.
Kendrick has a hard enough time talking about the NBA and, forget about football. Now, could somebody in the NBA come and do a flag pattern and catch a ball? Sure. But if you're talking about NBA players consistently making plays in the NFL, no. I mean, there's a lot of great athletes, obviously, in the NBA. Tons and tons of great athletes. But it's like apples and oranges. It's totally different. You want to impress me? Put some skates on. Try to score a goal. Or try to hit a baseball, where if you're great, you're wrong 70% of the time, if you know what I'm saying. A good hitter will bat 300. And so there's two things to me, the two toughest things in sports, and all of sports. Number one, first and foremost, and it's not even close. How these girls do it on the balance beam is beyond me. I don't know how you do it. I forget about the flips and whatever. Think about when you were back in elementary school and you had the little balance beam. Remember that way down, barely a foot off the floor, if that. Remember how hard it was just to stay on that if you're a guy? I don't know what it is because guys don't do the balance beam. But that to me is the toughest thing in all of sports. And hitting a baseball is number two. Because to be great, you're out 70% of the time on the whole. But you tell me, what is harder? Anybody get on a balance beam and try to walk across one. Try to walk across one. Doesn't have to be high up off the ground. Just try and walk across one. I guarantee you 90% of you fall off. I don't know how they do it. I really don't. Gas Pump Guy says, Pete, if the Bucks were a different division, do you think they'd get more respect? No. I mean, look, I think they're going to be a good team this year. I do. I think Jason Light's done a good job as a GM. Todd Bowles, Liam Cohen's the OC now. And here's something for Tampa Bay media people. They have 2 defensive coordinators listed, Angel. Oh, my God. Well, who's the real DC? Casey Rogers and Larry Foote. Well, it's the Rogers and Foote combination. How will we ever survive? How can we sleep at night knowing that 2 people have the title of defensive coordinator? That is outrageous.
I will say this much. Todd Bowles is probably going to be on the same hot seat as Nick Sirianni, because if he doesn't do much to shake up the Bucs this year, I think Todd Bowles will see his replacement soon. And no one's ever talked about what if, God, these words that would never come out of my mouth before, but what if Belichick gets the nod for the Bucs instead of, because everybody thinks he's going to go to Dallas.
I do too. I mean, anything can happen. I do think Christopher Price brought that up yesterday, and I agree with him. I think the writing could be seriously on the wall, because I think the Cowboys are going to take a mini step back this year. I do, and it's your Eagles' division to lose as far as
they're going to take a major step back because Dallas sucks. You're welcome.
Pure, honest hatred. I love it. That's Angel Martinez. The Pete Sheppard Show continues with hour number 2 coming up live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio. Quick break right here on the Riptide Media Network.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The following is made possible by Dad.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling all over it.
The dad joke. Corny, groan-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
Why do you have to be careful when it's raining cats and dogs? Because you might step in a poodle.
And kids that spend more time with their dads grow up to be smarter, more successful.
Can I tell you a cat joke? Just kidding.
And with any luck, funnier adults.
Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he didn't have any body to go with.
Dad jokes rule. So take a moment to make a moment and give your kid a laugh. It's as easy as going to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
That's really funny.
Okay, men, this is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping, cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. I know you won't, because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen.
Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Hour number 2 of the Pete Sheppard Show, here live from the Naples Well Planning Studio on the Riptide Media Network. The number is 727-858-6650. That is the number to call. Also, you can watch the show all over the place on the incredible Riptide Media Network video platform. Follow me on Twitter X at PeteShep326. My Facebook and the Broad Street South Facebook and YouTube pages, Twitch, Spotify, LinkedIn, Rumble, and of course on Sports Radio 102.9. I am Pete. He is Angel Martinez, executive producer extraordinary and host and co-host as well on the wonderful Riptide Media Network as well. A little bit more NFL, sort of breaking news. The Buffalo Bills, this was rumored last night, they're going to sign former Chiefs wide receiver Marquez Valdez-Scantling. As the Schultz report said yesterday, Jordan Schultz reported it, NFL Insider. Speedy new weapon for Josh Allen. So not bad. They lost Stephon Diggs, remember, in free agency. What else is going on here that I should tell you about? Well, we told you also, and Adam Schefter always has to do this because I like Adam a lot, but he's just so politically correct all the time. FWIW, that means, for what it's worth, these are not scheduled leagues. These are coordinated network announcements. Each of the NFL's broadcast partners is announcing a key 2024 season game prior to the full schedule release tomorrow night on ESPN and ESPN+, which is what we told you yesterday, but nevertheless, okay, call it what you want. Yes, just for giggles, I like to call it leaks because it's fun. So after the technically not so technical leak, but release from the team. One that's happened today is the Kansas City Chiefs will play the Cincinnati Bengals in Week 2 at home at 4:25. So they have the opening night at home against the Baltimore Ravens, and then another AFC North opponent in the Cincinnati Bengals coming up in Week 2. Also, I'll have some more NFL sound in just a minute, particularly with Jared Goff signing that huge 4-year, $212 million extension with the Lions. $170 million of that is guaranteed. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers have signed Antoine Winfield Jr. yesterday, and a 4-year, $84.1 million deal. That makes him the highest paid defensive back in NFL history. First time in modern NFL history that a safety has set the mark. Unbelievable. George Hawks says, yeah, LeBron goes to a Cavs Celtics game. Why? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Last time he went is because somebody was being honored. And his wife, his wife trying to hide under that hideous hat that she was wearing. And then underneath LeBron, as he's talking on his cell phone, as you saw the close-up of his manhood with his cell phone, is a coffee cup, a bottle of wine. What is that?
That's no, it's probably the lawnmower that's outside.
Oh,
it's good day.
I forgot you have your fan base out there that knocks on your window in Tampa.
Yeah, just to say hello, I'm here cutting your lawn. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Usually I don't hear anything. That comes, but where was I? Yeah. So anyway, well, here to break it down is Adam Schefter. Talking about this deal, Antoine Winfield and the Bucs, huge deal.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers and their franchise safety, Antoine Winfield Jr., reached agreement on a 4-year deal worth over $84 million a year that makes Antoine Winfield Jr. not only the highest paid safety in NFL history, but the highest paid defensive back paid in NFL history. And so Antoine Winfield Jr. cashes in. The deal includes $45 million in guaranteed money. The two sides have been talking about a long-term deal, and after re-signing Baker Mayfield and Levante David and Mike Evans, the Buccaneers now have taken care of their franchise safety, Antoine Winfield Jr., who resets the market for defensive backs across the league. Everybody taking notice of this deal. It'll certainly impact other deals in the weeks and months to come.
Yes, millionaires making more money for other millionaire players. History guaranteed. History guaranteed. So there's the big NFL news. So far, that happened some of it last night, some of it this morning. And the latest, as I said, for the Buffalo Bills, they signed speedy wide receiver Marquez Valdes-Scantling to the Buffalo Bills. All right, to the NHL we go, and then we got some shenanigans, some funny stuff that happened on the inside on TNT, NBA on TNT last night. Carolina and the Rangers. Rangers had a 3-0 lead. They had a 3-1 lead last night against the Hurricanes. And in the second period, after a scoreless first period, the Rangers got it going.
And skated away by Trouba. Has help coming. Goodrow's with him. Trouba scores! Jacob Trouba! A short-handed goal and a 1-0 New York lead.
John McDonough with a goal on ESPN last night. 1-0 Rangers short-handed goal. You think the Carolina Panthers are done, right? Absolutely not. They are not done. Jordan Stahl ties it.
Tried to jam it down low. It wound up on the stick of Chatfield. He missed the net, and it's chipped out by Kreider. waits for his mates to change. Nice pass to Stahl. Trying to go around Schneider. He scores! Jordan Stahl has tied it at 1.
That's in the third period, by the way. This is a crazy game. The third period last night was unbelievable, and then Carolina strikes again.
Kako, beautiful right pass save made by Anderson.
That's just the second Ranger shot in about 21 minutes to add to the difficulty.
Shea drive, rebound free, they score! Evgeny Kuznetsov makes it 2-1 Carolina.
Kuznetsov, who took a bad penalty in the first period, scored in game 3, is going to score in game 4. He walks in clean. Trocheck does not clean him up. You see, Trocheck's going to, or it's Panarin rather, slams his stick on the glass as he doesn't tie up Kuznetsov. The rebound off the Shea shot. Kuznetsov's to the inside. The Canes, a 2-1 lead.
And they weren't done yet.
25 shots or fewer in 3 of the first 4 games of this series. The only game they surpassed that was in the double overtime game when they had 39.
They've got to find a way now.
Martinook scores! Oh, and Carolina has a 2-goal lead with 10:04 to go.
Then they'd have a 3-goal lead.
Extra attacker on. A lot of time left. Fox pressured up high, got it into the slot. Lafreniere fell down. Follow-up try by Panarin. Shot at an empty net and they score. And it's 4-1.
Game 1, a battle in front of the net. Jalen Chatfield gets hit.
4-1 Carolina. It's a final. Rangers now lead the series 3-2, heading in back to Raleigh tomorrow night with a chance to tie the series at 3. Wouldn't that be something? I feel so bad for Nick and Ranger fans of the suffering that. No, I don't. I do not. Meanwhile, before the game last night, the Dallas Star between Dallas and Colorado, the Colorado Avalanche got word that Valerie Nikushkin suspended without pay for 6 months for violation of the Stage 1 treatment plan. Don't know exactly what he's being treated for. You can make an allegedly, drugs and alcohol or something like that. He was not with the team earlier on this year, too, for like 5 weeks as well. Took a leave of absence, but you just took away. He had scored goals in the first 7 games for Colorado in the playoffs. And obviously not last night and the game before. But it was all Dallas last night.
For the Avalanche, coming up on 4.5 to play, and Colorado's really been up against it. They need this man advantage. Turned over to Johnston, short-handed. Here's a shot, quick save, rebound. Oh, another save and a score. Second effort. Wyatt Johnston pounding away, short-handed. And even Georgiev couldn't stop that one.
Johnson has been all over it all night. He's had a couple great opportunities. It's just be a second effort against Cal McCarr as he tries to turn back with it. Then he throws just a little pick there. As he throws that pick, it gives Steele an opportunity to get the shot off. Wyatt Johnston's right there to clean up the rebound. Watch this little pick right there. Allows Steele to get that shot off. He goes.
That courtesy of ESPN right there. And not too long afterwards, 1-0 at the end of the first period. Johnson, though, strikes again in the second.
Down low for Johnston. Backhand shot from Pavelski. And then Girard puts him down a second time for good measure.
No stick for Lehkonen as well up top. Try to isolate him.
Heiskanen. They are isolated. Through the seam. Johnson shoots and scores. The 20-year-old has his second of the night. A shorty and a power play goal. And it's 2-0 Dallas.
Had to give his stick to a D-man as this broke. He has no stick up top, and they do a great job isolating him, making sure the puck goes through him. And Robertson with a great pass to Wyatt Johnston, backdoor, grabs it, makes sure he settles it down. Georgiev does not have enough time coming from his left to his right. Good fake shot from Robertson. That freezes Georgiev. That buys Wyatt Johnston that extra second.
Yeah, thanks again to ESPN. Final score, Dallas over Colorado 5-1. Carolina beat the Rangers 4-1. Tonight, again, the Bruins are at the Panthers, 7 o'clock ESPN. Florida leads that series 3-1. Vancouver at Edmonton at 9:30 on ESPN. The Canucks up in that series 2-1. In the NBA, Celtics beat the Cavs 109-102. They take a commanding 3-1 lead there. Tatum, 33 points, 11 rebounds, 5 assists. He's been outstanding the last 3 games, leading the Celtics in scoring. And Oklahoma City came from behind again, 18th time this year, I believe, beating Dallas 100-96. That series is tied at 2. SGA, 34 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists. Tonight in the NBA, Indiana at the Knicks, 8 o'clock TNT. That series tied at 2. And Minnesota at Denver at 10:30 tonight, also on TNT. That series is knotted up on 2. The road team has won every single game. Gaspump guy says, hey, Pete, do you think the Dallas Stars can go all the way? I mean, they've been playing pretty good, but they haven't really played a team that likes to hit like the Panthers. Yeah, look, I picked Edmonton at the beginning to go to the finals. And I don't think I picked the team from the East because it just was so up in the air. But I like the Edmonton Oilers to get to the finals, and they are in a dogfight right now with Vancouver, and the Canucks are leading that series 2-1 there. But no, I've talked about with the Dallas Stars before with Mick and others. They're a good hockey team. They're a good hockey team, and I think when the Avalanche found out last night that Valeri Nichushkin could not play, that's a big chunk of their scoring in the postseason. I think they were semi-deflated, found out before that he wasn't going to play. And Dallas dominated that game last night. Absolutely dominated that game from start to finish on the road. So once again, home ice doesn't mean a whole hill of beans in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Let's see. Back to the NBA. If I may, Angel, impose upon you before we do, I'll wait till after 8:30 to do an MLB rundown. Oh, hang on. Let me see. We might have. So I got some details quickly. The Bills are giving former Chiefs wide receiver Marquez Valdez-Scantling 1-year deal worth up to $4.5 million, including a $1.125 million signing bonus. Mere peanuts as well. If we scroll down to the NBA on TNT and going to show you what happened last night, where they play that game like sometimes it's Who Wants to Be a Millionaire type of format, or you should go on Jeopardy. You see it, Angel?
Yep.
All right, let's play. This is hysterical. Once again, and I'm not going to ruin it for you. The video is going to be played. You'll hear the audio. An interesting topic tonight. You know these guys, what they do. They try to do that Who Wants to Be a Millionaire game or some sort of form of Jeopardy, whatever it is. Here's how it went down last night. Fascinating stuff that has nothing to do with basketball, but nevertheless, these guys are so funny. And Draymond Green, who I don't care for at all, was in there last night. He was okay. He's just not a favorite player of mine. But okay, here's how it went down last night on TNT.
It's time for
EJ's Meal Stat of the Night.
Presented by no one.
Unsullied by sponsorship since
Come on, Ernie.
Thank you,
Let's
Doctor.
sully it. Let's sully it up, please.
You know, sometimes the ideas for the Nito Stat of the Night just kind of come out of nowhere. You don't really think about it very much, and then somebody says something on one of our shows, and suddenly you think, you know what, that might be a Nito idea, like something like this.
What's the little rat name?
There's a little rat?
The little rat in the picture.
You mean
You didn't even, Speedy Gonzalez. You didn't notice the rat, Ernie? Under the Eva. Oh, he's not a rat. Ernie wrote notice song. He didn't know it was the rat in the picture?
It's a mouse.
Or a chipmunk. I don't know if it's a rat or a chipmunk.
No, you're rodents. Sounds like a Nito Stat of the Night. And so it is, and it's not a chipmunk. It's not a chipmunk, and it's not a rat. It's the fastest mouse in Mexico, right there.
A rat and a mouse are the same thing.
Thank you, Chuck. Yes, they are.
If you got a rat in your house and a mouse, you know the
They're
difference.
cousins. Yes, they are.
Totally different things. We had both.
Exactly the point I'm trying to make, because for the first time in Nito history, it's time for Know Your Rodents. And for that,
oh my gosh,
we're going to bring on Greg Smith Aldridge from Georgia Animal
I'm not down with
Actors. Come on, Greg, come on out.
Hey,
come
guys.
on, man.
I'm
Come
not
on
down
out.
with
Oh,
this, man.
come on. What's up, bro? No, this is awesome. So this first one.
How you
Draymond's
doing,
running away.
How are you? Greg, it's great to see you, man.
Good to see you as well.
Hey,
Man. Thanks
you
for
guys
having
know
me.
what this might be right here?
That's a rabbit. No, that's not a rabbit.
No.
It's not that looks like a. That's a pygmy squirrel.
No,
a guinea pig. Squirrel, fool. Guinea pig.
No, it is a chinchilla, correct?
I was saying chinchilla. I really chinchilla.
Well, Mrs. Howell wore
You were going to say it? Why didn't you say it? I didn't think you'd have a chinchilla here.
Wait, time out.
What
So
do you think?
The coats come from this?
Yes.
Yes.
That's why people don't
How
like
many
it.
of them you killed for the coat?
You want to see how soft he is? Super soft.
I was about to look like
oh my God, this is so soft.
It's all down.
If
It's
you
all
can,
down.
hey, Dre,
As a matter of fact, you might say stay that way.
Dre, if you continue this line of questioning, PETA's not going to be very fond of you. Look at
That's
this.
a soft thing. That's unbelievable.
It's all down fur.
Yeah.
Chuck, you might say it's a round mound of down.
Very well done. Okay, let's
I
move.
thought it was a chinchilla.
By the way, a rodent is just something that gnaws?
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly. As a matter of fact, rodent is Latin for to gnaw, or somewhere in that realm.
And it's all has to do with the kind of teeth they have.
Their front
correct?
teeth, they have two front teeth that never stop growing. So they always have to be gnawing on something to file them down.
Oh, okay.
Wow,
Otherwise,
that's
they'll
interesting.
grow into the.
You should go on Jeopardy with Ernie. He knew a lot of useless stuff too.
I looked up a lot of rodent stuff.
That was pretty damn good.
Oh man, outstanding, great stuff. Chinchilla. I never heard. I mean, I was a kid. I didn't know what chinchilla was. All I know is that Mrs. Howell had it in her mint coat. She had like fur, and chinchilla is very expensive, and
it is.
I've seen how they kill those animals. By the way, speaking of bad. I meant to say one good thing. I started watching that documentary series on Hulu yesterday about octopuses, and I guess not octopi. It's the lady, the doctor from Australia was calling it octopuses. But in amazing, I knew octopus was intelligent. They were intelligent, extremely intelligent. But this took it to another level. Really unbelievable stuff. I recommend it highly if you haven't seen it. I'm 2 episodes in out of the 3. It's outstanding. And then I've got to tell you this, Angel. I wrote it down yesterday. I like occasionally like to watch a good scary movie once in a while. Do you?
Oh, yeah.
Occasionally? One that I highly do not recommend at all. And thank God I didn't pay for it. A friend of mine had it, and I watched it on his app. Is that movie Immaculate? It could quite possibly be the worst, not just the worst horror movie ever made, which is saying a lot, one of the worst movies ever in the histories of movies. Unless you like extreme gore, which even that got boring after a while. It was unbelievable. Now, Immaculate, can you imagine, it is about a young lady from the Midwest who's trying to find God. She becomes a nun. She was in a bad car accident when she was younger, yada, yada, yada. And for some reason, she ends up in Italy and at some convent or some church, whatever the hell it is. And she becomes pregnant. Guess by who, Angel? Nobody.
The devil.
Nobody. Well, that's what I thought it was. I don't know. There's all this stuff that happens at the end. All this stuff happens, and it's really a silly, stupid plot line all the way till the very end. The acting is just atrocious, absolutely atrocious, even for a horror movie. Just the worst thing ever. At the end, she finally escapes this church thing, whatever, after they burned a cross and like a horse branding in the bottom of her feet, so she couldn't escape. But she did escape anyway, and it was almost like what do you call it? And what's his name escaping in going through the sewers in Shawshank Redemption. Tim Robbins girl, freedom. This woman finally she crawls through this like sewage tube, right? Now she's pregnant, mind you, still. And just when you think she's out of the sewage tube, here comes the priest that 10 minutes ago, she burned separately in a room to a crisp. Burned. Head to toe. But somehow this priest found the strength to somehow find the secret little tube of crap, sewage, and grabs her leg. She then proceeds, screaming and moaning. You can see the grass outside. You can see she's almost there. She's almost out. She's kind of going into labor. The priest is burned to a crisp. And somehow, I don't know, she found some sort, or she kept with her some sort of knife-like object. She ends up stabbing him in the face and cuts his face off and whatever, and she breaks free. And then she goes outside, and the last thing you see is she has the baby. Now, this is the funny part. She has the baby, right? She's got to scream. It was such unnecessary screaming at the end. She screamed for like a minute. There was nothing except for her in the middle of the woods screaming. And you just see her from, just her face. She's in the labor pains and all that stuff. Out pops the baby. How you cut the umbilical cord, Angel? Like a normal person, right? Not her. She takes it like it's licorice, and she puts it in her mouth and chews on it and rips the umbilical cord in half. Finally, chews it. And it was such bad cinematography. It was a bad prop. It looked like a mini. If you had sausage in the casing, that's what it looked like. It looked like she's just trying to bite through it, finally gets through it. Throws the umbilical cord on what's left on the ground, puts the baby on the ground, and this is how the movie ends. And you still don't know if the baby's evil or is he really the second coming. Who knows? You never know, and you never will know unless there's some idiotic sequel. But I can tell you this. It ends with her picking up a rock, a stone like this, and you see the baby on the ground, and all it is it's raised above her head, and she's looking down, and the movement starts, and they cut to black, and they cut to the credits.
No, brother.
Leaving you up for the imagination that she killed the baby with a stone. Or maybe she didn't kill it, and they're going to make some stupid, idiotic sequel. But it was the absolute worst movie ever made. I thought it was horrible, but when she bit the umbilical cord at the end, that's what put me over the top. I could arguably say one of the worst movies I have ever seen in my life. Thank God it was only an hour and 25 minutes. I was laughing. I was laughing at all the horror parts because it wasn't scary. It was a lot of blood and gore and stupid stuff, picking off fingernails and things like that. And, torture stuff that cut a girl's tongue out one time. It is arguably one of the worst movies ever. But if you feel like getting buzzed some night and want something extremely stupid, then go watch Immaculate. One of the worst movies ever made.
Is it worse than Sharknado?
No, not even close. Sharknado had some funny lines in it. Now how many did they make? 5?
Yeah.
The first two were kind of funny. To me, where Sharknado got ridiculous, and I know the premise is ridiculous, but when they were driving through the desert in Scottsdale, I think it was, and the shark came up through the desert, okay, now you kind of lost me. You kind of lost me a little bit. You want to have a giant scorpion or something, that's fine. But the shark coming up in the middle of the desert, that's where it kind of lost me as well. But the first two were freaking hysterical.
Yeah,
they were hysterical. I mean, you take that stuff with a grain of salt, those type of movies. Anywho, all right. People are just tuning in for the first time. What is he talking about?
Well, you figured Ian Ziering?
It looked like a girl biting licorice. Picture a giant, sort of opaque beige type of licorice. And she couldn't bite it fast. I don't know if it was like they just kept rolling because they wasted so much film already. But the prop, she couldn't bite it.
Probably. That's almost like the Hallmark movies. Like, you have some Hallmark movies like, come on. How cheesy can it possibly be?
This is not cheesy.
You can make out this stuff within the first 2 minutes of the movie. Like, all right, I see where they're going with this. But you had Ian Ziering, by the way, who got the crap beat out of him out in L.A., From what I understand, I think he's finally moved out of here because he finally said that LA is a complete mess. I'm like, wow, it only took you how many years to figure that one out?
Really?
Yeah.
Unbelievable. All right, another quick break. When we come back, some NFL news to tell you about, including the Jared Goff big extension. We're going to hear from Drake May, new quarterback for the Patriots. We'll hear from the Atlanta, Chicago, Minnesota, and Washington camps as well. All part of the Pete Sheppard Show coming up at 9:05 a.m. It's FGCU softball coach David Deros is going to join us. The Eagles with the A-10 record, a great record this year, 37-19. They head to Gainesville to take on the number 4 ranked Florida Gators in the Gainesville Regional. That's coming up. Also in that regional is FAU, Florida Atlantic, and South Alabama. So that could be really interesting. FGCU would need to pull a pretty big upset. It's double elimination. It is double elimination to start the first round. Then the Super Regionals, I think, goes to a best of 3. But the field of 64 was announced the other day, and all 13 teams from the SEC got in. Some of them hosting regionals that didn't even finish with a 500 record in the conference, Alabama. Yeah. Meanwhile, but we digress. But
hang on, do you have your breaking news sounder?
Yes. Hang on. Hold on. Whoa. Here we go. Oh yes. Okay. Let's hit it.
First, hello from the island.
Oh, that's my good friend Marie and my buddy Dave. They just celebrated. He just had another 21st birthday. Yes, love them. Good morning, Marie and Dave from Puerto Rico. They had not been to that part of Puerto Rico before. And all I know is I saw some pictures of a beach the other day that looked beautiful. But then they said yesterday, I saw a Facebook post that said they couldn't even get on the beach. It was so crowded. Do you know that area of Puerto Rico?
Rincon, Puerto Rico. It's been a while, but it's become more and more popular as the time's gone by, especially after the hurricane kind of shifted a lot of things on the island. But yeah, it's become quite the popular spot on the island.
Fantastic. Well, they're having a ball. So congratulations, you guys. Happy birthday again, Dave and Marie, two of my best friends in the world. Just a great people. All right, quick break. When we come back, more NFL news to tell you about. As I said, you're going to hear from a bunch of camps here. It's part of the Pete Sheppard Show, live from the Naplesville Planning Studio right here on the Riptide Media Network.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding. Whoa! Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back.
Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie. So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Welcome back. It's the Pete Sheppard Show here live in Naples Well Playing Studio.
This is that ice cold Michelle fight for that white gold. This one for them hood girls, them good girls, straight.
We're here on the Riptide Media Network. Check us out across the video platform on the network. Follow me at Twitter, X, PShep326, on my Facebook and Broad Street South Facebook and YouTube pages, Rumble, Spotify, Twitch, LinkedIn, and on Sports Radio 102.9. I also have a Twitter poll out today, a real simple one for my Bruins peeps out there. Or for anybody for that matter, it doesn't really matter. And it is a very simple question. Do you think the Bruins will win Game 5 tonight? Now, if only I could find it, I would read you the result. Hang on. Okay, here we go. 218 votes so far. 22 hours left to vote, by the way, even though the game will take place at 7 o'clock tonight. 73.4% say no. The Florida Panthers will wrap it up tonight. Game 5, 26.6% of you say yes. So we'll find out tonight. Later on, I still don't know if Brad Marchand is playing yet. Haven't heard or seen anything. Probably be a game time decision, or maybe we'll know after morning skate, which will take place at about usually between 10 and 10:30. All right. The phone number always as well, too, to text or call 727-858-6650. And no matter where you text on any of the video platforms, I will see it, or Monsieur Angel Martinez will see it as well, and we will relay. So thanks, everybody, old and new, for coming on and listening to the show and watching the show. Even tell your friends. The Lions have agreed to a 4-year, $212 million extension with Jared Goff, and Brad Holmes on working on the extension with Jared Goff. Here's what he had to say on Sirius XM NFL.
It's the business of football. You said he's earned it. It sounds like both sides are willing and motivated to get this done. It's just kind of a time thing as you work through it, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, you hit it. It's just these things. And again, like, we've been preparing for all of them, well before the season ended. It's not like, well, let's see if how far we get and all, like, we kind of had a sense. We have a good feeling. We have a great staff that works really, really hard on these contracts, and we all sit together and collaborate and go through all of it. So, like I told the other guys that, look, in a perfect world, we would have got them all three of them done around the same time, generally around the same time frame. But, but it was probably more wishful thinking when it comes, because it's just with that quarterback market, it takes a while, and it's a lot more into it. And, when you sign a high level tackle, you sign a high level receiver, you sign a high level quarterback. I mean, that's not pocket change. And so, but again, we did a great job in preparation, but again, I still have faith that we will get it done. He's obviously earned it, and, we'll just kind of keep the faith and keep working hard, both sides.
All right. And certainly the Detroit Lions are going to be one of the favorites to win the Super Bowl this year. They absolutely will be. They'll be one of the top 4 teams favored to win. That's how talented they are. Dan Campbell's a great coach for that particular team. A little rah-rah stuff. He says some nutty things, but, man, they play their asses for him. They play their asses off for him. Meanwhile, let's head down to Foxborough. Drake May, Patriots 2 quarterback, on getting acclimated with his team. This is from the NFL Network.
Yeah, it's awesome, exciting. Be out here with the guys. Let's get out here on the field again. Been training and doing all the stuff on my own. Get out here with the team and going through some plays and just trying to soak it all in and have fun and learn as much as I can. Yeah, throwing out a lot. Obviously, we got a couple days, 2 or 3 days, so we're trying to pack it in and just trying to soak it all in and ask me questions I can to Coach Van Pelt and TC, and from there just try to draw it up and repeat it and repeat play calls and cadence. So it's been fun. It's been a lot, but it's been fun. Quarterback, you got to know what everybody's doing on the field on the offense. You got to know all 11. You got to know just my job. So you got to know what everybody's doing. I think it takes extra time and it takes extra drawing up, extra questions. So just trying to get not only myself, on my own, but get the other guys around me, get them with me. Staying later, getting here early, or just told the receivers to go and watch practice and just hear it from my point, from your perspective, because that's what happens on the field. The ball's in my hands and I'm going to distribute it to them.
All right. Meanwhile, if I impose again, Angel, can you scroll down on my Twitter page, and Drake May and Jalen Polk, they're 2 rookies, Jalen Polk, great wide receiver out of Washington. And they're at the Bruins game the other night, game 4 at the Garden, sitting in the front row, in the corner of the arena, obviously. And you got to see this video. It's hysterical. Drake May and Jalen Polk watching the hockey game together. You're going to hear their comments. They're mic'd up. This is absolutely hilarious. So if we could play that, Angel, that'd be great.
That's that hit stick. That's that hit stick they got. They said it was a feisty series. Oh, man, bro. Let's go, Bruins. Like, there's some hit sticks in football, but really there's some hit sticks out here that
you gotta think about it, bro. It's like it's slippery.
Yeah. So the way you get hit, man,
it's gonna be worse. You can't catch yourself.
You get airlifted. Bro. Crazy how close they get though, really. Bro, hitting the glass right here, scoring goals, better feeling than scoring a touchdown.
Yes. You think? You gotta think about it, bro. It's hard to score a goal, bro.
It's hard to score a touchdown.
It is, but it's easier to score a touchdown than a goal, bro.
A good year for receivers, 10 tutties. Ooh, a wing, they be having 50 goals in a year.
50?
Nah, not 50. There you go. 30. They play more games. There we go. Oh, you good?
That's a podcast within itself.
It's hysterical. Jalen Polk and Drake May at the Bruins Panthers game 4 the other night, getting shown obviously on the Jumbotron, getting a standing ovation. Meanwhile, we shall see. Lots of pressure, and those two, I have a feeling, are going to be I'm hoping a big time connection for my boys this year. Moving along in the NFC, Atlanta Falcons, Raheem Morris telling the rookies to go out and be themselves thanks to the NFL.
Jared, I kind of told the rookies today that the best way of going about this is being your best self, being the best version of yourself. And I showed the Shaq video when his dad walked down the court and when he was trying to be Dr. J, and he said his dad, the general smacked him and said, man, be Shaq. And that's why he dunked. And I told these guys, just go out there and be yourself. Be the best version of yourself. Be the best version of who you are. That's why we got you. Obviously you fit our ethos. You wouldn't be sitting in this building. You wouldn't be sitting in this room and going out and really grabbing those guys and allowing them guys to be the best version of themselves. And it's really not just Penix, it's all of those guys. But in particular, obviously I know you want to know about Penix because he's our first round pick, but just go be yourself. Just go be the best version of yourself and who you've been and what you've done to this point. And that's good enough for us.
I'll tell you how you should be yourself. Absolutely. Meanwhile, moving on to Matt Eberflus, who I don't have a lot of respect for, getting the rookie sick-shaded early on.
Morgan, we really talked about investing, in this time that we have together and what's short, and then really just trying to grow. We're trying to grow each player at his position, and then really just ultimately improving over the weekend. And it's a start of the process for us to be able to get the coaches and the players together and start that partnership. That's really important to us. So first of all, our draft picks, obviously Caleb and Rome, we're looking for operation of the offense, taking that information from the meeting to the walkthrough to the practice, everything from breaking the huddle to getting the cadence right to, adjusting the call if need be. Everything from A to Z there.
That's Matt Eberflus. Let's head on to Minnesota. Thanks to Sirius XM NFL discussion about J.J. McCarthy being a great fit in Kevin O'Connell's offense.
I think they did a really good job, especially in the first round. And then, but to make sure that they did get J.J. McCarthy just to move up one slot, I guess, that as a general manager, you have to weigh the risk reward. Do you just stay there and hope that he falls to you? Do you think Denver, and Sean Payton came out and say, hey, I made some calls and we bluffed Minnesota or whatever Sean Payton said after the draft and the moving up. So, but I did hear from some pretty reliable sources out there that they were very aggressive with New England trying to get to the number 3 overall pick in Drake May. That would have been a pretty blockbuster deal. I can't verify that, but some sources told me that. But they weren't able to do it. So I think they're excited about J.J. McCarthy. I think he'll be a great fit in Kevin O'Connell's offense. And I think they ended up with one of the premier edge pass rushers, which they desperately needed after Danielle Hunter and DJ Wanham are gone. Even though they signed Van Ginkel from Miami and Grenard from Houston, they still needed a young edge pass rusher, and I think they got that in Dallas Turner.
All right. Meanwhile, speaking of Kevin O'Connell, here he is on NFL Network talking about J.J. McCarthy so far during practice.
Keeping it pretty tight for right now as a group, but J.J. is getting a little bit more, a little bit extra here and there, a little bit stacking some things together for him. So when Monday comes around, that's the way I'm kind of looking at this weekend. This weekend is really about preparing him to then step in with the full group next week, and then a week from there we start our first OTA with the whole group. He's doing a great job handling everything and just enjoying seeing the process, rep to rep improvement, taking coaching points from Josh or Wes or myself, just continuing to build on what we've spent a lot of time together pre-draft, and one of the real benefits of that is in a lot of ways a lot of the things we're talking about he's not hearing for the first time now. That's what I like so much about the process we went through pre-draft, but it'll feel like a lot at times to him, and that's okay. And we just kind of want to continue to stress him above the neck. And then when we get out here on the grass, it's techniques, fundamentals, rhythm, timing, all the things that go into playing quarterback in our offense. And excited. It's just fun to be out here with him on the grass.
All right. I think the J.J. McCarthy situation is going to be a really interesting one to follow. Watch him be like one of the best ones out of all of them. But the question marks are there because no one has really seen what this guy can do. We know what he did in high school, and we know what he did in, all he does is win in college, and I get that. But we never have seen this guy at a high level try to carry the team on his back. He never really had to do that in Michigan. Not his fault. A couple of running backs were pretty damn good, averaging 6 yards a carry. So, but it is going to be interesting to see how J.J. McCarthy fits and how, when the time comes for him to lead with his arm will be very interesting. Finally, in Washington, Jaden Daniels on learning a lot during his first pro practice. This is from the NFL Network.
Yeah, it was a blessing, trying to soak it all in. This is my first NFL practice while also, focusing on practice. But just that 9-year-old kid in me, just realizing that his dreams came true. And now I'm here, but I still got a long way to go. It's pro day, doing pre-draft visits, and then obviously once you hear your name called, everything completely changed. I was able to live out my childhood dream, being in the pros, and now I'm here. Now I'll be able to go out here and then dive into this playbook, trying to learn as much as possible, and go out there and try to get better each and every day. Just the open communication, open dialogue, having those guys around me. Obviously, I coached at the highest level, played too. So different set of eyes, man. So I'm trying to be a sponge and learn as much as possible.
All right, there you have it. There's your NFL updates for today. No other schedule, quote-unquote, leaks or stat except for that the Kansas City Chiefs in game week 2 will indeed play the Cincinnati Bengals. So that's 2 straight games, both at home at Arrowhead and both against the AFC North. First with the Ravens on opening night on Thursday, and then 10 days later at home at 4:25 against Cincinnati. So we are 114 days away from the NFL starting, and less than that, obviously, for college football. Let's see. Let's do a little Little MLB rundown. Hello, everyone. This is not Mel Allen. This is Pete Sheppard. Telling you right out of the gate, the Cubbies and the Atlanta Braves went at it yesterday, and the Braves won 2-zip. Cubs shut out. Meanwhile, Philadelphia and the Mets, they went extra.
Swinging a fly ball out to right field. Should be deep enough for Harper. Marte's getting behind it. He's got it. His throw is softly going towards second. A run scores. The Phillies take the lead. For the second time tonight, they take the lead, but they do so here in the 10th inning. It's a 5-4 ball game. And Stott with his second RBI.
Professional hitter. Knows the job at hand and gets it done. The pro's pro.
That's the final. Phillies win 5-4. Toronto beat Baltimore by a score of 3-2. Dalton Varsho with the go-ahead RBI, top of the 10th inning there. Detroit and Miami. Otto Lopez had a go-ahead 2-run homer, made it 5 through Miami, but they blew it. Detroit won 6-5. Meanwhile, at Fenway yesterday, the Red Sox had all the offense in the first inning.
Tyler O'Neill did not strike out a lot the first month of the season. Has not hit a home run in the month of May either. This would be a wonderful time to do it. There it is. Swinging a drive, and there it goes. Right past the light tower. We're tied 3-3. Well, that's going to feel sweet for Tyler O'Neill. First home run this month, given 10 for the season. 426 feet.
Eflin went to the well too many times on that pitch and hung it to him.
Yes, he certainly did. All right. Meanwhile, that was all the Red Sox could muster on offense. Tampa Bay won by a score of 5-3. Pittsburgh and Milwaukee went at it yesterday, and in the end, it was the Brewers trying to make a comeback.
Long ball here. The Brewers are right back in it.
Fly ball deep right. It is gone. Just like that, it's a one-run game.
I tell you, hard to figure why the Pirates left Fleming in the game, especially after the 7th inning. I'll tell you, one-run game. How about that? Just like that. My goodness.
First career grand slam for Bowers.
All right. So that made it 7-6 in the bottom of the 8th, and we head to the top of the 9th.
Reynolds has never had a 5-hit game in his career. Oh, drive to center field. Hit well and clear the deck. Cannonball coming and anchor down as Brian Reynolds has a 5-hit game, and he tops it off with his 5th home run of the season. What a night for B-Ray.
Wow. That is an exclamation point right there. It's not too many times you can hit a ball right off the bat to dead center field and you know it's gone.
Yep, and the final. Thanks again to Sportsnet Pittsburgh for that. The Pirates hang on and beat Milwaukee 8-6, 5-hit day for Brian Reynolds. Cleveland blank Texas 7-0. Houston over Oakland by a score of 9-2.
Bregman drives this one, and you can say bye to that baseball, yo!
She's at it again.
Alex Bregman. Welcome to the party. Hanging sliders smashed. That'll make you go wild.
That had to feel good for Alex Bregman.
Great hard-hitting analysis there. Houston beats Oakland 9-2. St. Louis doubled up the LA Angels 10-5. Arizona nipped Cincinnati 6-5. Colorado over San Diego 5-4. Seattle topped Kansas City 6-2. And in 10 innings, the Dodgers beat San Francisco by a score of 6-4.
Fly to center field. Matos going back over his head, and it's off the wall. Betts will score easily. Freeman's right on his heels. He'll come in standing. Will Smith drills a double off the wall. Dodgers take the lead in the 10th.
Well, we mentioned he's hitting .429 against left-handed pitching. He broke up that 0-for-21 streak with a single in the 8th, and he puts the Dodgers ahead with a double here in the 10th.
All right, final 6-4. The Dodgers win in 10 innings. All right, quick break. When we come back, FGCU head softball coach David Darros will join me for a few minutes as the Eagles get ready to head north, a little north from here, to Gainesville in the Swamp to take on the Gators in the Gainesville regional of the NCAA softball tournament. We'll get up to date on everything, all things FGCU softball. Coming up next here as the Pete Sheppard Show continues on this Tuesday, live from the Naples Well Planning Studio and the Riptide Media Network.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class, let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all of these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him at the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home.
Wow. Awesome. Where were you, Jill?
Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Okay, men. This is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping. Cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. I know you won't. Because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen.
Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
There's a closest thing you can find to softball music. We got to do Dire Straits. Great videos back in the day. Lots of baseball stuff, but I think it's fitting. Welcome back to the Pete Sheppard Show here. Hour number 3, third and final hour live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio on the Riptide Media Network. And joining me right now, it's only been his 22nd year. He's been called the founding father, and he's the only softball coach in the history of FGCU. Joining us here on the Pete Sheppard Show, it is David Darrows, who's got his Eagles into the NCAA tournament once again. Not too much of a trip, a little just up the road a piece. There's nothing like going to the swamp in the middle of May, but you'll take it, Coach. Congratulations. Thanks for joining me. So proud of you and the young ladies for winning, not only winning the ASUN, but representing Southwest Florida. Congratulations, Coach. How are you?
Good morning, Pete. Everything is great. We're going to practice. We got 2 days today and tomorrow, and then we take the Magic Bus up to Gainesville on Thursday.
That's fun, isn't it?
Listen, if you're still playing in mid-May, it's always fun.
Well, an unbelievable year that you've had once again. You won the ASUN in 37-19 record. You're going up against the 4th-ranked Gators. And I know I went through your schedule last night. I looked at a lot of the box scores as I like to prep for all of this stuff. Probably one of the worst games of the year, I would say. Not that it matters. One game does not a season make. I think it was a 5-inning game. And at home, you lost to the Gators 9-0. And that's the only negative thing I'm going to say. But do you take anything away from that game? Or just one of those days that happens in football?
The reason we play this schedule, you took a look at our schedule. We've got 3 top 25s. We've got 11 Power 5s. The reason we play, and we're in the ASUN, which is a top 10 conference in the country. The reason we play that schedule is just in preparation for these moments, for this past weekend and for next weekend. Did we execute our game plan on March 20th? I would say not. But I think that when you play those games, you go ahead and learn from them. You figure out the things you did well, the things you didn't do well, and then we'll be ready to go on Friday at noon.
And you certainly beat a lot of good teams, a lot of good ranked teams. I mean, you wouldn't be where you are without it. But first of all, the whole state of Florida is well represented. Obviously, not just you guys, but FAU, Florida State, UCF. I think I got everybody in there. So that's absolutely fantastic. A lot of rivalry stuff there. It would be, want to get to Florida first. I know it's a double elimination to begin this. Talk to me about your team, though, this year. I'm looking at some of these batting averages and some of these pitching ERAs, and they're just off the chart. But I'm really impressed with your fielding percentage at .956. That's got to make a coach proud, doesn't it?
Well, it comes down to you give yourself a chance to win if you can keep them off the scoreboard. And I think you hit the nail right on the head, Pete. It's been our pitching and our defense that has been stalwart all year. Angie Bonilla, Allison Sparkman, Claire Maulding, they have done a great job of just keeping us in games. And then our young but athletic defense has been able to make big plays. So, you look at the game, the championship game, it was 6-6 after 2, and then we held them scoreless to give ourselves a chance. And that's what it comes down to.
Absolutely. And, I'm looking at, Nikki Gibson, Avery Biancos, Riley Oaks, and they're all batting .340 or better. The way these young ladies throw the ball, and, I'm a big fan of the NCAA softball tournament. There's no question. I watched a lot of the SEC this past week, and some of these girls, they look like they're throwing 200 miles an hour. I don't know how anybody gets a hit, to be honest with you. But to get a batting average, over 250 seems remarkable. You got 3 young ladies that are over 340.
Well, we improved dramatically. If there's any place that we needed to improve as a team, it's with our offense. We can run really well, and that poses some problems for opposing defenses. But the timely hitting that we've had over the last month plus has really made a difference for us, that we've been able to give our pitching and defense a little bit of breathing room, because, if it's a 1-run game that we're trying to go ahead and hold that lead, it's a little bit pressure filled, but when you can expand that lead, it makes defense and pitching just a little bit easier.
So obviously the girls are excited as well. They should be. And I think it's great that you're going to play an in-state rival, which is fantastic. And it's sort of a revenge game. So how do you keep, in this type of year, how do you keep the girls grounded a little bit, not to get wacky, crazy emotional, keep them grounded and just, do your job, as Bill Belichick used to say?
Well, you know what? I don't have to do much of it. They are a very, very close group, and they do a great job of keeping themselves grounded. So if somebody starts to get a little bit too excited for the moment, we've got plenty of players that are going to go ahead and get them back down to earth. This is as close a group as we've ever had. And as a result, the coaching staff can just focus on strategizing, and the players are taking care of each other, making sure that we are focused on mission. We talked about it from day one that we wanted to be champions. We put plans in place for them to become champions. And probably in the last month and a half, they truly believed that they were going to be champions. And that's what put us over the top.
Absolutely. And what I love about it, you got a lot of local girls, from the Southwest Florida area, Fort Myers and whatnot, public and private schools. And most of your kids are from the state of Florida anyway. I think one from Morgantown from West Virginia. I'm glad she didn't go there. Who wants to go there? Wants to get stuck in that stuff, be down here. But what's the like? Is it easier or for you to recruit? There's so much talent down here, sports wise, anyway, girls and guys in Southwest Florida. But for your squad, what's recruiting like for you to try to go after some of these kids to keep them in Southwest Florida and not head to Florida or Florida State or UCF? And I still can't believe that Miami doesn't have a softball team. That just boggles my mind to the 10th degree. But how is it recruiting all these young girls to keep them home?
I think you got to take care of your backyard first and just keep on building concentric circles going out from our area, because it's the easiest for us to go ahead and track them, see what they're doing, etc. But what you're talking about is exactly what's happening. The rest of the country is figuring out that Florida is a hotbed for softball. And as a result, we got to keep all those carpetbaggers out and compete with them and try to keep them here. So the reality of the matter is we've always believed that if we build a team with Florida players, we're going to be a very competitive team. And now the word's getting out that we are a good program, and the rest of the country now wants to go ahead and come down here. And why wouldn't you? I mean, in February, when we're hosting, it's 60 to 70 degrees, not a cloud in the sky, and it's perfect softball weather.
Absolutely. Who wants to go to West Virginia and play softball? I mean, that's where's the fun of that? Although I will say this, going through all the records and everything, how in the hell? Boston University, 52-4-1. I don't care what league you're playing in, and I know they had an unbelievable year. How the hell do you go 52-4-1? How is that possible?
You gotta be good. You gotta be good. Some of the ridiculous records that you see are well earned. We had to fight for every single one of our wins, and so did everybody else. So, a big part of it is you got to be able to compete, and you got to have a good framework. And I believe we do as well. We graduate a few players, but our core will be back.
There we are.
Yeah, there you are. Our core will be back for another couple of years, because a lot of the starters we have on the field are freshmen and sophomores.
That's great. And now, what's it like? Freshmen come into your program. What they might, first of all, you go onto the campus. It's a beautiful campus. Number one, you have beautiful facilities. How do you? I've always said I don't know if I could have made it through 4-year school like that. I always think of that. I always I always brag about FGCU and how beautiful the campus is and everything else. And same about Pepperdine. How the hell do you go to school in Malibu Beach? I don't know. But how do you keep those distractions to a minimum for some of your younger girls that come in and go are just wowed by the campus, the weather, and facilities, and you, of course.
Well, I mean, listen, that's why you have a vibrant university like ours. We don't want to shelter our players from the university. We want them to participate as much as possible. We believe that if they are active participants in the community, really enjoying all the great things that we have here in Southwest Florida, and participating in just all the programs that we have on campus, enjoying their studies. I mean, we offer just about everything that they can major in. If they enjoy that part of the experience, they're going to go ahead and stay. And then our job is, when we have them for our 20 hours a week, is to have them focus on softball for those 20 hours a week. But for the rest of the time, have at it, man. Southwest Florida is awesome. The beach is cool. FGCU's got so much cool stuff to do, including our own waterfront, our own beach on campus. So have at it, man. Enjoy it and enjoy each other.
I know I've seen pictures from my friend's son, Craig, when I used to work with him. His son went to FGCU, and I'm like, are you kidding me? I couldn't even go to class. I wouldn't even make it. I wouldn't make it past the pool, let alone the water view. I mean, it's just, I think it's, people are blessed to go to that institution. Let me tell you, FGCU, it's unbelievable. Now, would they ever, would you have to go like 52-4 to be able to host a regional? Could you ever host a regional on your campus?
It is a very, very big long shot. Go back to 2018. We have 38 wins. We have an RPI of 33, and we don't even get an at-large. We lost 2 heartbreakers in the tournament, and we don't even get an at-large. So let's get to the point where the A-Sun, which I believe has earned it, gets an at-large bid or 2. Let's get to that point, and then we'll figure out how to host.
Gotcha. Now, when you're watching the selection show, you and the girls on Sunday night, and you see every single team from the SEC get in, what were your thoughts of that? And Alabama hosting a regional, I don't think they finished 500 in the conference.
I would here's the reality of the matter, and there's nothing you can do about it. If you're in the SEC, if you're in one of the Power Fives, it is somewhat of a birthright that you're going to go ahead and make it, where we have to scratch and claw and fight and battle just to win our tournament, let alone to even be considered for an at-large. So that's just the difference that going into the season, that you have to be perfect in order to get to where you want to go, where, some of the other conferences enjoy the scrimmage-like atmosphere of the regular season, because all they got to do in some cases is go over 500, and by merit of the other teams in the conference, because that's what strengthens their RPI, they're going to go ahead and go to the tournament. There's so many good mid-majors out there that are ignored that aren't going to be playing this weekend, and that's the real shame of it all. But there's nothing you can really do about it.
Yeah, it really is. I couldn't believe it. I know it's happened, I believe, 3 other times before that one conference has gotten all the teams in. I was blown away, and I was blown away by some of the teams hosting regionals as well. But it is what it is.
I'll say it right now. Duke got hosed. I'll say it right now in public. Duke got hosed. They should have been in the top 8 so they can host a super regional. The ACC is a strong softball conference, and they won it. They tied for the regular season and won the tournament. They deserve consideration for being a super regional host in the top 8.
No question about it. We always have this discussion around March Madness, obviously. There's all Angela Martinez. That's the campus, folks, for those of you around the country and around the world. By the way, we're big in Australia, Coach. So say hello to Perth, Australia. We have a lot of listeners there. So this is a college campus here. And
that's our softball field. That's our softball field, Pete. Can't you see it?
Yeah, I do. And in fact, speaking of Australia, I just saw an interview the other day. One of your top golfers came over to FGCU from Australia. He's playing in the U.S. The big tournament qualified this week, I think.
Joe's phenomenal. Joe's a phenomenal golfer and a great teammate. And he's young. I believe he's only a sophomore.
Yeah. Yep, and I've got some charity golf tournaments over the years. Got to meet a lot of the players and a lot of the athletes that they have. It's a classy institution, and there's a lot of classy kids, obviously, that go there. Well, before I know you're busy. So what's it about a 3 hour? How long is it ride up to Gainesville? In fact, I'm going there for watch the Hurricanes and the Gators coming up coming up on August 31st. How long is that ride? 3.5 hours?
It's about 4-hour ride. We're going to leave Thursday morning around 9 a.m. because we've got a 2:15 practice on their game field. So we want to make sure we get up there on time. So that's where we're leaving on Thursday morning.
Is it difficult to prepare, because you got to prepare for basically not only preparing for the Gators, you're preparing for South Alabama and FAU, Florida Atlantic. Is that difficult for a coach to do when it's a double elimination tournament?
No, that really is life in NCAA softball. In the start of our season, Pete, we either host or go to invitational tournaments. So we'll host anywhere from 3 to 5 teams. So if you can imagine, we are doing scouting reports on 3 to 5 different teams, and then the next week we're rinsing and repeating, and the next week we're rinsing and repeating until we get to the conference season. So this is par for the course for a softball program. My assistant coaches, Kat Clifford and Courtney Radke, Abby Thomas, they do a phenomenal job just working their tails off to make sure our players are in the right place and prepared for who we're going to face.
Well, Coach, I want to thank you for taking a few minutes. I know you're busy. I promised I'd get you out of here on time. Safe travel for you and the girls up to Gainesville. I hope you kick their butt. And I know it's one game at a time, but man, it would be, I'll tell you what, if you guys make it to Oklahoma City, I'm coming out. I swear I'm coming out. I'll do my show from the stands out there if you guys make it.
Attaboy. Hey, can you keep me on for another couple
of course.
Couple hours?
Yes.
I'm going to a staff meeting right now. So if you can get me out of that staff meeting and write me an excuse note, that would be awesome.
But Coach, go ahead, Angel. Angel, do you have a question for Coach Angel Martinez, our executive? He's from Philadelphia. He doesn't know any better.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, Coach. Great stuff. Great stuff. What are they going to tell you to staff meeting? Don't they know who you are? Don't you know that you have scouting reports to go through and you're prepping? What are they going to possibly say to you except good luck, Coach, at the staff meeting today?
Listen, I'm also going to tell you this. Our new athletic director, Colin Hargis, is the real deal. And
Excellent.
he understands more than anything else that winning comes first. So as a result, he has been so generous in making sure that my time is being used for our players and for our team. So I love where we are with our new leadership, and I'm excited for the impending future because it's going to be a great time here at FGCU, and we're only going to get better.
I can't believe it. It's your 22nd year. You got coaches around big-time college and professional sports who are fired if they don't, it's so ridiculous, the abuse some of the coaches get because they don't win championships right away. But 22 years in the same institution from when you started from, D2 up to D1. What a ride, Coach. Wishing you all the best in the world and best of luck in Gainesville. We'll start there, and then we'll move on.
Yeah, one game at a time, one tournament at a time. Let's see where we end up. If we win, we go to Louisiana Lafayette if they win their tournament. So, there's a path, and we'll be ready for it. But more than anything else, I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys keeping your finger on the pulse of Southwest Florida athletics, and really at all levels. So, other than you being a Pats fan, I appreciate you.
I think you were a Dolphin fan or a Tampa Bay. I forget. All right.
Fins up, baby. Fins up.
Well, I wish I could do an imitation of your coach. I'll try here. Well, maybe someday we get to this. Oh, what day is it? Oh, okay. Anyway.
Which means we'll have to have Coach on during the NFL season. And I've never met a coach that's in the tournament and so calm. Like, our next game, don't worry about it. We'll take care of business.
That's right.
Hey, there's nothing you can do, man. You can control your controllables. It's really our job to keep our players grounded and make sure they're ready to go. And this group is fantastic to work with. I'm pumped up, ready to go, man. They deserve everything they're getting right now.
Absolutely. All right, Coach, get out of here. Go to your staff meeting. Fake like you got sick and get the hell out and get up to, get ready for Gainesville.
Send me a note, man. Send me a doctor's note. Hey, wings up. Go Eagles.
Yes, go Eagles. Thank you, Coach. David Darrow's joining us here. 22 years at the same institution. Absolutely amazing stuff. Hired back in 2001. The program, as it says in the press release, it built up from dirt, literally built up from dirt. He's been there, guided Eagles 17 seasons with a winning record, 9 years with 35-plus wins, a winning percentage of .631. Unbelievable. They were in Division II from 03 to 07, and their final 2 years at D2, they had 120 wins, including a school record of NCAA leading 62 wins. back in 2007. So it's just so many great accolades for this school. It's fantastic. And I'm so glad, we have a lot of friends. I know Robbie Lastella's been doing a lot with FAU. I think it's great. Wouldn't that be something if they met in the finals?
Yeah.
First thing first, going to take care of Florida. South Alabama, I know nothing about South Alabama. The Jaguars are, I believe. But one game at a time, but the tough task for the FGC Eagles, I think they embrace it, going up against the fourth-ranked team in the country in the Florida Gators. So that's going to be great. So we thank Coach David Darros for coming on with us here today. Great guy. And we'll continue. We'll definitely have him on again before, if they advance. No question. Even if they don't advance, we'll have him on again anyway because I just love talking to him. All right, 727-858-6650, 727-858-6650. Don't forget to follow us on the watch the show on the Riptide Media Video Network platform at PShep. Follow me at PShep326 on Twitter X, on my Facebook and Broad Street South Facebook and YouTube pages, and also on Rumble, LinkedIn, Twitch, Spotify, and Sports Radio 102.9. Good stuff. We do have some more. We do have a more.
Look at campus, Pete. I'm telling you, I would get in so much trouble just from looking around how beautiful that thing is. I would be done. What was that movie with Van Wilder? That would be me at FGCU.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you go to those type of schools. Like I said, Pepperdine on Malibu Beach. I mean, and that's a very strict school as well. Not that FGCU isn't. That's just I don't know. But I think Pepperdine you can't. It's almost like going to BYU. You can't have liquor. You can't have this. You can't have that. No. Can't stand that. All right. We have more breaking news about the NFL. Adam Schefter reporting the Week 1 Monday Night Football opener will be the awful New York Jets at the San Francisco 49ers. For the second straight season, Aaron Rodgers returns to the Monday Night Football Week 1 opener. And yes, insert joke here. I will say this, Angel. I will take the over 4 snaps that Aaron Rodgers will get more than 4 snaps in that game because he only played in 4 last year before, unfortunately, he got hurt. I know, bad taste, but it's the Jets. I really don't care. I hope he's healthy. It's way more fun to make fun of the Jets when they're healthy. And even though they finally beat my boys at the end of last season in an awful, awful game at the end of the year, they're 1-15 against my boys the last 16 or something like that. But Jets at San Francisco. Aaron Rodgers returns to Monday Night Football Week 1 opener. You know what Jets fans are saying? Oh, my God. I think they believe in jinxes and all that stuff. And by the way, WNBA tonight on ESPN2, Caitlin Clark is going to make her national television debut today in a regular season game. So she gets done with Iowa and the national championship game that they lost. You get to number 1 overall pick in the WNBA. Mm-hmm. Minicamp seemed like it lasted a day. You played in a couple of exhibition games, and now the season starts already. Wow, she's got to be a little bit tired, don't you? I mean, that's a lot of basketball to be playing in a short amount of time. But I know she loves it. She embraces it. But that will be probably the highest-rated WNBA game tonight. But the problem is they're going up against ESPN. ESPN2 was going to have the game with Caitlin Clark. ESPN has the hockey tonight. So I have the Bruins at the Panthers at 7 and Vancouver at Edmonton at 9:30. TNT has the basketball tonight with the Knicks hosting Indiana. So that's the thing. I'm not sure what time the WNBA game is. I want to say it's going to be 7:30 or 8 o'clock. But Indiana at the Knicks starts at 8 o'clock on TNT. And Minnesota at Denver's at 10:30 on TNT. But if you're an Indiana Fever fan and an Indiana Pacer fan, which I reckon most of you are, right? If you're down in that area, that's a lot of clicking. A lot of clicking, Angel.
Sure is.
All righty. And again, the NHL tonight. Bruins at the Panthers are trying to stay alive. 7 o'clock on ESPN. Florida leading 3-1. Vancouver at Edmonton, 9:30 on ESPN. Vancouver leads their 2-1. Another quick break. Then we'll come back with the final segment of the Pete Sheppard Show. We're doing it live today, as always, from 7 to 10 a.m. right here on the at the Naples Wealth Planning Studio on the Riptide Media Network.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The following is made possible by Dad.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling all over it.
The dad joke. Corny, grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
Why do you have to be careful when it's raining cats and dogs? Because you might step in a poodle.
And kids that spend more time with their dads grow up to be smarter, more successful.
Can I tell you a cat joke? Just kidding.
And with any luck, funnier adults.
Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he didn't have any body to go with.
Dad jokes rule. So take a moment to make a moment and give your kid a laugh. It's as easy as going to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
That's really funny.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
Interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding.
Whoa!
Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back.
Woohoo! Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
Segment of the Pete Sheppard Show here. Oh, what a night. Yes, it certainly was last night. for some of you. Hopefully it was. So funny. I forget, besides Frankie Valli, I forget all the guys who were in, the Four Seasons. But the drummer is the lead singer in this song. Frankie comes in afterwards, but the drummer is the one that singing the song, and then Frankie comes in with that beautiful voice that he has. That's a great movie, by the way. Jersey Boys, that is a great movie. Fantastic stuff.
I heard that the play had gotten like world-renowned reviews, and they said
it was unbelievable. Oh, the Broadway show was fantastic.
That's what I heard.
Fantastic, yeah. But the movie was fantastic also. Very, very well done. And a lot of people don't realize that Joe Pesci was very close with that band early on before Joe got really famous in acting. He was like, he booked groups and stuff like that, and pretty interesting. Okay, I was hoping this would happen once we found out that the 49ers would host the New York Jets on Monday Night Football, and it has, Angel. If we could scroll down right under the live feed on Get Up, about a half hour ago, Mike Greenberg, who is the biggest Jets homer fan and probably the only Jet fan that I actually like. And I think he does a good job on the radio too. I really do. But I knew he would have an anxiety / panic / heart attack. I mean, that joking. Once he found out that the Jets were once again going to host, going to play on Monday Night Football. He does not want to relive it. This is absolutely hysterical.
We have breaking news that was just told to me moments ago. And all I can say is, Alan, you've hosted this show, right? Mm-hmm. Get ready. I'm not sure I can make it through the rest of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, the only thing I asked for as the NFL schedule release came out was do not let the Jets open on Monday night. No. Whatever else happens, don't let the Jets open on Monday night. So what was I just told? Hey, Roger, what did I do to you? What did I do? We just got together at the draft. It was so nice. I do the best I can to be as friendly as I can to everybody. The Jets are opening on Monday night at San Francisco.
Oh, good, a road game.
Against one of the toughest defensive lines in the world. I have seen this movie. It ends quickly and very, very badly. I'm saying this right now. This is not fair. I want an investigation. This is anti-large market bias that we have going on right now. I want an investigation into this. I'm telling you, I don't think we should send Aaron on the trip. Do not send Aaron on the trip. Play, who do we get? Tyrod Taylor? Play him in week 1.
Sounds good to
me.
Do
not
sacrificial
send
lamb
him out there.
Put him out
That's
there.
it.
Taylor's used to getting hurt in the first game of the season anyway.
Get Zach Wilson back.
It's
Get Zach Wilson. Let him start.
If you want to change the script, Greedy, then you can't wear the jersey. You can't watch the game. You can't make videos of yourself. If you really want to change the script, just act like that game's not happening.
See, here's what I was considering was an actual exorcism. We get all the same people back. We get the same. I had Dominique Foxworth. Damian Woody slept in my house that night. Yep. My radio producer, Bubba, slept in my house that night. Graziano, Dominique Foxworth. My daughter brought friends. My nephew brought friends. I'm going to order the same exact food, and we're going to watch the game in the same place. No, we're going to have an exorcism. No, an exorcism. We're going to exorcise
Greedy, they made
demon.
3 Exorcist movies, okay? Just so you know. Okay, there's more. They never go away, the demons. They just keep coming back. You can't permanently get rid of these things.
hot. Oh, no.
I'm sweating now.
Jeez Louise.
That is classic. By the way, they did make 3 Exorcist movies, and obviously the first one's a classic. The second one was ridiculously stupid, and the third one was not quite as horrible as Immaculate, like I told you about earlier. But when Patrick Ewing is in that movie as an angel, something is wrong. When George C. Scott, a.k.a. General Patton, he won an Academy Award for, is sitting there as the head police investigator, and when Patrick Ewing appeared as an angel, that was it for me. That was it.
Sweet.
Back in the day, it was so uncomfortable to watch it, but not as uncomfortable as Greeny is feeling right now, and that's all genuine. And I was thinking the same thing because I remember when I was at the other place, we played cuts because they were all mic'd up, and we saw. Not only did we see the video, but they were mic'd up. We played the audio of when Aaron Rodgers went down after only 4 plays, and I mean, it was not a funny moment, but it was a funny moment watching their reaction. And when you see it again, if I could ever find it, I'll bring it up. It is hysterical because he's right. Damien Woody slept over. I said, he slept over my house. I said, Damien Woody is the house. I mean, he's huge. One of the biggest men I've ever met in my life. Anywho, 727-858-6650. You Jet fans out there that I kid with all the time, you know I hate you. I love you personally. I just hate your team. But how do you feel about that? I would love to know from football fans that love the Jets. You happy that you're playing Monday Night Football on the road against one of the toughest defenses? Maybe you won't make it through 4 snaps.
I am surprised they start out with that one for a Monday nighter. Well, Aaron Rodgers, hope you're healthy enough that you go into your bat cave or well induction or whatever else that you did during the offseason to be able to survive that fiasco Monday night.
Yeah, look, it makes all the sense in the world for the NFL. The number one media market with Aaron Rodgers returning, going up against a great team in the San Francisco 49ers. So it makes all the sense in the world. And everybody, you watch, there will be at any app that books games, there will be an over-under of how many snaps Aaron Rodgers makes. It'll be awful. I mean, not awful. It'll be hysterical to watch the odds for that. Rick says, today in sports history, 1997, Baseball Executive Council suspends Yankees owner George Steinbrenner for suing other team members. Also, the chairman, Frank Sinatra, passed away. Yes, I know. I have told this story before. It was one of the most incredible things I've ever seen in concert. I was at then it wasn't called it was called the Fleet Center back then. I went from the Garden to the Fleet Center, back to the TD Garden. So I don't know if I ever told you the same, you heard, but I was at an Elton John concert that night. I think one of the 9th or 10th times I've seen him. I've seen him 11 times, but that was like the 9th or 10th time. And it was the night that it was a few hours earlier that Frank Sinatra had passed away. And for those of you who don't know, he wrote the song Blue Eyes for Frank Sinatra, about blue eye, baby's got blue eye. And he did a tribute to Frank about, I'd say a half hour into the show. There wasn't a dry eye in the house. He sang that song and he had all clips of Frank, singing and, obviously not coming, it was silent, black and white stuff. And from the beginning of his career until the end, it was absolutely unbelievable. Never forget that. Never forget that. And, of course, you get the tickets well in advance. And, who knew that Frank was going to pass away? And I saw one of his last concerts at the Providence Civic Center, then Providence Civic Center. That was when he was sort of reading off the prompter. He was sort of a shell of himself at the end, but he was still very good. And I was happy that I went by myself to see it because nobody wanted to go with me at the time. Well, my girlfriend at the time had a family thing to go to, and she got pissed at me. And I'm like, I'm going to see Frank. I had one opportunity to go see him. I'm going to see him. So I couldn't get backstage at the time to meet him, but seeing him in a concert for a couple hours was worth it. But when Elton John sang Blue Eyes that night at the Garden in honor of Frank, that was phenomenal. All right. Meanwhile, let's do as long as because I think you're onto something there, Rick. Let's do a little Today in History. Let me see. Where's my Today in History music? Actually, speaking of Frank.
I'm gonna live.
Most underrated song.
Die. I'm gonna laugh
till I cry.
Instead of cry. I'm gonna take the town and turn it upside down. I'm gonna live until I die. They're gonna say what a guy.
I don't want to get banned in other countries. We did it again. We've been banned twice this week in Belarus and in Russia. Nowhere else, though. Nowhere else.
Because they hate the intro at 10 o'clock. They despise that intro. Tough shit.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. And we'll continue to run it just to piss them off. Meanwhile, let me see. Where is my? Here we go. All right. Here's some Today in History music for you. In 1906, Angel, at the White Sox ballpark, a flagpole broke during the pennant raising. Unbelievable. Now, in 1913, at Sportsman's number 39's Park, Walter Johnson tops Jack Combs' number 39 record of 53 consecutive scoreless innings when he stretches the mark to 56. But after the Washington Senators back him with 6 runs, Johnson gives up a run in the 4th against the St. Louis Browns to end his streak of 56 scoreless innings. Ahead 9-1. Johnson is relieved by Joe Bowling, and Washington wins 10-5. Oh, those were the days. Those were the days. In 1918, Sunday baseball is made legal in Washington, D.C. District commissioners rescind the ban in view of the large increase in the city's number 39's wartime population and the need for recreation and amusement facilities. Gas Pump Guy says, hey, guys, great show. Sorry I haven't been able to text much, but I've been listening. Great interview with the coach from the Eagles and hope they kick butt tonight. It's the first tournament game for my son. Oh!
Yeah, good luck.
Congratulations with that. And, yeah. And you would be surprised, Angel, at some of the old – I don't know how strict it was in Philadelphia. I imagine it was like it was around New England and New York. The blue laws back in the day. Now – you know the fighter Vinny Pazienza. He's from Rhode Island. He ended up winning the IBF title. He fought Greg Haugen a couple of times and won. He was also he fought Hector Macho Camacho, whatever. But I remember one of the first fights I ever went to in my life was at the Civic Center. And when Vinny's rise to the top, the first fight that I saw him fight was against Joe Frazier Jr. And his dad was still alive at the time I was at the fight. Got to meet him, actually, shake his hand for a second, the great Joe Frazier. So Vinny's fighting his son. To get that fight in Providence on a Sunday, you would have thought you were going to war. The blue laws that existed back in the day, this was like when a lot of states that didn't have alcohol sales on Sundays and everything else. And I know from some of the rest of the country, you go, huh? What? Yeah. Well, in New England, it was like that. I don't know about Philadelphia, New York. I have a feeling they were. You couldn't buy alcohol on Sundays. You couldn't do a lot of things on Sundays. But can you imagine blue laws for a sporting event? Now, every other sport can play, but they had to go through hell to lift the boxing law, the blue laws that existed, from way, way back, some idiotic rule that there could be no boxing on Sundays in Rhode Island, and they finally got rid of it, and they had that fight, and it was a good fight. And then Vinny went on, and he did beat Joe Frazier Jr. that day, and then he went on to win IBF championship. I think he won another belt too, I forget, and then he got in an awful car accident, whatever. But that's the kind of stuff that you had people like. If you said that today. Imagine telling a venue in any particular state, no, you can't play. It's Sunday, it's a holiday, it's this, it's that. The blue laws say you can't play. I mean, it wouldn't wash at all. I mean, but people don't have it, and this is not that long ago. We're talking, mid-'80s when this was all going down. And I know it wasn't in just New England. There were other parts of the country where you could not do this or do that on certain days of the week. Anyway. We digress. More stuff. Here's one for you. 1927, Angel, at the Baker Bowl, with the Phillies leading the Cardinals 12-3, a section of the right field stand collapses, causing hundreds of fans to fall on the patrons below. Although there are many injuries, the only death is caused by the stampeding crowd.
Oh, geez. All right.
Yeah. Incredible. 1940, Jimmy Fox of the Red Sox hits what is believed to be the longest home run in the history of Comiskey Park in the 7-6 victory over the White Sox. Lefty Grove is the winning pitcher, and Johnny Rigney, who gave up the Titanic blast that clears the left field roof, is the loser. I've seen highlights somewhere about that, or still shots of it. I don't know if there's an actual highlight. I don't know if that existed back then. But I know there was a bomb. And remember in Detroit, which had a short porch for a long time, the old Tiger Stadium, that was something. You hit the ball on the roof there. That was a bomb. But a lot of people did it, including Reggie Jackson in the 73 All-Star game. Let's see. Moving ahead a bit. 1967, Mickey Mantle of the Yankees joins the 500 homer club, but he connects with Stu Miller of the Orioles, becomes the 6th major leaguer to reach 500. Mantle's home run helps the Yankees to the 6-5 victory over at the stadium. 1972, I have seen highlights of this. Willie Mays, playing his first game with the Mets, hits a game-winning home run against his former teammates, the San Francisco Giants. Just 3 days earlier, the Mets had acquired Mays from the Giants for a pitcher, Charlie Williams, and cash. But Willie Mays was an absolute shell of himself at that time. You don't even like watching that. 1977, Stanley Cup final at the Garden. Jacques Lemaire scored twice. Montreal edges the Bruins 2-1 in overtime for a 4-game sweep and back-to-back titles. Horrible night. I remember that. I was in 4th grade. I was angry. I hated Montreal. That's the first team I really hated. Even before the Yankees. I hated the Montreal Canadiens first. Over anybody. Guys says, Pete, there are a lot of places in certain states that don't sell or serve alcohol on Sundays. Oh, no, I know. There still are. I can tell you Houston is one of them. Having been there recently, the last couple of years, yes. There's definitely that. But there's also blue laws that will prohibit you from participating in this, that, or the other thing, as they say.
That's nuts.
Yeah, it really is. 1980, Magic Johnson committed an NBA Finals record 10 turnovers in Game 5 against your Philadelphia 76ers. But the Lakers won anyway, Angel, 108-103 in Los Angeles at the Forum.
That could have been deleted from the list, but thank you.
Well, it's getting current. Meanwhile, in 1981, Larry Bird scored 27 points. Cedric Maxwell had 19 to lead the Celtics to a 102-91 victory over the Houston Rockets in Game 6 of the Finals, giving the Celtics their 14th NBA championship. And my man Cedric Maxwell was named the NBA Finals MVP. We will get Max on the show. One of the funniest people ever. Remember the story I played when he found out he didn't have a tonsillectomy, but he had a circumcision? One of the funniest stories in the history of radio. And I was glad to be a part of it. I'll have to play that again sometime. That's absolutely hysterical. Meanwhile, in 1983, Ben Ogilvy hits 3 home runs as the Milwaukee Brewers come from behind to beat the Red Sox 8-7 and 10. Ogilvy's 3rd homer ties the score at 6 in the bottom of the 9th inning. And that was when I was also uttering, why can't we get players like that? Because we traded him and Cecil Cooper to Milwaukee back in the day for a bag of balls, if I remember correctly. It wasn't anything big. 1986, Reggie Jackson of the Angels hits his 537th career homer to move past Mickey Mantle. He delivered the milestone blast. I remember this against Roger Clemens of the Red Sox. That was year the Red Sox went to the World Series, and then something happened that I care not to discuss ever. 1989, first time since 1948, a player hit 6 consecutive doubles. Care to take a stab at it? Who it was? Played for the Minnesota Twins. Great player.
What year?
1989. First time since 1948, a player hit 6 consecutive doubles. Played for the Minnesota Twins.
I don't know. I was already in the military, so that's beyond me.
1989. Okay. Well, Don Casey was the great public address announcer at the time. He might still be for the Minnesota Twins, for all I know. He said, and now about number 23, Kirby!
Bucket.
James Worthy scored 12 of 33 points back in 89. In the 4th quarter, Lakers overcame a 29-point first-half deficit, beat Seattle 97-95 over the Supersonics, sweep the Western Conference semis 4-0. 1992, Lyle Zato, NFL defensive lineman for the Raiders, LA Raiders, an actor, of course, who could forget him in Oceans of Fire and Hang Fire, dies of cancer at the very young age of 43. Let's see. 1996, the legendary Irvin Magic Johnson of the Lakers returns to the NBA after a 4-year retirement to play 32 regular season and 4 playoff games, and then announced his retirement from the NBA again. In 2004, Richard Jefferson scored 18 of his 31 points after regulation to lead New Jersey to a 127-120 triple overtime victory over Detroit and a 3-2 lead in the Eastern Conference semis. The last playoff game to be decided in 3 overtimes was Phoenix, 129-121 victory over Chicago in Game 3 of the 93 NBA Finals. Of course, I remember when I was 9 years old in 1976, Angel, Celtics Phoenix Suns played a marvelous triple overtime game in Boston that the Celtics ended up winning, even though the refs tried to steal that game from them many, many times that night. 2010. Here you go. This was another game, but this is for you. The Flyers overcome a couple of 3-0 deficits to finish off my Bruins. Simon Gagner scores on the power play. 7:08 left to cap a comeback from a 3-goal deficit, and the Flyers win 4-3 for a berth in the Eastern Conference Finals. The Bruins became the 3rd team in NHL history to lose a series after winning the first 3. The only thing that came out of that was they won the Stanley Cup the next year. Oh, man, oh, man. After Twins manager Ron Gardenhire in 2010 orders an intentional walk to Mark Teixeira and brings in righty Matt Gurrier to face Alex Rodriguez in the 7th, the Yankee third baseman blasts his 19th career grand slam to pass Frank Robinson for 7th on the all-time career home run list and gave New York an 8-4 win.
Boo.
Let's see. A few more. Steph Curry in 2017 scores 40 points and hits a tying three-pointer with 1:48 remaining, and the Golden State Warriors rally from way down after Kawhi Leonard is lost due to an ankle injury to beat the Spurs 113-111 game winner of the Western Conference Finals. Draymond Green gives Golden State the lead for good on the three-point play after the Warriors trailed by as many as 25 points in the first half. That was something. That was something. I'm trying to find some closing music here. Something you haven't heard in a while. Let me see. Maybe I'll find it. Maybe I won't. I don't know. Meanwhile, a couple more here before we get out of here on this Tuesday. 2017 PGA Championship, TPC Stargast. 21-year-old South Korean Kim Si-woo shoots a final round 69 to win. 3 strokes of Louis Oosthuizen and Ian Poulter. And let's see, 2019, Chris Sale from Florida Gulf Coast University, White Sox, Red Sox, and now the Atlanta Braves. Struck out 17 batters in 7 innings for the Red Sox against the Rockies, but a high pitch count cost him a chance to match or beat the record of 20 Ks in 9 innings. He has to settle for the no decision as Brandon Workman gives up a 2-run homer to Charlie Blackmon in the 8th. The Sox pitchers end up with 24 strikeouts in 11 innings, but lost to Colorado that day by a score of 5-4. And 2020, Bob Watson, American baseball utility guy, all-star in 73 and 75 with the Astros, played with the Red Sox too at the end. Was a good player. He's sports executive for the general manager of the Yankees, won the World Series in 96, died from kidney disease back in 1974. We say happy birthday today to Tony Perez, Hall of Famer from the Reds and the Red Sox. Who else? Mike Quick. Remember Mike Quick, former Eagles wide receiver, current radio analyst.
Yes, sir.
Today, happy birthday. Let's see. Who else? Frank Gore, former 49ers running back. He was born on this day in 1983.
Rob Gronkowski.
Yep. Clay Matthews. His brother, Rob Gronkowski, born in 1989. Jeff Heath, Saints safety. Bryce Brown, former Eagles running back. And Kyle Freeland, Rockies pitcher. There you go. There you have it. Yeah, that's about going to do it. I really wanted to play this. So I don't get a chance. I want to see if you knew where it was from. It's just an instrumental. And but where the heck is it? I wanted to see if it would get me in trouble or get another nasty email from Facebook. But I don't think, oh my goodness, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I will find it. I swear to God, I'm going to find it. I know it's right here. I know I'm going to find it. I think I'm going to find it.
It's all there, black and white. Get nothing. You lose.
Good day, sir.
That's not what, I meant to hit it, but that's not what I was trying to find. Where, I got to start putting this stuff in here in some kind of some kind of order that I know that I can find. I used to write all the stuff down, but not anymore. Anyway, well, that's going to do it for this show. We'll have a little Philadelphia Freedom for you, Angel. The song has nothing to do with, has to do with Billie Jean King. That's what John wrote it for.
Yep.
Anything coming up with you today that you want to share with everybody here on the show? Anything? You're just going to rest and get some R&R?
Yeah, that never, ever happens. No, Defo and I will be back here in less than, 4 or 5 minutes.
Okay.
Martinez and Defo will be here from 10 to 12.
All right.
Yeah, we'll see. It might be the last week. I'm just saying. Might be. Who knows? But it'll be Martinez and Defo here, unscripted, at 10 o'clock. And then some videos I have to upload. One with Coach E.J. Berg from the Orlando Predators as they hope to travel to the Desert Hawks out there this Thursday, only 2 days away from now. And then a ton more stuff as I usually do. So, yeah, just stay tuned into the social media as you guys will see. I'm constantly putting all kinds of crazy crap out there. But that's it.
All right, now, do you want me to end broadcast again when I get done? And
No.
You're gonna start? No?
No. Yep. We're going to keep the party going. Because Devo comes in at 1,000 and I come in at a 10. And apparently people have joined. They just love it. I don't know. Less of me, more of him. And then we're great.
All right. I'll be back tomorrow at 7 a.m. It is NFL schedule eve. Come out tomorrow night. More leaks or official posts will be. So I have a lot of great guests coming up tomorrow.
Hang on. You got Rick up there.
Yeah, he's going to appear at the Tampa airport today at 1 p.m. All right, have a great and safe rest of your Tuesday, everybody. I'll be back tomorrow at 7. See ya.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
Interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding.
Whoa!
Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back.
Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
Hey guys, so about 2 years ago, I uploaded a video which asked a very simple question to you, the audience, which was, how was your day?
Ooh, yeah,
Don't make unnecessary journeys. Don't take risks on treacherous roads, both today and yesterday.
Oh, hi, how was your day? And I think,
I'm tired of being told what to do by people.
Excuse me, I believe you have my stapler.
Stop arguing. Arguing is just not worth it.
ooh, yeah, I'm gonna have to go ahead and sort of disagree with you there.
I will be dancing until I see everyone go home in a box.
You know what I'm saying, dog? Like cats and dogs, it was raining. It wasn't raining, we were raving. And I don't know whether he was really saying it. And all he kept saying was eat, sleep, rave, repeat, 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 eat, sleep, rave, repeat. Eat, sleep, rave, repeat, 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 eat.
Once again, it is Eat, Sleep, Riptide, Repeat, and good morning to everyone who made a transition over from the Pete Sheppard Show, who was just on live from 7 to 10 a.m. Now you are tuned into Martinez and Defo Unscripted here on Sports Radio 102.9 FM, The Game, also on the Riptide Media Network. And don't forget, you guys can go to broadstsouth.com. As I showed earlier, and I'll bring it up a little bit later on, go over to the live shows, scroll halfway down the page. You can download the apps so you won't miss a thing. It's available for both Android and the Apple Store, and of course on Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitch, Rumble, YouTube, everywhere where you can possibly find a social media. We are there, minus Instagram, because Instagram has issues with music, and I don't get it. That's Zuckerberg doing Zuckerberg things, and regardless. So that's the only place we won't have it. But one day, maybe Defo and I will pop up on Instagram. You don't know what we'll end up being. And who knows? We'll probably, I think, Defo, one of these times, we're going to do a 10 a.m. drunk show. We're just going to go to a local bar somewhere, and they can sponsor 5 or 6 shots. Their own.
Well, why wait till 10? Why don't we just get started during the Pete Sheppard Show?
Well, we can do that too.
You have that kind of pull on the west coast of Florida. You can get to, the Guanabana Cafe or something to open up early, no?
Yeah, I can. I'll get maybe Frenchie's. I'll get Frenchie's to open up early on the beach there in Clearwater.
Very nice. I don't know if there was a Guanabana there. There is one over here, but a little north. How are you, Angel Martinez? I missed you yesterday, my friend.
Yeah, same here. No, I'm good. A little bit beat, but, as usual, when you work 24 hours in a day, when there's only 23 available,
you're pushing it. You really are. You're pushing it, kid. Yeah. I was going to say, but I forgot my microphone was muted, which I muted myself, and I forgot to unmute there at the top. I was going to interrupt your intro there with all the different locations where you can find a show, and just say, shouldn't somebody just take Zuckerberg outside and beat the snot out of this guy at some point? I mean, look at this addiction. I was telling a story earlier this morning. I got sucked in on one of these things. I don't know why. I mean, maybe it's the depravity that comes along with old age, or the dementia, or just a desire to go back in time. But I get, a bunch of friend requests. I'm very afraid to acknowledge any of them at this point, right? Because usually it's guys that have been hacked or people that have been hacked.
Yep.
And every now and then, I mean, here I am. I'm pushing, I'll be 73 in a couple of months here, July the 5th. And some 31-year-old, just smoking hot babe, all of a sudden is like inbox messaging me, who I had just recently befriended. And I'm thinking, why did I do this, right? So starts asking me all kinds of questions, implying that she wanted to connect with me on some kind of basis other than just casually going back and forth about where do you live and all of this stuff. And I'm thinking, I'm getting scammed here, huh? This is some boiler room in Nigeria. And she's sending me pictures in very suggestive positions and outfits, and implying that it doesn't matter to her that I'm going to be 73, that I'm married, and that I don't believe in online dating. And then I thought, why, Angel, am I answering these questions? And why? Because of that schmuck Zuckerberg had to be sitting there getting high in some college dorm room at Harvard, and he steals some other guy's idea, and the next thing you know, he's in charge of the world. It's him and Jeff Bezos. Outside of that, who's really running the show here? They're inside our minds.
That's pretty much
control of our minds and bodies and all of our devices, my friend.
Yeah, which I think that's the dumbest thing ever when people start sending, I can't stand spam ridiculous nonsense. And it's always like, or they'll send you a text message on your phone. Hey, we had a good breakfast the other day. I'm like, no, we didn't, because I don't know who in the hell you are, nor do I care who in the hell you are in the first place. WhatsApp is, again, this is part of the Zuckerberg branch. It's another one that's worse. You'll get tied into Bitcoin, whatever coins that are out there, and they put you in a group, and then you try to get yourself out of the group, and it pops you into another group. But yet it's supposed to be, remember, Zuckerberg said it is the most secured, encrypted site you could ever go to. No, not at all. It is the most stupidest thing ever. And I know I don't care whether he bans me again on Facebook. I don't give a shit one way or the other because it's stupid.
You've been banned, Angel, for these.
Yeah, I haven't banned, but he likes anytime
opinions.
I mention something, he takes away the viewers that we have. It's basically to put me in his own little virtual jail. But like, oh, you had over 1,000 viewers. I'm going to give you one for today. So it's just stupid. I can't.
I've been there many times in my career, long before any of this shit sprouted up. I mean, it's like they'd bring in a ratings book with that face, like you just had been diagnosed with terminal cancer, and say, "What happened to the audience here? I told you not to talk so much about gambling." That was the way it was back in the day, Angel. Now, I mean, they're begging you to, come on some show and talk about it. But anyway, okay, so you're kind of anti-Zuckerberg. I understand that. It is weird to think that we have capitulated to the point where we were talking about it the other day. I mean, it's hard to put your phone down for even 5 minutes without checking something, and you're thinking, who's calling me? Nobody, man. I'm off the radar right now. It's not like, every day somebody's calling you from another organization going, hey, would you like to work for us? I tell you what, we love your voice. That's not happening.
It's not.
So it's great. Although I did launch a new show that I think is going to do well last night on NoFilter.net and Caffeine TV. It's supposed to be called Bury Your Bookie. It was originally called License to Steal, but it's backed by this public company. And when they checked with their lawyers, with the SEC attorneys that they employ,
right,
License to Steal wasn't necessarily a good position to take or something to advocate if you were on the penny stock sheets. Immediately, like pictures of Bankman-Fried pop up and, all of this stuff. So they changed it to Bury Your Bookmaker. And then they got the title wrong when we put it up last night. But I think people are really going to enjoy it. I was very happy about that. It's always good to get some new ventures going.
Is that you and Luby?
Luby was involved, although he really didn't intend to be involved. I had to rope him into it because I'm technically challenged and couldn't figure out how to get into the platform to do this thing. But he's out as of the first show. He already said, hey, listen, I ain't working for free. But there is some capital involved in this thing. And yeah, two guys that I really, if you're talking degenerate gamblers, Brandon Lang, they based the movie Two for the Money on this guy. He was played by McConaughey in the movie. And it really was him. Other people will claim, other handicappers will claim that they based the movie on their lives. It's like I'm friendly with Drew Rosenhaus from way back in the day, the sports agent.
Right.
And he swears that Jerry Maguire was based on his life, whereas, common knowledge is it was all about Lee Steinberg, the agent who, now is back on the scene in a very prominent way. Imagine his two clients were like Patrick Mahomes and who was the other overall first pick in the draft that he represented, I think, a couple of years ago. Imagine that. The guy was out of the game altogether, right? He was passed out, having alcoholism problems and really on the balls of his ass, and nobody cared anymore. And he managed to bounce back. And I remember him being on a Radio Row. I think this was in Minneapolis, in Minnesota. And he was making the rounds, and nobody even wanted to talk to him, Steinberg. He was such a non-entity. And he was touting the fact that he had become the agent to represent Patrick Mahomes. Not a bad comeback.
Not at all.
Bad. So there's always a chance. But yeah, Brandon Lang is on a show, and a good friend of mine. People might be familiar with his voice, but not necessarily the insanity of the depravity of his compulsive sports gambling.
He gets. I tell you what, he gets on a roll. You cannot stop him. You just got to let it. Okay, you know what?
Lang, he's great. Yeah. Yeah, you can walk off. It's like the drum solo. All of a sudden okay, ladies and gentlemen, here's John Good Vibes Bonham on drums, right? And he takes over the garden for 25 minutes and you're mesmerized.
He does.
It's incredible, yeah. And my buddy Frank Miramonte is also on the show. And he is the race caller at Santa Anita and also got the job last year at Saratoga, the premier race meet in the country. And this is a guy that used to call me from this I mean, talk about a shithole of a racetrack. It only was in existence for like half a season. It was called Great Lakes Downs, and he was trying to perpetuate his and keep his career going after he had been at like Hialeah and some other track that was out of season. And I mean, from the bowels of his ass, this guy ended up calling the races at Saratoga. So he told me last night he's going to be calling the Belmont Stakes when it comes up. But he has the sickest degenerate stories of all time. So I think people, if it's known now, right now, as Barry the Bookie. And you can find out. But those are two guys. See, this is the great thing about the business, Angel. You could just let these two guys go. As the host of the show, you need to do nothing except go, okay, ladies and gentlemen, here's Brandon, here's Frank, go. And so we had a lot of fun with that. So that was good. And I did miss you yesterday because, wow, it's an incredible time in the world of sports, is it not?
Sure is.
Sure is. What was Pete on the phone with any funeral directors or anything for his Boston Bruins? After, I mean, tonight would be the night, right? Isn't this the night that they're going out, or is there a belief among the chowderheads that the Bruins bounce back somehow? Because they've been getting outplayed pretty handily the last few games. In fact, the Panthers are looking. Do I put the curse on them right away? Are they not looking like they would be the most likely to win the Stanley Cup at this point? Or is that just an over evaluation on what's looked like three pretty good games against the Bruins?
For the Panthers, I mean, they've at the rate that they're playing right now, probably so, because you got to figure it out. I don't know who's going to.
This is the Stanley fucking Cup.
Right.
Can we possibly, I mean, you have a couple there with the Lightning, so you're sort of, don't understand the pain of realizing at some point during your Panther fandom that it's never coming here. Not with these guys running the show, but we have like sound management. This is very unusual for a Florida team. You have it with the Rays and the Lightning, I guess. But here in South Florida, it's chaos, man. It's a third world country when it comes to this stuff. And so it does seem inconceivable, doesn't it? And yet it could happen. Step 2 could take place tonight, as we may make it, the Florida Panthers anyway, to the third round of the tournament, which Hurricanes Rangers. I have 20 pages of panic here in the New York Post today.
Oh, boy.
Right? The Rangers all of a sudden, are they on the ropes, Angel Martinez? You're going back to Raleigh for a game 6 now? And then the Knicks, what's wrong with this picture? How are the Knicks favored in this game tonight against the Indiana Pacers?
Because of the refs, because they're going back to New York, and it's because of the refs.
You believe that? I mean, I know we've been heavily on that topic the last few shows that we did last week, and how could you not be? Because you're asking the question. I mean, Adam Silver, have you no shame? But
he's still yet to be heard, Devo. Where is he?
I think he's a lineman in the UFL. I'm not sure. That was pretty good. Was that really Wade Phillips that was coaching one of the teams? I saw a little blip of the game. Now I would imagine it's very relatable to you, this UFL, because of your affiliation with the Arena Football League, which you would say what? If you were ranking leagues in terms of football, that would be NFL. Is the UFL second in terms of pro leagues, or is the Canadian League ahead of these guys? I'm not sure. I pay no attention to Canadian football. Do you? I mean, maybe if Warren Moon was back in there or Flutie, I'm not sure. But can you name? I can't name you one CFL player. Can you?
I couldn't either, and I don't even think the CFL gets that high. If I had to rank them, it'd be the NFL, the UFL for now, because come next year when the AFL gets more teams in the league and it's more high paced, they may end up taking a leap over to UFL. Be for UFL, AFL, and then the CFL, because the CFL has been pretty quiet for the past couple seasons. I mean, they haven't made a whole bunch of noise.
Do the Argonauts still exist? I mean, are they playing in Saskatchewan?
I believe so.
Used to be the Grey Cup. When did they even play? I don't even know. There was a time, I guess, before all of these other fledgling leagues started, like the XFL, and then there was a resurrection of the USFL or something. I don't even know. But the two leagues that merged. Yeah. I mean, the Canadian Football League was a very viable place. Like mid-season, your team would pick up some offensive linemen from the CFL and go, oh, yeah, I think this guy can really play. So it had some level of acclaim. I don't know, and you had any number of players come into the National Football League from the CFL and actually really prospered. So I would say, I guess what the Arena League would be would be third on that list as an option, and we're going to take the CFL and just throw it out of the equation, right?
Yep. Yeah. You think the CFL, first of all, really hasn't been making a whole bunch of noise. And then you had the merge of the USFL, which I don't know. Me personally, I thought it was going to be a lot better if they would just stayed separate, just in my own opinion. But then they merged with the XFL to now make it the UFL. And I mean, they're not getting any more gangbuster numbers that the XFL is back because
it's funny they've taken to a principle that was always in play here in South Florida with our various sports teams because they were very poorly supported in general, especially like the Marlins, where they only have people on one side of the field at these UFL games. Did you notice that?
Yep.
Which I'm not sure how encouraging of a sign that is because it seems invariably all the action's on the other side of the field. So every time you see a shot, you're wondering, why are they televising this? There's nobody fucking there. And I did watch the end of that game, though. It was San Antonio and I believe Arizona. I want to say that Arizona was 1-6 going into this game. So they've already played like a lot of games. And what was Wade Phillips, the head coach of the San Antonio team, who came back and they converted a 3-point conversion after a touchdown. They finally ground out a touchdown with like a couple of minutes to go in the game. They convert a 3-point conversion because if you go from the 10-yard line, you get 3 points for the extra point. So that's another one of those innovations, those Vince McMahon type of innovations there. But this time we were talking about The Rock, where, okay, your team could be down 3 or they're down 9 or 10 even. They're down 10 and it's still a one-score game, as they would which I don't know. Do you like that? I mean, why not just have a play where you can throw a Hail Mary for 5 points also? I mean, from the 50, I don't know. What do you think about that one? They converted the 3-point conversion from the 10-yard line. A guy catches a little slant pass. So now they're tied in the game, and that looked like they were destined to lose.
Yeah.
And then the ensuing kickoff, a guy makes a nice run back, fumbles the ball, gives it back to San Antonio. And they had a guy kick like a 50-yard field goal, and they end up winning the game. So, and I see Wade Phillips going nuts. Looks like he lost some weight. I don't know. They're like totally into this. Like you would have thought he just won the Super Bowl if you watch this guy. So I guess, I mean, and you had that lineman on, Sean from the Predators.
Mm-hmm.
And you see what it means to some of these guys, though. It's kind of nice to see, isn't it? It's like heartening to see that, here's this football game that nobody's watching, nobody gives a flying one about, and yet here's Wade Phillips, a former head coach in the NFL for many years and a long-time respected defensive coordinator, and he's giddy. He's jumping up and down because he won a UFL game.
Yeah, no, he is. Sorry, as
I thought you were kissing me goodbye there. It's like, shut up already, DeForest. I mean, let me say something.
My lovely producer had walked in from Studio B.
That had to be the wife to be. Either that or Pete Sheppard. I don't know. No, Shepherd's not with you.
Well, that'll make for a moment for a clip later on. But no.
Martinez kisses off co-host.
No, unless I turn
long-time radio mainstay, Jeff DeForest. Yeah, exactly. That's the way the headlines will go.
No, it's surprising because Wade Phillips, obviously, he still loves the game. A lot of these coaches, I think, if you bring them back, it would.
I like seeing that. I really do.
Yeah, I would like to see actually Jimmy Johnson come out of the booth.
He's not going anywhere. He's got a made in the shade, the Jimmer.
Yeah, well, it's the same way like you have now Tom Brady, who was announced last night on Fox that he's got his first game coming up as announcing, and who knows, he might be dry, he might be good. I guess you have to give him a fair chance to see how he's going to end up doing. I know a lot of folks don't like Joe Buck, but after going to ESPN, people seem to tolerate it a lot more. So I guess you can't be any worse than Joe Buck.
Joe Buck, not my favorite. I don't think he's a bad announcer by any stretch. He's very professional. Obviously, look, you're capable of holding up and staying composed in front of zillions of people that are tuned in. That was always one of the faithful things that some directors would say as you're about to go live on national TV or whatever, and they would say, 3, 2, okay, DeForest, don't worry about the millions and millions of people that are tuned in right now. 1, go. And you're like, what? Millions of people, you start sweating, you're schwitzing. I mean, it couldn't be any more of a disastrous way to set things up. But he holds up pretty well under that kind of pressure. I mean, if you think about the magnitude of what the fuck you're doing, you would crack in a heartbeat.
Oh, yeah.
But not my favorite. I don't know. They're just something that is like a little, I don't know that you would call it a smarminess or sort of I don't know. There's just a little bit of an attitude there that I don't really have a great fondness for with Joe Buck. Other than that, though, I mean, does he call a decent game? When you really get down to it, Angel, you did this the other day yourself. I mean, when you're doing play-by-play on a football game, it's not that hard. No, it really isn't. I mean, it just there's a natural, excitement in the building if something is happening, that is worthwhile, and so you're going to rise to a little bit of a level of crescendo in terms of the sound that you're, giving out, but hopefully not get so carried away that you sound like one of these screamers like Gus Johnson.
Yeah, no, Troy Aikman saves him a lot from the game itself, from the broadcast, and he's not.
I'm not a huge Aikman fan, though, either. I mean, a good-looking guy, and obviously he seems like he's to be respected, but I don't think he's ever said anything of any significance, has he?
Not really, but I mean, he's.
I love it that
better
you just came to my side here, Angel. Yeah, sure, you're right, DeForest.
No, but he hasn't really, but he's to me, he's better than Joe Buck, and Joe Buck's been doing it a lot longer than Troy. I think Joe started irritating me more on the baseball games when he started calling, because a couple of years ago he called, I believe, the World Series game, and it was just more of an annoyance. And I know a lot of people love him.
He was with like John Smoltz, who wow, Smoltz is like a pitching version. I used to love Tim McCarver, although people would complain that he'd sit there and start doing a geological analyzation of the dirt around home plate to see if it was conducive to bunting. And you'd be like, shut the fuck up. I mean, these guys don't bunt anymore anyway, Tim. What are you talking about? But Smoltz, I mean, he just never stops. Every single aspect of every pitch is of fascinating dimensions to him. And it's just like we were saying, if you're calling play-by-play of a football game, it's not really that complicated, right? What are you doing? 2nd and 10 from the 33-yard line, so-and-so back to pass. I mean, it's happening in front of you. It's almost self-explanatory, but, people try to make it more complicated than it is. Kevin Harlan would be the other guy to screamer. I don't know what it is about, and he's a very decent guy from interview. In fact, he was a frequent visitor on the previous network that we were affiliated with.
Yep.
Good friends with the guy whose name was attached with that, Tony Bruno, and he was a lot of fun when you heard him in an interview, and yet when he's doing a game, for some reason, the minute I hear it's Kevin Harlan, I'm thinking mute button, my friend.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, just something about it. It's overly affected, I guess you would call it, where a guy's going nuts on every play. Every play is not the most exciting thing that you've ever seen. Would you agree? When a guy runs the ball for like 3 yards up the middle or makes a layup with nobody contesting it, I'm not sure that it calls for somebody going nuts.
Yeah, well, it depends. Like, I think if it's a close game, then yeah. But if it starts to be a blowout, it becomes completely different. And basketball, probably out of all the sports, when it comes down to it, even when I called games down here in Tampa, it's one of the harder ones to kind of do because you're trying to keep everybody intact and you're trying to let everybody know exactly what's going on. When you're by yourself, it makes it even twice as difficult. But then if the team's gone down by 15 and then you can start seeing that comeback happening, that's the best part, because then you start to get excited. But then you'll have people shooting messages across the social media saying, "Oh, look, now you're for the home team." Like you try to be as fair.
You should
as
pay no
possible.
attention to that. I mean, put your phone away while you're doing the game. I would recommend it, because I remember the first time I was subjected to social media immediate criticism, live criticism. I mean, there's a lot of spite out there, a lot of hate. I mean, here I am saying not particularly flattering things about these announcers you're bringing up, although all of them are obviously achieved some level of professionalism beyond even what I've done, and so great. I applaud them for that. That's fantastic. Because think about it, what a great job, Angel, that is. I mean, I was thinking about the guy that was calling the last night's Rangers game. I believe it was on TBS. Wasn't really familiar with him, but he seemed very competent and very professional. Wasn't really like a particularly sharp-looking guy, but really did the job well. Like the highest compliment you could be paid in any business, any job, is somebody says, "Hey, what's it like to work with Angel Martinez?" And a person whose authority and the level of experience you respect says, "Oh, he's a solid pro." You're like, wow, okay, that's what you want to be, right? And this guy, think about it. He was sitting back, and he's calling this game at Madison Square Garden. I mean, this was his job that night. It's a great gig if you can get it, and certainly if you can get in the flow of it, where you can enjoy it in a kind of temperament where you're able to communicate what's going on out there to the fans. Which this guy did a good job. He really did. Hockey would be the one thing that I would find very perplexing to call. I mean, if you didn't just want to blow your brains out from the names alone, or do you just make up hockey names when you're doing a hockey game? Because nobody would know if you were making a mistake. I mean, is that the way you would approach it, or it didn't matter what you said?
No, it would be that, especially if you try to do it in Spanish because it's already fast paced as is.
Oh,
it would make it even extremely difficult. Yep, because you're not only you're trying to keep up with the puck and where it's going, then you got the names. It's just. It would be such a nonstop. You would feel like a hamster on a wheel, just keep going and going and going.
Oh, it'd be fantastic. I would love to hear you. We should get a little play-by-play of you doing hockey in Spanish. Okay, so how would you pronounce this guy's name? Skjei. He's a former Ranger that's now on the Hurricanes, and he's been instrumental. I think he was a factor in the game last night also. I have kind of yesterday's news tomorrow here because I got the early morning edition of the Post that they send. They don't even send this down here. They print it down here. So why can't they have – there's a beef for you, Angel Martinez. Why can't they have like last night's later games?
Right. If they're printing it locally, they should. That's
printed by the Sun Sentinel here in South Florida. Fired at my door in anger by some lady that is delivering papers in Hialeah, but has to come all the way up here because one old Jew is getting the paper. All right, is it? Do you pronounce the K? What do you do? Is it like Chuck Knobloch? I mean, what is the deal with the K here?
What's the
Skjei? Sounds Swedish or Finnish. What is that? Czechoslovakian? I'm not sure. Shkve or whatever. Right? I don't know. Is the guy Jewish? I'm not sure. But
I don't know. That's a tough one.
Yeah, so you could probably fake the names if you were doing a hockey game. But no, this guy was good on the call last night. And I was thinking, what a pleasure it would be. I mean, I've had the pleasure of being in that situation many times. And what a great gig. So we have to encourage everybody, Angel. Everybody, as crazy as this fucking business is, go ahead and pursue your dreams. If that's what you wanted to do, because it would be well worth it. Yeah, that was wild. But they're panicking in New York. Do you like the smell of panic in the morning? That's my question.
No, always.
No?
Always.
Oh, you do? Okay, good.
Yeah, always. Because you never know. When you go live, everything. If you're doing stuff pre-recorded, it's the most amazing thing, and you have everything set up exactly the way it is. It's smooth as silk. When you go live, that's when the gremlins come out and the gerbils come out, and then you'd hope that the mic was on. We were on location.
What do you mean we're not on, Angel? What do you mean?
Yeah, we were on location somewhere, and I forgot where. It might have been out in Tampa, but it was something that we did. It was one of the football games that were coming up, and here we're on for about maybe 2 minutes, and we can hear ourselves, but no one can hear us. And then so we switch everything out. We want to make sure that everybody can hear us. Now the people can hear us, but we couldn't hear ourselves. So it's just I love that anxiety in the morning because it's always like, okay, what could possibly go wrong? It's going to go wrong. And then you got to fake it, adjust things on the fly, and keep things moving.
That's the way you have to feel as a better. I mean, especially last night. We can get into this in the next segment here of the show. But see, now I had that line at 8.5. I guess it went up when the news of Donovan Mitchell not being available for the Cleveland Cavaliers changed the line. I think one of my friends told me that, and I didn't see this, but that it went off at like 12 and a hook, which would have made a big difference because in that case, if you had taken the points with the Cavaliers without Donovan Mitchell in there, thinking that there was no way that they could compete with the Boston Celtics, who are now on a mission and got that second game wake-up call in both series and went on, I mean, they just spanked the Heat after that. Mm-hmm. And it appears they're going to do the same to the Cleveland Cavaliers, especially without Mitchell in the lineup. But the game originally, and you could have had this game at 8.5. And imagine if you had the horror, my friend. I don't know. You're familiar with the movie Apocalypse Now?
Yep.
At the end there with Marlon Brando there, and he's Colonel Kurtz, and he's just laying there about to check out, and he's saying, "The horror, the horror." And that's what it was. It was horror last night. If you were watching this Cavaliers-Celtics game, I mean, right down to the bitter fucking end. Because if the bookies were running the country, if the odds makers were running the country, there would be no debate about who the president of the United States should be. It would be Louis the Lipschitz or somebody that was making odds, because how they hit these things right. I mean, just a razor thin margin either way, and it's seesawing back and forth, even though the game is already decided. Angel, this is what is going to drive us to an early grave. Thank God you don't engage in this stuff. I mean, imagine that. But this game was like teetering in a balance. And then I would imagine people that had the Boston Celtics were laying the points. I mean, they took one right on the chin. It was unbelievable. All right, water purification, man. That's what it's all about right now. I mean, never mind shooting your stomach with Ozempic and whatever impossible to overcome side effects that may have.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm skinny. Yeah, but you're being measured for a coffin. What are you talking about? This is the way to go, man. I mean, real pure, just solid fundamental stuff.
Yeah, I would probably have to take it as Gas Pump Guy says. I would love to hear a hockey game in Spanish. You got this, LOL. Well, maybe if I take a little bit of the water purification here, it could end up helping. And who knows?
Are there any Spanish broadcasts of NHL? I mean, I would imagine
Zero.
Maybe in LA and New York.
That
would
I
there
know
be a
of,
Spanish hockey broadcast?
That I know of, absolutely none. That I know of. I could be wrong, but I don't.
Can I just become your manager? Can you send me a little, clip of you doing the football game?
Sure.
I'll do. We're gonna get some Spanish station to carry like Rangers, Islanders hockey. We'll have jobs all year round. It'll be awesome.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping for the next game at home because I had some. Listen, first of all, thanks to everybody who tuned in to their very first Spanish broadcast. I do appreciate it. But I think for the next game, I'm going to have the split screen where I'll have I'll have myself and whoever's with me at the broadcast booth, along with the game on the in the arena. Since the NFL Network is now going to be broadcasting the games, then I can do a split screen and show it that way so everybody can kind of keep up. But I might.
Do you need a color man? I mean, I could just inject an occasional bueno. No?
Sure.
All right.
Yeah. I'll bring you on for
I
the
could
next
do
one.
the derisive Mexican whistle if the things are going badly for the Predators.
Yeah.
Which I don't even want to tell you what that means in the literal translation. But anyway, no, it's good. I think we're onto something. Spanish hockey broadcasts, Hispanic hockey broadcasts, New York and LA. We offer your services. The rest is history, Angel.
That's
may
it.
Not, we may not even have to do this show or talk about the water filtration system, which.
Yeah, no, who knows? And I'll probably, if maybe tonight, if depending on what I got going on here, maybe I'll record some of the game on the screen here and give a little announcement, and then maybe we'll throw it up there for tomorrow.
I like it.
Who knows?
All right.
Yeah, it'll happen. But in the meantime,
clean your system out first.
Yes, there's people who need some water purification in your homes because it comes to this time of the year here in Florida. As I'm looking right out now, my Studio A window here, we're about to get some lightning and thunderstorms as it's close to summer. It is already summer here for the most part.
You could set your watch by the thunderstorms.
You sure can.
4
That's
o'clock
for sure.
every day over here on the east side. 4 o'clock every day. Dark cloud hovering overhead, my friend. It's almost like you're Tom Thibodeau looking up at the sky and going, "We're fucked. We're fucked."
Oh, boy. You could set it by that for sure.
Yeah.
But the Palm Beach Water Purification's whole house water filters are ideal if you want filtered water throughout your home, including for showers, bathroom sinks, and running appliances like your washing machine and dishwasher. Even if you only want filtered water from the sink in your home, a whole house system can be cost effective and time efficient versus purchasing several under sink or countertop filters that need to be installed and maintained as those that you can purchase at Home Depot or your local Depot stores. A whole house water filtration system from Palm Beach Water Purification will reduce or totally remove contaminants in your water, give you healthier skin and hair, improve the flavor and the quality of your food and drinks, provide healthier water for your pets and plants, give you brighter, longer lasting, softer clothes by removing chlorine, and allow you to breathe easier by removing the chemicals that evaporate in steam. So call South Florida's top-rated water guys today and schedule a free water test and consultation at 561-801-7337, 561-801-7337, or visit them online at pbwaterpure.com. That's pbwaterpure.com. waterpure.com and let them know that Tifo and I send you, and you guys can get 10% off. And we might have to go to the Johnson household, being AJ Johnson, and visit the bleacherbrothers.com compound and see what he has in his water system, because I didn't hear anything as of last night, but I'm pretty sure he picked nothing but winners over there on Bleacher Bets.
I think he liked the Celtics last night. I'm not sure. I believe he mentioned that to me, but he was not playing with the usual certainty into those games last night. And of course, in the other game, the Celtics did prevail. But we'll get into the horror. And it has only to do with gambling and wagering on the game. Otherwise, if you're a Celtics fan, you're thinking, holy Sam Jones, man, they're home free here. And series is decided. But if you were betting the game, you were on the razor's edge, Angel Martinez. You had to be just absolutely beside yourself for the final 2 minutes of that ball game. It was incredible. All right, so we're going to come back. We'll talk about that, a lot of other stuff. You got the hockey coming up again tonight. And, of course, a couple of games last night. Dallas taking control of their series. 5-1 over Colorado. And Carolina. Woo! The guy I mentioned before on the gambling show said he took a little sniff, a little taste on Carolina when they were down 0-2 and 0-3 to the Rangers to win the Stanley Cup, to be hoisting Lord Stanley's Cup. And so he got it at 25-1 and 35-1. Now, here they are. Now, the likelihood is they don't even get out of this second-round series.
Yeah.
But if they do, that 35-1 looks pretty fat compared to the, I think it was like 5-1, maybe less, maybe 3-1 that you were getting on the Hurricanes to begin. All right, we'll come back. A lot of stuff to talk about here, Angel Martinez, and it's like Ernie Banks time. Let's play two in virtually every sport. So we got a lot to explore, my friend.
Indeed. And as we mentioned earlier on in the show today, with Pete Sheppard and myself, here with Martinez Tifo Unscripted, if you guys want to know exactly where we're all tuned in, of course, you can, once again, Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitter, Rumble, Twitch, also on broadstsouth.com that you guys can see on the screen, but those who are listening on the app, because they've already downloaded the app, if you go to broadstsouth.com, go over to the live shows, and you guys will see at the top there's Tifo and I with Martinez and Tifo Unscripted. And then if you go a little bit further down, we have our Spanish friends at Vid96 Orlando. But you also have it where you can download the apps. I make it super convenient for everyone. You can just get it on Google Play and or the App Store, and you can download it so you guys won't miss myself and the great Jeff Tifo DeForest speaking here on the Riptide Media Network, and of course on Sports Radio 102.9 FM The Game. And you can also enable the skill over on Alexa, which I'm pretty sure she's going to talk back to me. All you have to do is tell it to enable the skill, let it know it's Sports Radio 102.9, and then you'll be able to hear us that way as well. So when we get back, we'll have a lot more to get into, as Tifo said. Don't forget, you can call and or text into the show at 727-858-6650, 727-858-6650. And we thank you all for tuning in from the island of Puerto Rico all the way out to Italy and Spain and beyond. We do appreciate it. So we'll be back right after this.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The following is made possible by Dad.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling all over it.
The dad joke. Corny, grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
Why do you have to be careful when it's raining cats and dogs? Because you might step in a poodle.
And kids that spend more time with their dads grow up to be smarter, more successful.
Can I tell you a cat joke? Just kidding.
And with any luck, funnier adults.
Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he didn't have any body to go with.
Dad jokes rule. So take a moment to make a moment and give your kid a laugh. It's as easy as going to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
That's really funny.
Okay, men. This is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping, cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. I know you won't. Because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Back to Martinez and Devo here on Scripted. Devo, I gotta upload some new music, so that's why I don't kind of go back into the music here, because I have to go into the music archives and grab some stuff so we can play it up there. That, and I'm also watching the right outside the studio here, which I may have to run outside because the flagpole is starting to bend like a noodle, going back and forth as we're getting some heavy
really?
winds. Yeah. Yeah.
So you must have storm windows there, Angel Martinez. No, you're there, right there on the coast.
No, I do, but
and that's a wicked area too, because a lot of these hurricanes and storms, they tend to duck right under the peninsula there.
Yeah.
And while they were headed, and there's always, whenever they put up the initial weather warnings, the tracking of hurricanes, there's always a bullseye on my ass. Right? I mean, that's exactly where the cone of death is pointing, straight in the direction of your house. You can even see your address right there on the roof, as if you were already petitioning your insurance company. Hey, citizens, you got to pay me or what? But then they have a tendency to kind of, like, I'm acting like I'm Brian Norcross now, man. Remember the weather guy that was on all the time? This was mostly a Miami thing, Hurricane Andrew. What was that, like 32 years ago already?
Yeah,
that's incredible.
It's been a while.
Wow. Now, that one was one that had everybody finally believing that you should adhere these warnings, but with as much caution as you possibly can, and be diligent about it, because it's no laughing matter if it happens to go in the wrong direction, and it often does, right?
Sure
always
is.
at the last second, but they always veer off into your direction there.
Yep.
They go right under the thing, and then boom, there they are in the Gulf. And the next thing you know, people are evacuating Tampa. They're on the Skyway Bridge, of all places, just to head out of town before the storm hits, and they're all stuck on the west coast of Florida. But I hope it's okay, guys. Sunny and bright over here on the east side of town. I think you really need to consider maybe some relocation, Angel Martinez, when the real money starts to roll in.
Who knows? Possibly, but you can always tell, especially when I'm live, because you went from the brightness what was inside the studio to now turning back until 5 a.m, and then give it about 20, 30 minutes, and it'll go right back to extreme light. But I was looking at the local radar, and it seems like we're going to get whatever this thing is that's coming from the Gulf.
Yeah, I saw that schmutz on the radar earlier this morning. Somebody posted it up on your favorite social media outlet, Facebook. And they were saying it was going to be incredibly rough over there. All right. Well, we have I hope you don't have to get up and exit in the middle of this thing, because that would be horrible. It would be like the scene you had in the opening where the woman gets hit by the stop sign, the reporter.
Yeah,
telling
that'd be
people
me.
not to go outside. It's a big gold steel ball. I mean, they look like Russell Crowe coming out of the chute in the Gladiator movie, right? Where you get hit in the face with a spiked steel ball before you get 2 feet into the arena. And that's the least of the problems that you're going to face as they unleash like a pride of lions that are all very hungry after dangling steaks in front of them for 24 hours before you hit the arena floor. Double headers in all sports tonight. Angel Martinez, you have 2 basketball games, you have 2 hockey games, and then a lot of attention being paid. Is the world upside down, my friend? I'm reading this handicapper's selections here, and he does a very eloquent dissertation on why you should play the under in the Fever Sun game, which I'm trying to figure out what sport that is. I mean, is that what? Indoor lacrosse, the Fever versus the Sun? And of course, it's the WNBA, about to expand to horizons that we never could have even dreamt remotely possible, as they were just ensconced, immersed in a sea of red ink, the likes of which even the guys who are making $60 million a year in the NBA are privately probably saying to their agents, we really got to pay for those chicks to play basketball? I could be making more money myself, right? But now this whole Caitlin Clark thing has opened up new horizons. Is this going to be a passing fad, or is this something you think, Angel Martinez, women's basketball now on the pro level, might have just arrived and or is about to, or is here to stay? What do you think?
I think it's starting to rise. We saw it last year when you have the Las Vegas Aces who've won back-to-back championships.
Yep.
You kind of start seeing what's happening. Candace Parker retiring this year, which is going to open up more doors for more younger ladies to come into the league and be able to take her spot, which it'd be hard to replace Candace Parker. But then you have Caitlin Clark here, Angel Reese, and a few others. They're debuting some games tonight. But yeah, like you mentioned with the Indiana Fever, which will be on ESPN. For those who want to know, but I think they're
imagine if you had told the ESPN executives 5 years ago, hey, listen, man, you're going to air this opener between Connecticut and Indiana in the WNBA instead of having like an NBA playoff game. They would have told you to go fuck yourself. I mean, right then and there. Now they can't wait. I mean, this is going to be huge. I would imagine even Oprah might be courtside for this thing. You can't imagine the fanfare. And this is on the road they're playing. And people are going to bet on this, Angel. That's the remarkable thing about the situation, I believe.
Oh, yeah. And
people are going to be betting. They were betting WNBA preseason games. That used to be grounds for being taken away and found to be in need of a Baker acting, where they just took you right off the track. That's it.
No, but they've been shaking and moving a little bit. It takes. I don't know why it's taken actually this long for them to finally get some notoriety.
Sucked. That's why. I mean, that was just the flat out truth. Nobody cared about it because it wasn't. I mean, look, this is not meant to be denigrating the women in any way, but it sure sounds like it, you asshole. No, I mean, look, it wasn't as well played as a lot of other basketball that you could watch on TV. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, no, it has been, and it's been a while. They know it. They had to invest into something here with the WNBA, but I think it's finally starting to get there. I know there's a lot of people saying, "Is there a team coming to Philly?" I heard, and again, but it's just. It was in passing, like a breeze outside your window, that it could be a possibility. There could be a team coming to Philly, but now they're finally starting to get to the point where people are starting to make a grumbling about it. And the other thing would be then, if it turns out to be a really successful season as they're preparing for it, would they then extend the season a little bit more into the NBA season? Would be the most.
That would be a tragic error. I think that would be almost as. Ridiculous and foolish as when the USFL was just on the cusp of maybe sort of validating itself and becoming viable as a financial entity and providing some quality stuff. Decided, I believe that was when Donald J. Trump that was pushing this thing, and said, you know what we got to do? We got to go head to head with the NFL. That's the only way we're going to win here. And that was it. They got crushed like a grape, and it was all over. I mean, it wasn't viable. So. Yeah, I can't imagine the WNBA wanting to go. And why would the NBA welcome that? Because they're basically the financial force behind the WNBA, which, as we said, was just bathed in red ink.
They are.
I mean, it's weird because I'm glad to see that it sustained itself, maybe to get to this point. I have a feeling, I don't know that I'll be around to see it, but I have a feeling that maybe this will be some kind of a platform for this particular entity to take off. It's possible. So that's good, right? I mean, you want to encourage girls to play sports. If that's what it's all about, then it certainly is a good thing. I don't understand all the acrimony about Caitlin Clark from inside her contemporaries now in the WNBA. Assertions that that this proves that there's outright racism being applied to the sport. Did you see that one?
Yeah.
WNBA player, his name escapes me because I didn't know it to begin with, but she was asserting that, well, you know what, she's only getting attention because she's not a black chick. And you're thinking, I mean, I don't know. Is there possibly some truth to it? Sure. I mean, it could be, but yeah, I mean, why is all this venom being pointed at Caitlin Clark? You had Taurasi and Sue Bird. I mean, the mild-mannered Sue Bird saying, well, she gets into the league, it's not going to go so well for her. What do you think? I mean, does somebody just break her nose tonight?
No, it's stupid because the more the stuff, people need to really take a step back and look at what's going on, because this whole divide that keeps happening everywhere else is driving me bananas. Because if you keep looking at the world as in black and white, no one's ever going to advance, no matter which way you look at it. It could be something they just hate Caitlin Clark and they're going to throw, well, she's white and she's going to get all the popularity. Any athlete, to me, and you guys, I welcome whatever comments you want to put up there. But to me, if you are hated as an athlete, to me, it doesn't matter whether you're white, Hispanic, Asian, no matter what it is, because people are talking about you. And if people are talking about you, that's a good thing, at least in my book, because it's me. I've made it more than the obviously known. I can't stand A-Rod. And he comes, from the Spanish heritage side of the house. Does it mean that I hate my own people? No. It just means that I can't stand one person in particular. But why? Well, because he made a name for himself. He plays some decent baseball. I'm not going to say he was the best baseball player of all time. Sucks as a broadcaster. I'm just going to put that out there. It's just horrible. But he gets talked about. There's all these different people that have been spoken about. So it drives me bananas when people keep using, well, this ethnicity is better than that ethnicity. Everybody just needs to really calm it down and just get along and watch the success of other people, period.
A-Rod makes Big Pappy look like Bob Costas.
He sure does.
The next interesting thing he says will be the first. I mean, he's got a great smile. He has a presence. What he says is absolutely goofy. And yet he's in hot demand. I mean, we're doing something wrong here, Angel Martinez. This guy's in hot demand. And on top of that, I mean, it was essentially a guy that was known as a disgrace to the game who, the one thing people don't like is being lied to, correct?
Right.
So, I mean, he looked into all of those cameras with Pete Gammons. I mean, with Katie Couric. I mean, these were classics, right? Where he very innocently looks into the camera and says, in answer to the question, well, did you ever use performance-enhancing drugs, A-Rod? No. And you're like, well, what happened here? All of a sudden, he turned into Jose Jimenez. I mean,
exactly.
Sammy Sosa at the steroid hearings. No speak no English, man.
That's it.
Even though we just saw him, getting auditioning for a role in The Godfather. For God's sake, I mean, come on. He does seem like a bit of a fraud. I do know this. I don't know if I mentioned this to you, but my son at one time. After he got out of school, he had moved here to South Florida, and he was with a woman at the time who ended up working for A-Rod's real estate agency, which he's an extremely successful businessman, A-Rod. Now, if you have billions to work with, that doesn't hurt, right? I mean, it's hard to fuck that up. But anyway, he was very successful and, really into it. And the word was, and it seemed I saw a little of this gratuity, towards his employees. He was always laying his employees onto like front row heat tickets, all kinds of little extras, and it turned out it was like a great guy to work for, which is weird because I'm like you, I I find it disgusting, right? I'm old school. I'm an old fart. I don't like guys that cheated the game there. I'm almost like De Niro in probably the dumbest sports movie ever, The Fan. I don't know if you saw that movie.
Yeah, I saw
where
that
he wants
one.
to kill the guy because he doesn't hustle.
Yeah.
It's like, can you imagine if he was a fan of the WNBA? No, I mean the NBA. They'd probably hustle all over the court. Somebody's going to flatten Caitlin Clark tonight. Why isn't that being speculated upon? Who is it going to be? Is there a goon on the Connecticut Sun that we can point to and say, this is the Bill Lambier of women's basketball? And she just goes ahead and puts not that I'm rooting for this, because I actually became a fan, like everybody else did, of Caitlin Clark, being a chucker myself when I was playing basketball. I appreciate the fact that she barely gets over the mid-court stripe and is thinking about hoisting one.
Yeah.
I think she might have a better career in the NBA than the WNBA if those girls are going to try and pound on her. But we shall see. I would think Jordan rules will be in play very early on in her career because they see her as the one pillar that's going to be holding up this league for the attention that most of these guys you would think would welcome it, because you would imagine they'd feel it was well overdue that they were going to get this kind of attention. I mean, a doubleheader tonight on ESPN, for God's sake. WNBA opening night, not exactly like major market teams involved, and they can't wait to get all over this thing. All right, so you got a doubleheader there. You have a doubleheader on the ice. Did you say that Pete Sheppard was resigned to the fact that his Bruins that tonight is El Finito, my friend?
I think Pete is kind of coming to grips. Of course, he's not going to say, but and he put out a poll, and everybody agreed that it might be the final night, for the Bruins. And I mean, at the rate that the Panthers are playing, I couldn't see why not. So I just think this could be it for the Boston Bruins.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, look, you have no evidence over the last 3 games that the Bruins are going to find a way to beat this team. Swayman, who was invincible there during the first round of the Stanley Cup chase, all of a sudden he's vulnerable. It looks like, does he have a twitch? You mentioned twitch before. Swayman got a little bit of a twitch. He has to be, because the Panthers were like swarming all over this guy.
Yeah.
And I mean, that had to be beyond deflating. You have a chance. You're up 2-0 first period, playing like a perfect first period of hockey, and you've got everything going your way. And then you end up getting tied on the very controversial goal. So let me try to figure this out. Like, you can take the guy from the other team and shove him into his own goalie, knock the goalie flat on his ass, so he's basically sitting behind the glass in the front row of the arena.
Mm-hmm.
And because of the fact that the referees who were looking right at this didn't figure that shoving the guy in the back was significant at all in aiding the Panthers' offense. Now, this is being spoken as a guy that would have reason to want the Panthers to continue to have success. But when you see a blatant robbery like this, it's hard to overlook, Angel Martinez. And that is... I don't know. You've probably seen this play now a few times where, who was it? Was it Bennett that shoves the guy into his own goaltender? Now, you could say that they were going to score anyway, but you can't say that with absolute certainty. And you can say with surety that the goalie was impeded by this guy being shoved into his face, somewhat. I mean, maybe not enough to have him had time to recover. The net's wide open there. But nonetheless, I mean, that by all rights should have been waved off, should it not?
It should have been. It should have been, according to the rules, too. Supposedly there was, by the rule, it should have been an allowed goal. But for some reason, they decided to change up. I don't know if they were talking to the NBA refs and figured out, okay, how'd you guys fix the game in New York? I'm sorry. How are you guys fixing the game in New York? Wait, I'm sorry. Let me go back again. How can we get this?
Yeah, we're not comfortable with words like fix.
Yeah. Well, it's
in the league offices anyway.
Well, that's what's going to happen tonight in the NBA game. But, I just listen, folks, think whatever you want to. The reason why the Knicks are going to win tonight is your refs. Just take a look at it. But no, they shouldn't have not allowed
like
to
Rick
go
Carlisle.
because
I mean, you're taking a page out of his book there.
Right. It is what it is because it's true. How could you have a different officiating crew in Indiana versus what you see in New York? And again, listen, New Yorkers, I'm not saying anything about you guys in particular. I'm talking about these dum-dums that are in the black and white striped shirts that apparently are in the books for something. They're not in the Bleacher Bet books. That's for sure. They're in some friggin' side hustle thing, maybe from, I don't know, some far, far away island in the Galapagos somewhere. And just to me, the whole anyways, I would just freaking out. I'll go off on a different thing when it comes to that stuff. But the NHL, that should have been an allowed goal. It was set under the rules the way it was done. It should have been an allowed goal, and it wasn't. And I just think, to me, there's no way you're never going to change the outcome. I mean, you did, because obviously the game was lost. But to change up the series at this point, the Bruins know they would have to have that on their back and take that into tonight's game. And if you want to extend the series, that's how you have to play. That you got stripped away from a goal. Now you take that and fuel the rest of the series. But I don't think it's going to happen.
They're not getting a lot of shots off the Bruins. Mr. Hockey expert here. All of a sudden, I'm Don fucking Cherry. But no, I mean, we know that. I mean, you can look on the board there, and you start to pick things up. As abstract a game as hockey is, it's fairly easy to pick it up.
Mm-hmm.
Is that fair to say? I mean, you don't have to know a hell of a lot. I mean, it's guys with sticks on skates, and they're remarkable. They really are. I mean, they for all of the different changes of possession that there are, which is very, very frequent, more frequent than any other sport, you would have to say. They handle the puck, with such skill. It's like amazing to watch. It really is. I can't believe this is only round 2, and it's been a bloodbath in a lot of these series of the NHL. They're definitely delivering, and the NBA is providing a lot of different storylines and sparks on its own. But and I'm not just saying this because it would be a popular stance that, oh yeah, well, you see, there's a guy that appreciates hockey. But they deliver. Their quotient of excitement, like the Stanley Cup playoffs, are really, I think, are unparalleled in terms of the road it takes to win a championship in a sport. Yep. Unbelievable stuff. All right, we're going to come back, right? We got another hour to go here, Angel Martinez. Is that the way we're operating today?
Yep, we sure do. We got another hour to go. So the first one went by super quick, and I'm pretty sure next hour will go by just immediately as fast. And LinkedIn, sorry I didn't get a chance to tell you guys that you're kind of screwed at the moment, but you can come over to broadscsouth.com, watch the rest of the show here, as you can if you listen on the apps, whether it being on the Google or App Store. Sports Radio 102.9 FM. The Game is where you guys hear not only Pete's Sheppard Show in the morning, but of course myself with Jeff Defo DeForest, Martinez, and Defo Unscripted. And you can also watch all the live shows on Facebook, YouTube, LinkedIn, Twitch, Rumble, also on broadscsouth.com. And so, yeah, there's not a way you cannot miss the shows here on the network, including later on. Of course, today is Tuesday. You'll have Coach Sheen from 4 to 6 p.m. And then after that, it is the Bleacher Brothers Sports Network show that comes on from 6 to 9 p.m. And that is with AJ and the rest of the crew from 6 to 9 p.m. Don't forget to visit bleacherbrothers.com as well. Put in your Bleacher bet, because whatever they're doing over there, they're picking winners. They don't pick losers for sure.
Man's on fire. This AJ Johnson, it's a remarkable run. I mentioned I had this gambling show that we started up last night on a different platform, and two great handicappers, and everybody in the country is getting smoked by this AJ Johnson. It's an incredible run this man is on.
I don't know how he does it.
Yeah, I give you guys back to that tough beat too that some Celtic fans might have. You talk about spilling blood, my friend.
Yeah.
This was a Chuck Wepner fight. Unbelievable, right down to the wire.
It was. Yeah. All right. We shall be back. Don't forget, you guys can call or text into the show at 727-858-6650. 727-858-6650. You are listening to Martinez and Defo Unscripted on the Riptide Media Network and also on Sports Radio 102.9 FM The Game, and we shall be right back.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
Interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding. Whoa! Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back.
Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie. So, wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Sweet, sweet Waldo. Now, Waldo, I hope you find some friends this year.
Oh, Mom, you know I'm not like other guys. I'm nervous and my socks are too loose.
Sit down, Waldo.
Now, for those who are coming back to listening to Martinez and Nepo Unscripted, no, you are not listening to something X-rated, although it may have sounded like that. If you're listening in on the sports radio app, But no, that is Hot for T-shirt with Van Halen. I just figured it would be something different and something cool to come back to here as I get some more music uploaded. So, so I'm pretty sure there's people saying, oh my God, what are they playing? No, it was not what you guys were thinking.
People probably thought it was the sound of my pacemaker during last night's Celtics Cavaliers game, especially when it boiled down to the end. And we were thinking a lot of people had that game at 8.5. They were laying 8.5 with the Celtics last night. So the thing's teetering back and forth. I mean, you're thinking the Cavaliers, can they pull this off and win outright? What a shocker that would be. No,
sure
I mean, you talk about going to the chair, my friend. They would have just put electrode, on your head, and the next thing you know, you're fried. It's unbelievable. And so anyway, the Celtics then open it up, and now it's teetering with the fouling going back and forth, whether or not they were making free throws for the entire last 2 minutes, which took, I think, in terms of actual time transpired, it had to be 2 hours and 30 minutes for anybody that bet this game, because it kept going back and forth, and then finally, with no meaningful time left on the clock, 13 seconds, the Celtics make a couple of free throws and they're up 9. Now, it wasn't even a sure thing that they were going to foul the Cavaliers and put the Celtics on the stripe, because otherwise the Celtics failed to cover the spread when it was at 8.5 prior to the knowledge that circulated eventually that Donovan Mitchell wasn't going to play in a game, which I think, did they hold that out right until game time, Angel? That would have been a diabolical plan on the side of the bookmakers. But anyway, so now Cleveland gets the ball, and there's about 12 seconds to go, and you're thinking, 9 points down, well, what is the point of even going to the basket and taking, the layup that was going to be provided by the Red Sea defense on the part of the Boston Celtics? They weren't going to foul anybody at that stage. Instead, the guy dribbles around for a while, takes a jump shot, and it goes in.
Yeah.
And the final margin then went from what would have been 9 in favor of the Celtics, covering the 8.5-point spread and making Celtic fans happy all over the place. You were talking about, imagine wild celebrations, to completely deflating the Boston faithful with what has to be the most painful experience that anybody could have in any form of life. And that is the win, no cover.
Yep.
Your team wins, Angel. See, you don't understand the pain of this, having not ventured into that. And I hope it doesn't happen for the sake of you and the lovely Debbie. I mean, I just hope it doesn't happen to you. But if you're going to be in this business for a while, you might see yourself go through a vital transformation to where these things are meaningful. But, imagine a knife going in your back at a bus stop in Boston. What would not have been as painful as this fucking jumper going in with 2 seconds to go, having no effect on the outcome of the game except to bury the people that laid the 8 hook with the Celtics. Now the line at 12.5, I mean, you were a loser on the way, so you really had no complaint. What would you rather have happened to you? Just have your horse left at the gate, like mine was in the Kentucky Derby, or what would you rather be right in there in a nail biter till the end, to the point where you're completely psychotic, and then the only thing that can ease your pain is a Dilaudid drip after you see this thing go right through the basket? Oh my God!
If I was gambling, I'm the same way. I feel like, wait, okay, we won, but Jesus, could I have won my money too, one way or the other? But
you won, but you lost. I mean,
I know.
It's a story of my life. You won, but you lost.
Yep. I guess that's why I don't play either. It drives me nuts, Evo, when I put $2 in the stupid Mega Millions or Powerball. I'm like, why did I just spend those $2? But that's what you do. You just gamble.
Could have given it to some homeless guy, maybe done some good with it. But nonetheless, of course, because you're taking a shot that maybe the thing that people want the most, I think, in gambling isn't so much the windfall of capital. It's the validation that they were right about something. That I mean, especially if you're just getting your games off of some tout service and you're just betting them because you think, wow, well, this guy claims he hits at 68%, when in reality he's sleeping in the trunk of his car, then great. No, these scam decappers are making a lot of money, and there are a lot of people that seem to be putting some real, time and understanding into what the hell they're talking about, that are handicapping these games, and they're losing just as many as everybody else. There's a guy here today in this Action Sports Top Play that's recommending the under in the Suns. No, the Sun. Is it just the Sun? Yeah, the Connecticut Sun. They're only one thing, right? Big round ball in the sky.
Yeah.
And the Fever game. Now, who in their right mind would spend time handicapping a WNBA over-under on the opening night between two nondescript teams that really don't feature much except for the fact that it's the debut of this Caitlin Clark. He has some brilliant logic here, I'm thinking, Angel. And then I'm realizing that this is like fantasy land. Nobody bets on WNBA games, do they?
No, I don't think so. Not that at least I know of. Unless I talk to my group that the show that we have on Wednesday nights, Talking Hoops, I might have to ask the coaches and Ron Briscoe if anybody bets on them, but I don't think so. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I would. But here it is. I mean, there's a line on this thing and everything, as if Clark's team is the underdog in this deal. I would imagine there are a zillion prop bets that you can make on it. But you see how difficult it is. I mean, think about this. This guy takes a meaningless shot, Angel. I mean, you're not even sure the guy's going to hoist one.
Yeah,
right. It was time to just dribble out the clock and hand the ball to Tatum and say, "Nice game, Jason. We'll see you back in Beantown." Now trailing 3-1 in the series, and literally with no chance, you would have to say, the Cleveland Cavaliers are coming back. What everybody thought was going to happen seems to be transpiring, and what it boils down to a very chalk league, the NBA, in most circumstances. When do you ever see like shocking upsets in NBA basketball in the playoffs? Rarely.
Yeah.
Right? Where you go, oh my God, can you believe that? So yeah, I mean, the Celtics were destined to be there all along, it seems, in what was kind of a compromised East, because every other team that had a shot was badly impeded by injuries all throughout the season, including, I mean, imagine watching the Knicks trying to go against the Celtics if that series comes about.
Well, you figured it, at one point last night, they have, if I remember correctly, it was like a 15-point lead the Celtics had last evening, and then they, obviously, had Cleveland come back. The other thing too who knows what LeBron's doing out there in Cleveland. I know it may have been Hawk 66 that had said something in Pete's show, but his wife, listen, if you're going to a game somewhere, and it's no different than the people that wear some other obnoxious stuff, but she had on, and I don't think it was that cold in Cleveland, I could be wrong, but had on this humongous hat last night. And if I'm the fan that paid for the seat behind her, I'm like, could you just please remove it kindly so I can see
this is LeBron's wife?
LeBron's wife.
Oh, yeah. And was LeBron with her? Or because he would be no going to be sitting behind either, whether he was wearing a hat or not. I mean, the guy's 6'10".
He was with her. I mean, I mean, stylish. Listen, why do we have to do?
Would you have the right at that point to just pull this thing off her head and fire it?
No way. No. And I would not be doing that. I've seen too many videos.
Was it a big fur hat? I mean, what the hell was it? That was always my thing. My big fear in going to movies. You probably heard of the series Bonanza, which was a big Western that was on every Sunday night during my youth, and it was must see. But Hoss Cartwright was like a huge guy, and he wore this giant 10-gallon hat. I mean, like something that even a country star would be embarrassed to wear. And so it was always the big fear that like some guy would have a Hoss Cartwright hat and be sitting in front of you at a sporting event or the movies or whatever. So you're saying it was like that, where the person behind her was completely blocked, even though I would imagine these were pretty pricey seats if you weren't getting them for free like LeBron was.
Oh yeah, I don't know how well I'll be able to put it up there, but here it is for those who are listening on the Sports Radio app, you guys can go back and watch this, or you can
look at that thing as well.
Yeah, it's huge.
It's like a dead animal, man. Just climbed on her head.
Like I said, listen, I get it. She was styling, profiling. There was nothing. I don't want. Listen, ladies, I am not judging her. I just want to. The whole thing is just the hat. The hat was just so big that if you're sitting behind her, it's like, really, could you maybe tilt it just a little more? I don't know, do something.
Who was like behind her? The mayor of Cleveland, or it would have to have been some dignitary, no?
No, some regular sports fan. Yeah. But it's just that, and I think my poll might be, not personally, but my poll outside of flagpole might be taking a tumble here as the winds have picked up dramatically.
Oh wow! Angel, you got to rescue your home, man. If you got to throw it to a break, do it, man.
Yeah, I might have to run out here real quick to take care of business. I'm going to get stoked in the process. But yeah, let me
play a couple of spots. That's how you get out of this thing.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? Climb the flagpole and try to keep it straight?
No, I'll bring the flag down.
Oh, you better do that, man. I mean, the flight it'll be flying at half mast for you if you don't do something soon.
Yeah, it sure will be.
All right. Bail us out of here, and we'll come back when you get back.
Yep, we'll be back right after this.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class. Let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all of these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him at the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home.
Wow. Awesome. Where were you, Jill?
Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Okay, men. This is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping. Cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. No, you won't. Because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing, but not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Welcome back. It is Martinez and Defoe Unscripted here live on Sports Radio 102.9 FM. The Game also on the Riptide Media Network. And oh boy, you talk about going out there. So
what happened, my friend?
Well, I was able to at least.
You look like one of those weathermen that is like impaled to a tree, or is hanging almost perpendicular to the ground. as their hair is blowing. I mean, it's a bad day for a hairpiece in Tampa, isn't it?
Oh yeah, no, I felt like it was going to be like that. Of course, my shorts here are soaked, but that's okay. I'll change them afterwards.
Oh, it's
but,
pouring out on top of this, and you're fighting lightning.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and
you're
of
like
course,
George Clooney in The Perfect Storm when he was up there changing the light bulb on the masthead of the boat, which was, I mean, trying to make its way through 100-foot rogue waves.
Yeah,
it sounds pretty dangerous what you were indulging in. Is the lovely Debbie aware of what you were doing? It sounded like she left the premises.
Yeah, I know she's on the road. She had to go take care of stuff, so hopefully she's okay. But no,
she's driving in this schmutz that's taking place there.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Jeez, all right.
Yeah, but
you guys live dangerously. I mean, right on the razor's edge. The Martinez and company people.
That's what we do. Plus, we're 2 miles off the Gulf, so it's it's right, or literally down the street from us. Yeah, so
I can hear the wind. I can hear it.
Yeah. Well, the good thing was because the pole that we put outside the studio is sustained for 30-mile-an-hour winds, and I'm looking at.
What did he tell you? Because it's usually like a little bit short of that.
Oh yeah, it's like 22 miles an hour. It's never at 30. And so if I take off the flag, because obviously it was getting soaked, it's the first time we've had rain around here in months, which is a good thing for the grass. But the bad part is if it bends it the opposite way, then now I have to go out there and cut it down and do like I did one time beforehand. And so I'm trying to avoid that as much as possible. Yeah, I went out there and saved it. The funny part is watching the landscapers come flying back towards their truck with the machinery, and then one guy ran dead into the back of the truck. But he's okay.
That's very dangerous. I mean, you're vulnerable when you got a weed whacker going and you can't control it. That's tough, man. I mean, you would imagine that's one of the most dangerous aspects of the industry. And what are they doing out there landscaping when you got lightning and all kinds of crap going on out there? Weather-wise, Armageddon going on.
Oh, no, do it.
These storms are to the people in the rest of the country and other countries around the world that are tuned in to the whole Riptide Media adventure. It's no bargain, man. These lightning storms, and especially, I mean, you get to summertime here where we're experiencing like 1,000-degree heat.
Yep.
It's almost like walking on the sun. You should come in with that, so you feel like you're walking on the sun. And all right, so I hope it holds up, Angel. You were able to resolve the problem because you did that in a very short period of time. And I thought, the kid's not coming back.
Yeah, well, if I would have tried to open up the garage door if I would have tried to take the pole down itself, I would have been screwed because I would have been flying with the pole or gotten zapped, one of the two.
Is your insurance policy intact, and is it in plastic?
It sure is.
You're all right. That's all that matters.
It sure is. So at least if
your
I
hand will
leave
be
this earth,
sticking out of the grave like you're in the movie Carrie, and you'll have the insurance policy there so that your people get paid off.
Well, yeah, no, that's the big thing, and it's with us here, it's something else. But no, if thankfully if I go away, then Debbie should be fine. Hopefully, their life insurance policy will kick in, and it'll be okay. But no, it's
always hard to get a hold of that guy when something like that happens.
Oh yeah. unless he's in on it. Like if you told him in the very beginning, listen, there's 10,000 in it for you. Then listen, I'm available whenever she needs me. I'm good. Call me up anytime. But no, these storms here in Florida.
Try getting a hold of Citizens Insurance after you got wiped out in a storm.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, all of our operators are busy right now. In fact, they're in Costa Rica.
Exactly. Well, you know who's
how do I get a hold of them there? I need something right away.
Who's even nuttier are the guys so we have a lot of houses around here and again, the new roofs put on. Yeah. Those guys will stay up there. I'm like, dude, won't you get down? Like, no, boss told me to stay up here. I'm like, you're about to get blown off this house here. Dude, just get off. There's no reason to stay up there. The shingles, let them fly. We'll all go around, pick them up and bring them back. But I don't understand those guys.
No. People, you got to be out of your mind. You got to be Michigan here. That's what the sun does to you. We all come down here seeking the eternal summer, the endless summer. And then the sun starts to drain all of the things that are operative in your brain. And the next thing you know, you're acting like a brain-dead zombie, which we've all sort of become. All right, there's a lot on the line tonight here. What happens, and this is kind of, degenerate mentality 101 for listeners out there. And as I'm trying to sort of indoctrinate Angel Martinez into the lingo of the degenerate world, I mean, and this would be basic material for somebody like A.J. Johnson with the Bleacher Brothers show. And maybe Pete Sheppard also falls into this category because I know he likes to send it in also. As he hasn't really been displaying any tickets lately. Has he,
No.
Pete Sheppard? Is that a sign that he's getting buried? I mean, I can't imagine. He was on a roll, this kid, just like AJ. Well, we'll find out anyway. But he used to send me like some selections, and lately I'm like, I feel like persona non grata. Right now, all of a sudden, nothing. Right. So anyway, one of the things that you need to be able to do is read the signs from the gods of gambling. We've talked about this before on the show. Be able to read the signs, and they're not always as readily transparent as you would like them to be. Like, oh man, I can't believe it. That was the name of my neighbor's dog, and I let him get off at 20-1. And they were telling me to bet him all day. You get into some kind of, psychotic crisis sometimes when you ignore these things after they become obvious after the fact. But but what are the bookies trying to drag you into doing here, Angel Martinez, in your opinion? The Knicks, who you would think, you would think that what's wrong with this picture? They're no longer favored in the series against the Indiana Pacers. So you would have to think that the bookies are telling you that the Pacers now at 2-2. Well, they're basically saying that they're going to win one of these games at Madison Square Garden. Well, one of the remaining possible 2 games at Madison Square Garden, including tonight's. And yet the Knicks are favored by 2.5 points, even though they just exhumed the body of Anthony Mason to fill out the roster.
Which could be a possibility.
Right. I mean, they were a step away from re-signing John Starks, and they're favored by 2.5 over a Pacers team who just wiped the floor with them and made them look like a bunch of shot fighters out there being coached to death by this Tom Thibodeau, who everybody says has this Marquis de Sade approach where he burns these guys out with 4-hour practices that nobody wants to play for this guy. And then on top of that, and I'm trying my best to also, indoctrinate you into some Yiddish slang, he looks like a schlep. If you were going to say, hey, describe Tom Thibodeau in one word, as descriptive a word as you could use, would it not be schlep? Does that not... precisely give you a picture of Tom Thibodeau with that look on his face like he just, came out of hemorrhoid surgery. and the anesthesia had just worn off. And you realize, fuck, my ass still hurts. He has that look on his face the entire time, even when his team is winning and prospering. He just looks that way. But what are they trying to tell you here? The Knicks, should they be favored at all? And they're, are they tempting you to bet the Indiana Pacers, or is it the other way around that they, are saying, hey, laying 2.5? How you say it all boils down to officials. You're sort of fixated on the idea that it is a fix in this thing, which I think, I don't know. Did I get you thinking that way, or was it just something that was painfully obvious to everybody out there?
No, I think it might have been a combination of both, but I think it's because it's painfully obvious that you cannot tell me that when you went to Philly, the officiating crew is completely different. Then now you have the Indiana series, the officiating crew is completely different. But we go back to New York tonight, and it'll be back to the same nonsense. So I don't believe, and even though, and Brunson is hurt, and they got a couple guys are banged up even more. And it was stated that if we mentioned it here on Martinez and Defo, same thing with the Pete Sheppard show, was that if Brunson, everybody, Knicks fans even know this, if he is injured, series over for the Knicks. He's been the heart and soul of that team during the playoffs.
Oh, no doubt. The guy, look, he had a sensational season. I don't think anybody could argue with that. Did he exceed anybody's wildest anticipation of what he might do as a New York Knick? When the Knicks were declaring that, we found our savior here at the point guard position, I thought he was a good player with the Dallas Mavericks. I don't know that, I thought he was worth, what is top dollar in the NBA now? Is it $60 million? I'm not sure. He's probably well short of that. So he falls somewhere in the category of among the more generously paid players in the league. I didn't see him being this good. I just didn't. I didn't know that he would be. Now the team, it's hard to judge what's going on because they're really badly compromised. You take 3-4 key players that were either starters and or first off the bench backups. out of any lineup. I mean, it doesn't take a genius to deduce that that's not a formula for success, because there's a big drop off, and with Thibodeau especially, because he only likes to play like 4 guys anyway. I mean, he doesn't even care if he gets a fit. No, you sit down there, Lou. We're only going to go with 4. And he's going to play these guys like a zillion minutes. You can't figure that DiVincenzo is going to go for 35 every night with, phenomenal high percentage shooting. And he didn't. And Brunson, he looked like he was feeling the effects of whatever it is that, happened to his foot, because he sort of was leaving everything short in the beginning of that game, and didn't really shoot a particularly high percentage. So I think Indiana wins tonight, don't you? I mean, what do you think? And am I just like making a bad case like Marcia Clark did, where the biggest blown layup in the history of jurisprudence? She's got like a pyramid of DNA evidence against OJ on the table, and they lose the case?
Yeah.
But am I making like a losing case here? How did the Indiana Pacers come off blowing the Knicks off the face of the planet in a game that you would have every reason to believe it was going to be somewhat close, and then they're going to come back and lose the next game to an even more depleted Knick team? Seems impossible. But there you go, Angel. That's why I'm going to go ahead and money line straight up Indiana Pacers to win that game. And then the other one, I mean, what are they telling us? What are they trying to say to us, these bookies, with a line of 4 and a hook? Are they daring you to bet the Nuggets in this game, or just saying, hey, go ahead, send it in? 4 and a hook seems like nothing to lay after what had to be the total psychological destruction of the Minnesota Timberwolves. I almost had them playing the Canucks. That would have been an odd thing. They're going to lose to fucking Vancouver. What are you talking about? But, I mean, and you only have to lay 4.5. Jokic has awakened from the dead. Jamal Murray is playing like the guy that was such a huge factor in them winning the championship last year. You've got, a Gordon. I mean, a tough son of a gun, man. That guy just looks like a guy you don't want to go up against if you're trying to scrounge around there on the boards for rebounds. And it plays a very intelligent game. All of these guys do. It seems like, wow, Denver just seized control of the series. So why is the line so low in this one? 4.5 going back to Mile High. We know the Timberwolves won there twice, but don't they look like they've just, kind of become shell-shocked in this series all of a sudden after they had every chance? All they had to do was split at home, and they would have been in full command. And instead, they find themselves on the ropes. But what are the bookies saying, Angel Martinez, if they're only making you lay 4.5 points with what should be a highly favored Denver Nugget team?
Well, either the bookies are telling you that this is going to be a lot closer than expected, or who knows, Denver could finally get energized, being back at the 52-50 and feel that mile high air and run the table on the Timberwolves. But at 4.5, it does seem
4.5
extremely close
points
for this one.
Would you lay it? I mean,
yeah,
you would. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And where did you think, because of the officiating tonight, that the Knicks should go ahead and be accorded the 2.5 point favoritism? Would you be willing to lay the 2.5 points, or just you're going to give me the Knicks straight up?
I'm just going to give you the Knicks straight up.
Okay.
And I'm going to throw in the ref for a hook.
Did they dig up Dick? Don't call me Nick Bavetta. I used to love this Tim Hardaway when the Heat and the Knicks had like a tremendous, bloodbath type of rivalry. This was early 90s, I want to say. And these games were hotly anticipated, and there were fights and suspensions. Remember Ewing wandering out there on the court there, and he got suspended for Game 7 of the series, and that's the only way that the Heat were able to prevail. And then you had that Allen Houston shot. A lot of history in the series. You had the big fight there with Zoe and Grandmama there, Larry Johnson, who, was that crazy with Jeff Van Gundy? Like he was a schnauzer biting the mailman around the feet of Alonzo Mourning, trying to drag him away. I mean, bitter rivalries that were taking place back in the day there. But those were real bloodbaths, and it was a lot of fun to see what was happening in that particular series. This thing coming up, though, the Nuggets and the Timberwolves. did they take the starch? I mean, I just think they did. I would be tempted like you to go ahead and lay the 4 on a hook. And I think the Knicks. I was going to say about those old rivalries with the Heat. Tim Hardaway emerged from that, and he dubbed Dick Bavetta, who seemed to be calling the majority of those games. He ended up, and I can still hear the dripping sarcasm with which he referred to Dick Bavetta as, I mean, Nick Bavetta. Because, I mean, it was so obvious that Bavetta was like trying to get the Knicks home in that series. And I think Bavetta was the same guy who, and he was a venerable NBA ref, and I think generally respected, even though late in the game he must have been taking bribes from the Gambino crime family or something. Because what wasn't he the official that was largely responsible for the debacle? That was the Lakers Sacramento series, where Sacramento got completely robbed by the officials, and they did everything in their power to, make it a very easy path of little resistance for the Lakers to go on, even though it looked like the Sacramento Kings had them defeated. And that was it. Didn't that put a curse on the Kings, where they weren't prominent again? I mean, when was the last time? People keep thinking they're going to make some noise, and they never do, right? I mean, bounce down to the playoffs, always in an early round, never quite able to get over the top, and have they been cursed ever since? Is this the curse of Nick Bavetta?
It could be, and it damn well could be. I don't know. They just Knicks fans. I won't give them that much. They have represented Madison Square Garden really well. Obviously, they did when they went to Philly, and they're represented out there at the Wells, and they're into it. They're definitely into it. But I think for the Knicks, as banged up once again as they are at this point, losing. Brunson. Yeah, you got to freaking lose. But again, the black and white shirts are going to tell you differently. The zebra guys are going to show you what fixing is all about. Because if the Pacers are up by 16 with less than 3 left, and someone, whistle, technical, wait, what? That's where the fix will start coming in. So just watch. I might even go a little live tonight with the TV and show you guys what a fix looks like.
I'd be surprised if this, popped up again. I mean, it was enough already, wasn't it? I don't know how much further they can stretch this bullshit with the Knicks getting the benefit of every call in virtually every game. I'm not sure it was so much in evidence in this last game. I don't think it needed to be, right? Because it was blowout city from the start.
Mm-hmm.
Knicks just look like the proverbial shot fighter, don't they? The guy that's reluctant to get off his stool there for the final round, and you're hoping that his corner is wise enough to just step in and stop it. They just don't seem to have what it would take to keep up. I mean, what would be the worst possible situation for them to find themselves in, all banged up like that? But a team that wants to play at a very hot pace. And that's what you get. I mean, I'll give it to the Pacers when they're working well on offense. They zip that ball around, and it doesn't stay in anybody's hands too long. You're not seeing a bunch of guys dribbling. There's no Mark Jackson there in the low post. Speaking of both the Pacers and the Knicks, and I just, if they lose tonight, there should be an investigation. That's my theory on this thing. So 2.5 looks like a very generous offering there. And now, any thoughts, Angel Martinez? Because you have doubleheaders there. You got the Nuggets and the T-Wolves, and we both like the Nuggets to prevail. No.
Yep.
Okay, so there's another loser for you. And are you following the pucks? I mean, where do you stand with the NHL, Angel Martinez? How interested are you after your Lightning got eliminated?
No, I'm still interested because nonetheless, the NHL playoffs have been pretty good. The only ones I really don't kind of keep up with is obviously like the Vancouver series, Montreal series, Edmonton. Not because I don't want to. I know they end up playing a little bit later on during the evening time, but I don't know. To me, Boston and the Panthers have been really interesting to watch, which I think a lot of folks end up picking the Bruins to take down the Panthers. But now it seems like the Panthers have the opportunity back at Sunrise to put this one away, and it may happen. At least I think so, unless Boston takes some venom from the last game in Boston and turn things around. But at this point, you got to win the next 4, and that's or the next 3, I should say, to make it a 4-3 series to win it all. But it makes it nearly impossible. And then you have Edmonton, Vancouver. Vancouver, I believe, leads that series 2-1.
2-1, yeah. Canucks.
Yeah, and when was the last time that Canada represented anyone in the Stanley Cup? It's been some years.
Boy, I tell you what. I mean, if you're asking me recent Stanley Cup history in terms of winners, you would find a category that you could probably stump most people in. But yeah, it might have been. I don't know. The Edmonton Oilers, well, they were thrust into the spotlight because of Portnoy making that $150,000 bet to win like $1 million and change. I think he had, what is that, 7-1?
Yeah.
That he has him at. Yeah, that kind of makes you at least have some vicarious interest, does it not? Where you're thinking, I mean, what the detractors of Portnoy who found a way to cash in some form of sports talk, no matter how offensive it might have been to some people. But nonetheless, he cashed it in for billions. So you can't begrudge him that necessarily. I mean, look, it is the way it is in the world today. But I do get some vicarious thrill through his outrageous wagering. You don't hear a lot about the losers, though, do you?
No, you don't.
With Portnoy. So anyway, I'm kind of following it from that angle. And do you end up like finding yourself rooting against the celebrity with the big bet?
Oh yeah.
Or is it just based on how much I mean, if you found out that Phil Mickelson had like $200,000 on the Oilers, what would you be rooting against him? Like, or do you like Phil? He's a more likable character than say Portnoy would be for some people. Although he seems to have mellowed with the accumulation of large amounts of capital, hasn't he?
He sure
I don't know.
has.
Is he still like doing these scathing indictments against female reporters? I don't know that some of the things that he had to say weren't particularly flattering to many of what people would consider to be the outstanding female reporters that are on national television. But yeah, does that fuel your interest in the thing at all? I don't know that I would have an overwhelming interest. I know Connor McDavid is an attraction. And it seemed to me like Vancouver, didn't they send a couple of goons out there to beat the shit out of them or something in the last game?
That's what it seemed like.
Is that the way it went? Can you do that to a superstar in a sport? Are you kidding me? Imagine that happening to Jordan. Get out of here. You'd be suspended for life.
It sure would be.
For breathing on the guy. Yeah, I wouldn't have any great insight into that. The Canucks were one of those teams that was being talked about, even though I don't know that I saw like 3 seconds of them play in the regular season. And the Oilers, are one of those teams that scores a lot of goals, right?
Yeah.
So is it pretty much a breakdown like East versus West like it used to be in the NBA, where the styles of play in the NHL, where the West, every game you look at is like 7-5, 8-4. And in the East, it's 2-1, double overtime. Remember when the East was always known in the NBA as a defensive conference, and in the West they're just running and gunning, and they don't care. The 24-second clock is not even applicable because they're getting a shot off every couple of seconds. But tough to gauge. I give the Panthers an excellent chance, though, to answer your question from an hour ago. After we did a complete synopsis of the entire.
Here's your NHL seasonal recap with Angel and Defoe.
But it is great. I mean, everybody becomes a hockey expert around this time because, like I said, it's not that hard of a game to actually pick up a few things, even though what you're watching seems like it's helter-skelter, doesn't it? I mean, they're going this way, they're going that way, they're going this way, they're going that way. And next thing you know, you're watching it for a little while, and you can see the patterns there.
Yeah, once you start learning the calls, the offsides, cross-check, tripping, once you learn that stuff, everything else you can pretty much follow it pretty quickly. But I mean, it's exciting for them to be on the ice, especially if you go to the game. It's different when you watch on TV versus when you go out there. And even if you're going to a minor league game in the AHL or the ECHL, it's very fast paced, which is nice.
Oh, yeah, it's great.
I've been to a bunch of games when I was back home in Philadelphia for the Flyers, a ton of them, and then no different down here now being in Tampa and watching the Lightning play. But it's just. It's a fast.
Now, do you comp freebie tickets as a media member? I mean, can you use your affiliation with Riptide to, tell them, hey, I'll be in the press box tonight, and by the way, I'm bringing Demi?
Yeah, no, it's pretty much.
You don't have that status there?
No. Well,
okay.
I have not tried this past season. I didn't try with the Lightning to get in with media credentials. I didn't try, so okay. I'll use that lightly there. Next season might be a whole different story, hopefully, but I didn't.
How hard is it to comp freebie tickets for a Lightning game? Like if you called down there and said, "Hey, this is Angel Martinez, Riptide Media. I'd love to come out and catch you guys so I could talk about you on the shows." What would they say? "Oh, Mr. Martinez, why don't you come and be our guest tonight? How many tickets would you need? 4?"
No,
is it like that, or is it impossible?
It would be the other way around. The call would go more like this. I'm sorry. Do you know Jeff Defoe DeForest? Yeah. Well, how about you have him come in and cover us, and then you can watch from the outside. Okay. All right. Thanks. I'll give him the tickets.
Get out of here. You're big over there, man, on the West Coast. Nobody knows me over there. It's crazy. Unless they heard that one call I did at Tampa Bay Downs, which was not exactly going to be in the archives of the history of thoroughbred racing, I don't think. You're not going to find it at the Kentucky Derby Museum, that's for sure. By the way, I mean, and we got another betting opportunity. I don't know what you're going to do about this, the Preakness Stakes, Angela. Are you going to be inclined maybe throw a couple of bucks at this thing? Because it's a completely different proposition than the Kentucky Derby was. I was looking, they had the draw yesterday for post positions, and there's a horse that wasn't in the Derby that is going to be the favorite in this race, whose name is like Muha or something like that. What the hell is the name of this nag? Muth, the four ball. The four ball is, I think, won the Arkansas Derby, didn't run in the Kentucky Derby. Is that possible? Muth. And then Mystic Dan is going, and everybody wants to see this, right? I mean, how big is the Belmont Stakes if you have the possibility of a Triple Crown being run or won? And I don't know that Mystic Dan is that type of horse, but different proposition. My buddy, who's a pretty sharp handicapper, said that Muth was going to be in the winner's circle, even though it's not the sexiest of picks to pick the morning line favorite, who could go off as low as like 6-5 in this thing. But I don't know. So there's no Preakness party planned in the Martinez household. I was planning on making the schlep over there to Tampa and hanging out with you guys.
I don't know. Well, if you're coming over, then we'll have to do a party. That's for sure. Because you figure up in here locally, a lot of the neighbors nearby, they had one. They definitely had one for the Kentucky Derby because you can see some people were kind of dressed up. Why? I don't know, because no one's going to see you.
You could have borrowed that hat off of LeBron's wife.
I could have, yeah. That would have been the head of the party. As Gas Pump Guy says, the ECHL is awesome. Is awesome to watch live, and I agree. It is really awesome to watch them live.
These hockey players, I mean, you have to have nothing but admiration for them. How the hell do they do that night after night? I mean, and then work their way up from these minor leagues and juniors and all that. And at 19, they're playing against like grown men in the NHL, and they're just knocking the shit out of each other. Yeah. No, it's pretty amazing. It really is.
And you figure if you're in the finals, I mean, you're the best two out of the entire league, and then we're what, May? You're looking at mid-June by the time it's all said and done. So you have about 14 days, give or take, in June that you can rest. In July, you start going back to some of the prepared mini camps. Yeah. August, you put the skates back on. Boom, the season's getting ready to kick off all over again. So it's like very, very short time to get your body back into shape. I mean, I feel for them guys.
There's some new, 18-year-old sensation from Finland and another guy from Czechoslovakia. A lot of infusion of young talent into the league. So if you're a veteran, man, no, those guys are tough as nails, man. Nothing but respect for these people. Speaking of fights, Angel Martinez, I can't help. I mean, I had a press conference yesterday, and it was at the Apollo Theater, I believe, in Harlem, with Mike Tyson and your man Jake Paul announcing, I guess it was the kickoff for their media blitz to go ahead and promote this. I mean, it's actually a sanctioned fight where a 57-year-old Mike Tyson. I mean, is this a sad day for the sport of boxing that this is what's bringing attention to the game? I mean, there are many, many great fighters out there. We just saw Lomachenko at 36 annihilate ferocious George Kambosos in a blockbuster. I mean, you got this guy Inui in Japan. He's super popular. A lot of people are unaware of his level of greatness he's exhibiting in a ring because he hasn't really brought it over to the United States. But this is the thing that's being talked about. Jake Paul, who I don't know. I mean, you talk about Tijuana cab drivers. What are the qualifications of the guys that he's beaten? And then Mike Tyson hasn't fought since 2005 when he got knocked out by some complete stiff.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Yeah, I don't freaking get it, but I guess if it's, I don't know if it's going to bring in the numbers that they expect. I would imagine it would, because Mike Tyson. Then again, if
I think it's going to be a monster, I really do. It was Kevin McBride. I mean, who ever heard of Kevin McBride? I thought Bake McBride, maybe the baseball player, but
Bray.
And that was in 2005. 19 years ago, the last time this guy stepped into the ring, and they're sanctioning this bout by what level of insanity was this commission appointed?
Who knows?
They're licensing a 57-year-old guy to fight after his career has been over for 19 years. You got to be kidding me.
And if Jake Paul I'll leave it at that, because I don't think Jake Paul should win this one. I think it should still be Mike. I think Mike has a good fight left in him. But if Jake Paul wins it, I'm not. I would not be super happy at all.
Well, what's he going to do next? Dig up Muhammad Ali? I mean, what are we talking about?
Possibly.
He's going to fight Jack Dempsey next? It's amazing, though. I mean, the attention. Here we are. We're talking about. Now, I brought it up. I don't know if that was going to be part of your. Not sure if you have like any kind of a plan here coming into these shows, because they are unscripted. But which, I mean, you couldn't have a plan, right? You would have to have like no concept of what was going to take place on the show, which I think we've exhibited, Angel, in the time we've been doing it. To live up to the billing of being unscripted. No,
that's right. No, that's what it is.
But anyway, I mean, look, people are going to watch it. Netflix is televising it, so many people have Netflix. Many people, I would imagine, don't. But they're doing this, obviously, in a quest to have the people that don't have Netflix to have them sign up, right?
Yeah.
Well, so that they can watch this thing, which, if you think about it, I mean, what a clever way to do pay-per-view, where you're gaining however many subscribers are going to have a curiosity about this. I mean, they're really diving into the whole sporting world in a funny way. You got the Tom Brady roast, and now this is their next big event, Jake Paul versus an aging Mike Tyson, who I don't think this is going to be like the George Foreman comeback, my friend.
No, it's not. Not at all. Not in the least. And if you're going to sign up for Netflix, you might as well keep it, because you're going to have the 2 games on Christmas Day, apparently, from Netflix. So, now I mean, I hope it lives up to whatever hype they're going to, and I'm pretty sure it's going to have a lot more. What hype could there be?
I mean, you're watching like a fight at Century Village, or some old age home.
I know.
Some guy who probably needs like a bladder transplant more than he needs to go 3 rounds with some YouTube star. Get out of here. That's crazy. I mean, I'm sure we'll be talking about it, and I would imagine now that I know that it's available to me without having to ante up any more capital, I'm sure that I'll be tuned into this thing to see what happens. Now they could dot the card with some real fights. No. That would add to the attraction, or is that a disgrace to the sport of boxing if they put like real fighters on the undercard? That where we're going to engage in matches that boxing fans will be happy to pay for on a normal basis. I don't know that you'll see that level.
No, I don't think so. I think you're going to get whatever amateurs coming up through the ranks. That's about it. But I would seriously not put any big cards in there. Gaspon Guy says if Jake Paul wins, it's rigged. I would. That's why I don't believe that for some. Jake Paul should not win this fight, but
he's not the worst fighter I've ever seen. I told you I'm on record. Having called the worst boxer ever was a guy named Joe Smith, and he was fighting on a card at the Sun Dome in Tampa, and it was being promoted by Phil Alessi, who's a big baker over there on the west coast of Florida. Or at least was. I don't know if he's still around. I would hope so. But nonetheless, he was a boxing promoter of some level of accomplishment. And he puts his guy in a ring against his house fighter, who is a guy named Tony Mosco, who was an animal, right? I mean, he was 1-0. He knocked the guy out. He iced him in about a minute and a half. And so this guy gets in the ring. And if you look this up, you could Google it, Angel. And one day we'll have to play it. And it's under the worst boxer ever. And if you can get the original version of it, it's had millions of views. There's no doubt that this guy is the worst boxer ever, this Joe Smith. But the call lends itself to hysterics, as you might imagine, because we couldn't believe what we were watching either. And you're calling it live. You're not anticipating a guy being this bad. But Jake Paul is not that. I mean, he has some moves that make you think, okay, the guy could box a little bit. He may not be some world-class, competitor, but I don't know. I mean, how does he lose to Mike Tyson? Mike Tyson, I mean, at 57, he was beatable when he still had something left in the tank, Angel. Just look back at those Holyfield fights.
Yeah, But I just think, and Jake Paul, I mean, it's a couple of fights he said that he shouldn't have won it either. But I mean, if he does train, so it's not like, I mean, you could fake muscles, I guess, if you want to.
He
But
has some moves. He's not completely bereft of boxing moves.
Right.
Yeah.
So now if he keeps going the way he's going, then I guess you have to take him a little bit serious. Would I take him super serious after Mike Tyson fight? Probably still not. You would have to be.
This is a clown show. I mean, it really is.
Yeah, because you would have to have someone. Now he fights Canelo. Okay, then we're talking.
He doesn't need to get in there with Canelo. I can't see that happening. Canelo doesn't need the money. That's one good thing. Canelo will dig up another stiff in that German graveyard he keeps raiding and, and go against him and still make $500 million and then tell Benavidez to fuck off, which is what he's been doing. But speaking of which, I guess we have to go. What a favorable note to end on. Here we are. All of a sudden, we're ringside talking about an event that should be a non-event, and yet we have given you our in-depth analysis as if we were Al Bernstein sitting ringside with ESPN. So,
exactly.
Yeah, I mean, that'll be something, though. But that's what's spearheading a very smart move into sports by Netflix, but with this sort of fringe stuff that attracts a lot of attention, and people end up talking about it. It's, fairly ingenious how they're marketing themselves through sports now with some oddball stuff. And they've had some really good documentaries also on sports. I mean, It has been a good source for guys that are sports fans and fans of well-done pieces on the sporting world. All right, which I hope this was, Angel. And it was a pleasure being back with you here today. Thanks so much for doing everything that you do for the show.
You're welcome. No, it was good. It was great having you back as well, Devo. It was. It's funny when you get used to working with someone and then you're not there for one day. You feel like everything is completely off. Yeah, no, same here. I missed you as well because it felt like a goofy feeling, almost like you have an outer body experience. Like, where's Devo? I know he's here, but where's Devo? So it was a little on the strange side.
Very strange, yeah.
Yeah, but thank you everyone who tuned in, of course, today to Martinez and Evo here on a Tuesday. A little bonus time that we went into this morning. Don't forget, you guys can watch us live Monday through Friday from 10 to 12. Martinez and Evo Unscripted with the great Jeff Devo DeForest, myself, Angel Martinez. You guys can listen in on Sports Radio 102.9 FM The Game, also on all across the social medias. And you can follow Devo and myself, Devo Show on Twitter. And for myself, it's Broad Street South Pod, Broad ST South Pod. And we will talk to you guys tomorrow. Enjoy the game tonight. Let's go Pacers, more importantly. And then we'll find out if the fix is in. We'll tell you guys all about it tomorrow at 10 a.m. So, Devo, as always, thank you very much, sir.
Pacers money line. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, you guys. Don't forget to take care of yourselves. Make sure you look out for one another and enjoy the rest
Solveig's giving up the fight.